This young man just woke up in his bedroom only to find the ceiling covered in bloody writing, before a stunning woman entered, calling him husband and telling him to come out for breakfast. Having never met her before, he asked who she was, only for the girl to stare intensely as her eyes turned pitch black and her mouth tore open to her ears, asking if he could see her. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful girl transformed into a monster and bit his head off, causing Fang Ziu to wake up with a start in his bed. Utterly bewildered, he wondered if it was just a nightmare, but reality proved otherwise as the bloody script remained on the ceiling. Sure enough, that seductive woman reappeared to call him for breakfast, and though terrified, Fang Ziu decided to ignore her, knowing he had to pretend she didn't exist to survive. Unexpectedly, the girl snapped her head 180 degrees, startling Fang Ziu and exposing him, before she licked his face with a long tongue and mocked him for seeing her, leading to his second death. Waking up in that familiar bed once more, Fang Ziu was both furious and terrified, cursing the woman while wondering how he could ever escape her. Before long, she returned to call him for breakfast, but this time Fang Ziu ignored her and focused on watching videos on his phone, prompting the girl to try and seduce him. "Why are you looking at other women in front of me, husband? I know your vision is fine, so why hold the phone so close? Can you see me?" Fang Ziu was terrified to his core but tried to stay calm, yet his gaze suddenly froze when he swiped to the next video. The monster appeared right on his screen, causing a startled Fang Ziu to hurl the phone away, but he realized his mistake far too late. Behind him stood a demon with cracked skin and a hideous face, chanting "You see me" repeatedly, driving a desperate Fang Ziu to lash out in a rage, though the monster easily dodged his punch. It then opened its jagged maw and bit off his arm in a single snap, sending blood spraying across the room as his agonizing screams echoed, marking a truly gruesome end for Fang Ziu. Unlike his previous quick deaths, this time he was forced to watch as the monster tore away and devoured chunks of his own flesh. It was a living hell, and Fang Ziu lost track of how many times he had died. On his sixth revival, he failed to keep his composure when she got in his face and was killed for his poor acting. On the eighth attempt, he tried to flee but found the door locked, leading him to realize that if escape was impossible, he might as well resign himself to fate. "Husband, can you see me?" "Yes, I can see you, so just eat me already." After dying 13 times in a row, Fang Ziu was truly losing his mind. His spirit was broken and plunged into total chaos. Some who live are actually dead, while some who appear mad are actually the most sane. After 16 deaths, Fang Ziu finally integrated the memories of the body's original owner and gained a rough understanding of this world. The difference here was that urban legends and horror stories were real, trapping Fang Ziu in an endless cycle of death and resurrection. He wondered why this was happening and who wrote the bloody messages, realizing these entities were the source of urban legends and that his wife was one of them, a demon. Though the repeated deaths had driven Fang Ziu to the brink of madness, his overwhelming hatred for the demon managed to pull his sanity back from the edge. Fang Ziu muttered that she had to die as long as he lived, and when the demon entered to call him for breakfast again, he remained calm and acted as if he heard nothing. He recalled that the demon had never actually made physical contact with him, and it turned out his suspicion was correct. He walked right through her body without any resistance, proving she could only strike once she confirmed he could see her. Fang Ziu then went about his morning routine and made his own breakfast, completely indifferent to the demon's attempts to act coquettish. Whether its face appeared on the dining table or the doorknob, he didn't flinch, knowing he had to leave the room to uncover the world's secrets and find a way to get revenge. No one would get away with killing him 18 times, so he vowed to find a way to destroy demons and return for her life before opening the door to the outside world. However, he suddenly froze in place as his blood ran cold, his eyes staring blankly at the world outside. He muttered under his breath, wondering if this was hell, as the blood-red sky was filled with countless terrifying creatures that only existed in horror stories. It appeared to be a realm of demons and monsters, where a human like Fang Ziu was the true anomaly, causing him to burst into uncontrollable laughter. His laughter sounded twisted and laced with madness as he remarked on how fascinating this world truly was. Once his laughter subsided, he leaned against a pillar in exhaustion and gagged, only to be interrupted by a voice asking if he was all right. The speaker was a young girl with pigtails eating a lollipop, and seeing she was just a child, Fang Ziu lowered his guard and patted her head. Suddenly, her flesh rotted away to reveal a skeletal face that asked if he could see her, transforming the cute girl into a terrifying specter. Fang Ziu was momentarily stunned before he broke into another fit of wild laughter, finding the entire situation incredibly amusing. He told the creature he preferred its current form, as it meant he would feel no guilt when the time came to destroy it. Since there were so many abominations like her, he vowed that he would eventually hunt down and eliminate every single one of them. After being crushed by the skeletal demon, Fang Ziu awoke for the 19th time, now completely immune to the beautiful ghost's seduction attempts. He ignored the little girl at the park and spent the day observing various entities, ranging from massive beasts to those that looked perfectly human. These creatures mimicked loved ones to lure victims into responding before attacking, much like the ghost in his home, reminding him of his daily job. Realizing that uncovering the truth of this world would require financial resources, Fang Ziu decided to pay a visit to his workplace. The original owner had sold a villa 6 months prior, but never received the commission, which would provide him with much-needed funds. He cycled to his workplace using the original owner's memories, only to find a gloomy psychiatric hospital standing where the office should be. Despite his apprehension, the lure of the commission drove him to enter the dark, unlit hospital, forcing him to navigate by touch. His hand suddenly brushed against something soft and round, causing the scenery to shift instantly before he was struck across the face. He had accidentally touched a female colleague who threatened to report him, confirming that normal humans still existed alongside the supernatural entities. He realized he was at the Bai Liu Library, yet every time he blinked, the building flickered into the form of the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Although he could see the hospital, he could not interact with it physically, suggesting it required a specific trigger to become tangible. Believing the hospital held a massive secret that only revealed itself under certain conditions, Fang Ziu decided to investigate the facility further. The lobby and cafeteria were deserted, but a thick scent of blood wafted from the wards, leading him toward a mysterious red door. As he ventured deeper, he encountered various bloodthirsty apparitions that immediately launched frenzied attacks upon sensing a living presence. Fang Ziu remained unfazed by their assaults as he counted dozens of rooms, realizing the hospital served as a prison for numerous entities. Several doors stood wide open, suggesting that some of these repulsive creatures might have already escaped into the outside world. His composure was the result of being killed 18 times by the female ghost, and his attention soon turned to papers scattered on the floor. A document labeled Subject 128, Spectre Transformation, shocked him, leading him to wonder if these monsters were once human beings. He questioned if all the entities were former humans, but since the environment was intangible, he could not pick up the medical records to verify. Strands of black hair suddenly dangled in front of his face from above, but Fang Ziu was wise enough not to look up at their source. He feigned a casual stroll to distance himself from the hair, catching a glimpse of a pale, masked nurse clinging to the ceiling. With limbs like a spider, the ghostly nurse crawled down to engage him, but Fang Ziu was no longer an amateur easily fooled by such tricks. Fang Ziu thought to himself that taking his life wouldn't be easy now. If the office held clues, other places would surely be just as challenging. The answers to every mystery likely lay at the heart of the psychiatric hospital, in the director's office. He hadn't expected the asylum's layout to overlap perfectly with his real estate firm. Since the director's office wasn't on the first floor, he decided to check upstairs, but a voice suddenly echoed through the hallway, "Brother Ziu, why are you just getting here now?" These two were his colleague Zhao Hao and manager Wu Dahai, the latter of whom barked, "Fang Ziu, how dare you show up for work? Don't you know I've already fired you?" Fang Ziu ignored them both and kept walking, infuriating Wu Dahai, who shouted, "You dare push me? Are you revolting? Who said you could go to the 3rd floor? You're fired, so get out," as Fang Ziu located the director's office. Behind him, Wu Dahai kept screaming for him to stop, but it was too late as Fang Ziu swung the door open to find a man and a woman about to get intimate. They were right on the desk and scrambled to dress when they saw him, shouting angrily, "Who gave you permission to enter?" But he ignored them, walking straight to the desk and shoving the woman aside. Fang Ziu's eyes were fixed solely on a piece of paper on the desk. Just as he suspected, this hospital harbored a massive secret. The letter read, "To the one favored by the heavens, do you wish to know the truth of this world? Do you want to know what the specters truly are? Since you have made it this far, you must have many questions. I have left everything in room 502 of Building C, where you will find all the answers you seek. When you uncover the truth, it will be time to make your choice. Follow your heart and accept the gift that destiny has provided. Just as Fang Ziyu finished reading the letter, the building's power suddenly cut out. The man in the room was Wang Zidong, the son of the chairman. Wang Zidong ordered Wu Dahai to investigate the outage, and the old man didn't dare refuse, while Zhao Hao felt that Fang Ziyu was acting very strangely today. Since the power went out, the asylum had vanished, leaving only the library. In the darkness, Wang Zidong asked for a phone, but Wu Dahai said there was no signal. With my status, I have access to secrets of this world that you can't imagine. The lack of signal and the suppressed light prove one thing, if I'm not mistaken. We have likely entered a ghost domain. Seeing the power was still out, Wu Dahai impatiently barked at the staff to check the circuit breaker, and the security guard agreed to go look. Why is my phone's flashlight so dim? Is there dust on the lens? Try wiping it. I already did, but it didn't help at all. Wait, my flashlight is dim too. Mine as well. At that moment, Fang Ziyu suddenly asked Wang Zidong what exactly he meant by a ghost domain. Everyone turned pale at the mention of ghosts, stammering, "How could there really be ghosts in this world? You're just trying to scare us, right?" It's probably just some supernatural phenomena. Unable to stand the noisy crowd, Wang Zidong roared for everyone to shut their mouths. Everyone stay quiet now. What I'm about to say is extremely important and concerns whether or not you will survive. To put it simply, ghosts do exist in this world, and a ghost domain is their territory, essentially another dimension. Someone in the group suddenly asked if Uncle Zhao, the guard, had returned yet, noting he had been gone for over 3 minutes and wondering if he had actually encountered a ghost. Wang Zidong continued, explaining that ordinary people in a ghost domain must be extremely cautious not to break any rules, or they would be courting death. The fat man, Wu Dahai, who usually treated his employees like dogs, was now trembling with fear at the mention of ghosts and asked, "What should we do, young Master Wang?" "Right now, we must find a way to escape this ghost domain, or everyone will lose their lives," he said, as the others were consumed by terror. Fang Ziyu suddenly felt a deeply familiar sensation that he couldn't mistake. It was a specter, and he warned them that a ghost had appeared again. Naturally, the crowd didn't believe him, snapping, "What nonsense are you talking about now, Fang Ziyu? Where is this ghost?" Unaware that the girl behind them was being strangled by something and couldn't make a sound. Fang Ziyu watched the scene unfold calmly. He had already warned them, and if they chose not to believe him, he couldn't be blamed for what happened next. Even so, Fang Ziyu reminded them once more that Wang Xiaoli had vanished, though the girl standing near her initially refused to believe his nonsense. "Wang Xiaoli was clearly right beside me, but she vanished in an instant. Xiaoli, where are you? Please say something." Only then did everyone believe Fang Ziyu wasn't lying. Wang Xiaoli had truly disappeared. Could a ghost really have appeared? "Fang Ziyu, did you see what the ghost looked like?" "My vision was limited, so I didn't see it. I only saw Wang Xiaoli vanish." A colleague was snatched by a ghost, yet he remained so calm. "He isn't normal. Fang Ziyu must be possessed." "You don't seem afraid of ghosts at all. Could you be a spirit master?" Wang Zidong explained that a spirit master can control their own spirituality, noting that his cousin was one. Currently, the best way to resolve this is for someone to become a spirit master. Does that mean a spirit master is forged within a ghost domain? How is it done? Wang Zidong was shocked that Fang Ziyu remained so composed. "My cousin said becoming a spirit master requires borrowing a ghost's power, and 2 conditions must be met. First, one must undergo a terrifying baptism between life and death to trigger spiritual fluctuations. Second, one must contact a specter to let its power invade the soul. However, a ghost's power is like a blood-stained cloth. While it wipes the dust off the bright pearl, it inevitably stains the soul as well." Because he had died and revived repeatedly since transmigrating, Fang Ziyu had never truly contacted a specter. As long as he didn't respond, they remained mere hallucinations from another dimension. But now, the ghost in the shadows has crossed from hallucination into reality, harming people without even being seen. Fang Ziyu wondered if frequent contact with these specters would grant him the power to destroy them. Ultimately, to take revenge on the female ghost who had killed him 18 times, Fang Ziyu decided to risk everything to become a spirit master. Suddenly, another scream erupted from the crowd. "Jia Liang is gone. He was standing right next to me just a moment ago." Wang Zidong shouted angrily, "Everyone shut up. Do you want to lure the ghost here?" "What do we do, young Master Wang? I don't want to disappear." "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" Fang Ziyu's sudden voice startled everyone. 2 to 3 minutes, that's the interval between disappearances. To be precise, it's 2 minutes for women and 3 for men. Uncle Zhao the guard vanished 3 minutes ago, and Jia Liang disappeared 2 minutes after Wang Xiaoli. If Fang Ziu's guess was correct, the next victim would be taken 3 minutes after Jia Liang. Ignoring the others, he stepped into the darkness alone. What are you doing, Fang Ziu? Do you have a death wish? I'm looking for an exit, obviously. Are we supposed to just stay here and wait for death? Wang Ziding pointed at Fang Ziu and cursed. Stop right there, you bastard. I told you no one moves without my permission. Are you deaf? There are 8 of us left, and at this rate, one person vanishes every 2 to 3 minutes. We'll all be dead in 20 minutes, so we might as well take a risk. You're just an ordinary person. How could you possibly know how the ghost operates? Wang Ziding was about to say more when he froze in terror, seeing Fang Ziu's eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared coldly. If you say one more word, I will take your life before the ghost does. In the end, no one dared to speak, and only Zhao Hao asked to accompany Fang Ziu. Brother Ziu, something's wrong. Why haven't we reached the stairs yet? Be quiet. Fang Ziu noticed a green light ahead, identical to the lights in Qingshan Mental Hospital. Sure enough, the library vanished and they appeared inside the mental hospital. Am I hallucinating, Brother Ziu? Where are we? Weren't we just at the office? You see the hospital too? Of course, look at this long hallway. Fang Ziu then reached a conclusion. The mental hospital was a physical entity like the specters. It had swallowed the sales office whole, and they were already inside its ghost domain. Continuing down the hallway, the two found the blood-stained clothes of the missing. Fang Ziu deduced the ghost had eaten them. A man takes 3 minutes to consume, while a woman takes only 2. This explained the timing of the disappearances. Jia Liang was just taken, so we're safe for now. Is the ghost eating him somewhere, Brother Ziu? Fang Ziu carefully examined the scene. The tears in the clothing were perfectly straight, clearly made by a sharp object, which reminded him of a doctor's surgical scalpel. Could the killer be the ghostly nurse he had seen before? Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind them in the corridor, putting Fang Ziu and Zhao Hao on high alert. It turned out Wang Ziding's group was so terrified they decided to follow Fang Ziu, while the stout Wu Dahai asked if the two who went out first had discovered anything. He inquired if they had seen old Zhao or Wang Xiaoli, but the question soon became unnecessary as everyone spotted the blood-stained clothes of the missing victims scattered across the floor. Wang Ziding recognized the garments as belonging to old Zhao and Wang Xiaoli, realizing they had been devoured by a ghost and urging everyone to flee immediately. His secretary pleaded to go home, but Wang Ziding ignored her, asking Fang Ziu for their next move while Fang Ziu stared silently at his phone. Disregarding the question, Fang Ziu spoke with a grim expression, announcing to the group that the time had finally arrived. The female secretary expressed her confusion, but before she could finish asking what he meant, a sudden, bone-chilling sensation washed over her. Even Wang Ziding felt it as they both slowly turned around to see a creature with elongated limbs crawling across the ceiling toward them, its pale face and glowing eyes piercing the darkness. It was the same ghost nurse Fang Ziu had encountered previously, and the sight of her left the secretary paralyzed with terror. The ghost nurse lunged at the group with a maw full of razor-sharp teeth, causing a frantic scramble where the secretary was accidentally knocked to the ground. She desperately grabbed Wang Ziding's clothes, begging for his help, but he had no intention of saving her with a ghost closing in. Without a shred of hesitation, Wang Ziding kicked her away, leaving the despairing secretary to reach out to the others in vain as it was already too late. The ghost nurse seized her, brandishing a lethally sharp scalpel and slicing her throat before she could even let out a final plea for help. Fang Ziu realized his theory was correct. The ghost nurse was indeed the one murdering the missing people, likely having been a skilled surgeon at the mental hospital before her death. She completely ignored him and Zhao Hao, focusing entirely on the corpse, much like a doctor who only operates on one patient at a time. Guessing that cannibalism had become her post-transformation instinct, Fang Ziu took advantage of her distraction to strike her hard in the head. However, her skull was as hard as steel, injuring his hand and proving that humans were utterly defenseless against the overwhelming power of such entities. Seeing Fang Ziu's bold move, a sweating Zhao Hao urged him to run, but Fang Ziu explained they were safe as long as she was occupied with her surgical meal. When Zhao Hao worried she was finishing, Fang Ziu noted that Li Feifei's large frame would provide enough meat to keep the ghost busy for at least 3 minutes. He explained that becoming a spirit master required letting ghostly energy invade one's soul, and the best way to do that was through direct physical contact with a ghost. While the ghost nurse was eating, Fang Xiu reached out and placed his hand on her leg, an action that left Zhao Hao completely speechless. Zhao Hao joked that while he thought his own habits were bad, he never expected someone as decent-looking as Fang Xiu to actually fondle a ghost. Fang Xiu remained composed, continuing to massage the limb while telling Zhao Hao he could leave first if he was too frightened to stay. Zhao Hao decided to take the risk as well, hoping that following Wang Ziding's advice about ghost contact would help him become a spirit master. He reached out to touch the ghost's pale thigh, but the sensation was far from pleasant, as her skin felt as cold as a block of ice. The two young men sat there touching the ghost's leg and chatting, with Zhao Hao lamenting that his first time touching a woman's leg was under such bizarre circumstances. He admitted her legs were impressively long, leading Fang Xiu to think that the boy had a surprisingly high level of adaptability and potential. After 90 seconds had passed, Fang Xiu signaled it was time to leave, and they both stood up to run while Zhao Hao questioned if they could truly outpace the creature. Fang Xiu relied on his memory of the Qingshan Mental Hospital's layout and corridors to navigate the terrain, and put some distance between them and the nurse. However, his plans were thwarted when a lock of jet-black hair suddenly dangled in front of his eyes, making him wonder if he had made a mistake. He had calculated they had 2 minutes to escape, so he couldn't understand how the ghost nurse had managed to catch up to them so quickly. Looking back, Fang Xiu finally understood that the female ghost couldn't consume the secretary because of her artificial implants. Despite all his careful calculations, he never expected the secretary to have implants, and the ghost nurse ended up claiming his life. This time, Fang Xiu didn't revive in his bedroom, but right at the moment he touched the ghost's thigh, making him wonder if his resurrections were based on checkpoints, much like a game where the first stage was the neighborhood and the second was Qingshan Mental Hospital. Since he had cleared the first stage, the timeline must have automatically advanced to the second, and having died due to silicone once, Fang Xiu was determined not to repeat that mistake. Zhao Hao asked if Brother Xiu was leaving after just a touch, but since she was filled with silicone, there wasn't enough meat to stall the ghost. It was all silicone, which explained why she was so well endowed, but as the two ran down the stairs, they suddenly ran into Wang Ziding and his group. "You two nearly scared me to death as I thought the ghost had caught up, but why are you all moving so slowly, or is it just me? We have descended at least 20 floors already, and yet the building seems endless, so it is actually quite strange that you two managed to catch up so quickly. 20 floors is impossible since Fang Xiu and I only ran down 3 before finding you, but Zhao Hao was told to stop talking nonsense given the dire situation." After threatening to hit him, Wang Ziding's face turned pale as he realized they were likely trapped in a ghost wall phenomenon. "My cousin once mentioned that a ghost's power can induce hallucinations, creating a loop that traps people in circles with no hope of escape. This explained why Fang Xiu caught up so fast while they were running in circles, so he suggested that everyone drop their spare items to mark their path. Finding his logic sound, they discarded various items like lighters, water bottles, cigarettes, and even condoms before heading down to the next floor. As expected, they encountered the same pile of items again, recognizing the lighters and even the money they had just thrown away. They were truly trapped in a loop and feared for their lives, while Fang Xiu remained silent, staring at a condom someone had dropped. My cousin said ordinary people cannot escape this phenomenon, as it requires spiritual perception to see through the illusion. He urged everyone to check if they could awaken their spiritual perception, wondering if their recent brush with death would be enough to trigger it. He hoped to awaken his powers quickly, believing that becoming a spirit master would finally stop his cousin from looking down on him within the family. Unsure of how to proceed, they decided to follow President Wang's lead, while Fang Xiu ignored their fear and continued down the stairs. He recalled that the exit in the mental hospital was to the right, and though he wasn't sure of the specific building's layout, he assumed it would be similar. Believing the layouts were identical, he focused on finding clues rather than praying, while Wang Ziding watched him, baffled by his unwavering composure. Fang Xiu hadn't shown a hint of panic even when facing the ghost, and despite being the closest to it when it appeared, he hadn't immediately fled. Instead, he had pressed himself against the wall to avoid being knocked over, and while most had fled down the stairs, Li Feifei was now nowhere to be seen. Assuming she was dead, Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao headed down as he began feeling along the walls, searching for something from his memory. It didn't take long for him to locate a door, which Wang Ziding also noticed as he followed closely behind them. They felt a surge of hope upon finding the door, and to their relief, Fang Ziu found that the handle turned easily. As the crowd scrambled inside, Zhao Hao asked Fang Ziu why he remained so calm instead of rushing in with the others. While the others fled blindly in terror, he knew that one didn't actually need to outrun the ghost to survive. He only needed to ensure he wasn't the last one in line, which would also give him another chance to touch the nurse's thigh and awaken his spiritual perception. Furthermore, ghosts were known to escape in this mental hospital, and while he had been lucky so far, encountering one now might actually work in his favor. Wang Zidong stopped the fleeing group because two different paths had appeared ahead of them. They were unsure which way to go, so one suggested trying the left path, prompting a sarcastic remark about his intelligence. The other asked why he didn't go himself instead of using him as a test subject, but they both fell silent when Fang Ziu appeared. Wang Zidong anxiously asked Fang Ziu for the way, noting that since he found the door earlier, he must know the exit. He told him to speak up quickly since the ghost was close, but Fang Ziu completely ignored the group's presence. To him, they were merely tools to help him uncover the world's secrets, especially since the ghost nurse was currently invincible. He knew that buying time would require sacrificing lives, and soon the ghost nurse arrived, crawling rapidly along the walls. Everyone began shoving each other to escape, and Wu Dahai, the slowest of them, looked up to see the nurse right above him. He grabbed the shirt of a young man running ahead and threw him backward. The man cursed him before the ghost nurse slit his throat. Wu Dahai sighed in relief and promised to burn incense for Zhao Chen as the ghost nurse began devouring the young man's body. Fang Ziu returned to touch the nurse's leg, and Zhao Hao joined in, complaining that he wasn't invited to touch the girl's leg. Zhao Hao told Brother Ziu to include him next time, noting how smooth and soft the skin felt as they touched it. Fang Ziu wondered if a living woman's leg felt the same, and thought that this shut-in might actually awaken his spirituality. Fang Ziu hoped they could escape the hospital together, and asked Zhao Hao if he was afraid of being killed by the ghost doctor. Zhao Hao replied that waiting for death was worse than dying, and suddenly they both stopped, wondering what lay ahead. Looking in the direction they were heading, it turned out they had wandered into a kitchen, and Zhao Hao wondered if there was anything to eat. He was starving after working overtime and running, while Wang Zidong laughed and told everyone to search for a back door in the cafeteria. He ordered Zhao Hao to find an exit first, promising him a feast and women, but Fang Ziu doubted they would survive to enjoy it. Wu Dahai flattered Wang Zidong, telling him not to mind the kid and promising to find a way out even if he had to dig one himself. Suddenly he spotted something and shouted for no one to move as he rushed toward a door, exclaiming that they were finally saved. He turned the handle and entered only to find another door, while Fang Ziu noted the environment was growing darker as they went deeper. Fang Ziu realized they were heading deeper into the ghost domain, rather than an exit as the unlocked door slowly opened. Wang Zidong and the others were stunned to find themselves in a warehouse, and he cursed in rage at the realization that there was no way out. Fang Ziu realized they were trapped and that he had chosen the wrong path, but it was already too late to turn back. He considered that sacrificing one person might be the only way to allow the others to escape. Yet no one knew how far they had to run or how many sacrifices were needed. Feeling a bit troubled, he decided to move forward. I might as well find that female ghost and die to reset, he thought. Zhao Hao suddenly cried out, "Brother Ziu, if you turn back now, you'll definitely face her." He continued walking resolutely despite the barrage of criticism. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't chosen the wrong path, we wouldn't be trapped here. Why didn't you consult us first? What do we do now?" He felt contempt for the mindless chatter. Blaming him, humans truly were fascinating creatures. Zhao Hao began to fight back, defending him. "You people," he snapped. "Brother Ziu didn't force you. Didn't you follow him voluntarily? You asked for directions and now you blame him. If you're so capable, why didn't you choose yourselves?" Wu Dahai replied with a sneer. "We might not be capable, but at least we don't make reckless decisions like him. If he didn't know the way, he should have consulted us. We trusted him to choose, but who knew he'd just pick at random?" Wu Dahai continued his tirade. "He didn't just betray our trust, he led us straight to our deaths." Zhao Hao gritted his teeth in anger, but Wang Zidong intervened. "Enough, stop arguing. Our priority right now is finding a way to survive." He spoke calmly. "From what I've seen, this entity only attacks one person at a time, followed by a 2 to 3 minute window of safety. So the only solution is to choose someone to lure the entity away, giving the rest of us a chance to live. Meanwhile, he stood by the door, chuckling softly. Wang Ziding suddenly lunged forward and shoved him. If it weren't for you and your spiteful words, we wouldn't be in this mess. That's why it has to be you, Fang Ziu. Zhao Hao panicked, shouting, What are you doing? Let go of Brother Ziu right now. He called for help. Zhao Hao suddenly wrapped his arm around the man's neck threateningly. Let him go. The man began to panic, yelling, Wu Dahai, get over here and help me. Wu Dahai responded from a distance, right away. He lunged forward to restrain Zhao Hao, shouting, Young Master Wang, I've pinned him down. Restrained by the man, Zhao Hao screamed in a rage, Get off me, you damn fat pig! A loud thud echoed as the door slammed shut, followed by strange noises from within. What's going on? Everyone looked around, insisting it wasn't me. I didn't do anything, I didn't see a thing. Zhao Hao stood there dazed. Brother Ziu, Wang Ziding felt a flicker of fear toward him. Are you a human or a ghost? He stood there thinking, I always thought I'd lost interest in humans. Suddenly, he let out a loud laugh. But it turns out humans are far more entertaining than ghosts. As darkness swallowed everything, he added, Thank you all for giving me a reason to care about this world again. Next time. Once you understand the depths of human malice, even an angel will turn into a demon. He spoke coldly. I will make sure to repay you all properly. Fang Ziu's bloodied body lay on the floor. Wang Ziding shouted, Now's our chance. He and the others surged toward the door, desperate to escape while the female ghost devoured him. Run, fast! Zhao Hao wept as he watched the ghost tear into him. Brother Ziu, let me help you. I'll carry you out. The others didn't care if he lived or died, focused only on their own escape. As Wang Ziding fled, Zhao Hao's agonizing cries echoed behind him. He turned back gloatingly, wanting to savor the sight of Fang Ziu's miserable end. Hee. Suddenly he froze, cold sweat pouring down his face. Wang Ziding stared back in disbelief. Zhao Hao was cradling Fang Ziu, sobbing, Brother Ziu, but in Wang Ziding's eyes. His corpse was actually smiling at him, and Wang Ziding could tell what he was saying just by reading his lips. You just wait for me. The scene shifted to him caressing the female ghost's legs. Fang Ziu paused for a moment to evaluate the situation. After regaining his composure, he pulled Zhao Hao away, who was still blushing and happily touching the ghost's legs. Let's go, Zhao Hao looked at him in confusion, but Fang Ziu replied bluntly, it's just silicone. Hearing this, Zhao Hao scratched his head and marveled, no wonder they were so big. Fang Ziu's footsteps were steady in the long corridor until he suddenly accelerated. He sprinted toward the room where Wang Ziding's group was, a sinister look on his face. Hee. Walking down the hallway, Wang Ziding's group suddenly felt an ominous presence. Wang Ziding heard footsteps quickening above him. Terrified, he gasped, The ghost is here. Just as he tried to bolt, Fang Ziu dropped down from above, blocking his path. Wang Ziding stared at him in confusion. Fang Ziu. Ignoring him, he continued on his way. Zhao Hao arrived shortly after and asked curiously, Why are you guys moving so slowly? Another person shouted back, You call this slow? We've run at least 20 floors. I have no idea why this building is so tall. Wang Ziding suddenly seemed to realize something and cried out, It's a ghost wall. It's definitely a ghost wall. My cousin once said that a ghost's power can cause hallucinations, creating a loop that leads people astray. Anyone caught in a ghost wall will just keep. Fang Ziu remained calm due to his extensive experience, counting his steps as 6, 7, and 8, while Wang Ziding couldn't hide his terror of the guiding ghost as the group prepared to descend. Fang Ziu discovered the door and wondered why he had found the exit so quickly if a guiding ghost was truly involved. Seeing him standing still, Zhao Hao urged him to hurry and run, prompting the entire group to head inside. Following behind, Wang Ziding couldn't help but ask if Fang Ziu had awakened his spirituality, but Fang Ziu continued walking in silence. When they reached a fork in the road, Wang Ziding spoke up again, noting that since Fang Ziu found the door instantly, he must know which path to take. He pleaded for Fang Ziu to lead them out, promising a reward from everyone, but Fang Ziu simply stopped and checked his phone. He announced that a specter would appear in 1 minute, leaving Wang Ziding amazed that he even knew the exact timing of its arrival. Wang Ziding concluded that Fang Ziu had truly become a spirit master and offered him 5 million yuan to lead him out of the ghost domain. Just as Wang Ziding expected an agreement, Fang Ziu turned back with a sinister smile and said he had one more thing to do before leaving. Before he could finish, Fang Ziu delivered a sharp kick to his groin that felt like breaking an egg, leaving Wang Ziding screaming in agony. Fang Ziu looked at the man clutching himself and mockingly suggested he keep the 5 million for his medical treatment in the dark corridor. With sweat pouring down his face, a pained Wang Ziding offered more money if that wasn't enough, while Fang Ziu silently watched him tremble. Fang Ziu gave a cold smile and looked at Wang Ziding as if he were already dead, while Wu Dahai remained unaware of his own impending fate. Wu Dahai pointed at Fang Ziu and demanded to know why he had suddenly kicked the man, while another employee joined in to condemn the cowardly act. Fang Ziu glanced at them and coldly explained that the speed of the specter far exceeded that of any human. He stated that someone would surely die in a minute, and since Wang Ziding could no longer move, he would be the one to perish. He claimed this was his way of saving the others, leaving the group confused as Wu Dahai rubbed his bald head, sensing something was wrong. Zhao Hao nodded in agreement with Fang Ziu's logic, just as a blue light suddenly flashed in Fang Ziu's eyes. He moved swiftly into a kicking stance, and a long, piercing scream immediately echoed through the gloomy hallway. Fang Ziu's foot accurately crushed Wu Dahai's groin, making him cry out in helplessness, while Fang Ziu watched with a sense of satisfaction. Having finally taken his revenge, he muttered that the man should have died long ago as Wu Dahai trembled in silent rage while clutching himself. Unable to endure the intense pain, Wu Dahai foamed at the mouth and fainted, which caused Zhao Hao to look on in alarm. Zhao Hao instinctively protected his own groin out of fear, for despite his respect for Fang Ziu, no one wanted to be hit in such a vulnerable spot. Zhao Hao remarked on how cruel the move was, while a nearby employee looked between Fang Ziu and the unconscious Wu Dahai. The employee questioned Fang Ziu's intentions after he had suddenly incapacitated two people in such a short amount of time. He shouted that if attacking young Master Wang was to save them, then why did he attack Manager Wu, to which Fang Ziu coldly replied it was to have a spare. Zhao Hao gave a thumbs up in praise of Fang Ziu's thoroughness, leaving the other employee at a loss for words. In another corner, a group whispered about Fang Ziu, claiming his actions were morally bankrupt and questioning if he was even human. Fang Ziu heard every word but remained indifferent, his cold face partially hidden by the shadows of the corridor. His voice rang out in the darkness, warning that the right path led to death and they must go left to escape before time ran out. After speaking, he leaned against the wall to wait. The employee looked at Fang Ziu with suspicion, asking why he didn't take the left path if it was safe and wondering if he was using them as bait. Fang Ziu ignored the questioning and simply stated his intent. "I'm waiting to touch the thigh. You have 10 seconds to flee." The employee stood there dazed, confused by the mention of a thigh, until a figure suddenly rushed past like a gust of wind. It was Zhao Hao. With a lecherous grin, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Ziu and asked if there was another opportunity, begging to join him in touching the thigh. As they spoke, the situation grew dire. The female ghost had arrived, crawling along the wall with a frigid gaze fixed on the group. One girl was so terrified she burst into tears, while the quick-witted employee shouted and bolted toward the left. As the two of them vanished into the hallway, Fang Ziu remained standing calmly. Before him lay Wang Ziding and Wu Dahai, both writhing in agony from his strikes to their vitals, unable to escape. The female ghost drew closer. Despite his pathetic state, Wang Ziding desperately pleaded for Fang Ziu to save him, but he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. His eyes bulged as he felt a strange wetness in his crotch. Reaching down to check, he was horrified to find his hand completely drenched in blood. The severe bleeding from his groin signaled that he would never father a child. Trembling violently, Wang Ziding looked at Fang Ziu with eyes full of pure hatred. "You bastard, you're coming to hell with me," he snarled, lunging forward to grab Fang Ziu's leg. But before he could make a move, he was intercepted. Fang Ziu stomped hard on the man's hand, looking down at Wang Ziding with a frigid expression. He knelt down and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere." He continued with eerie calm, "I'm staying right here to watch you die." Suddenly, a pair of hands seized Wang Ziding, making him feel the cold breath of death. He screamed in terror, but the ghost gave him no time to react, snapping his neck at a 90-degree angle. As his life ended, blood sprayed across Fang Ziu's face, who simply noted the sensation. "So this is what revenge tastes like," Fang Ziu remarked, slicking back his hair. With his face masked in blood, he looked like a demon clawing its way out of the abyss. He muttered that it wasn't bad, but then his heart began to race, startling him. Clutching his chest, he felt his pulse quicken and his body tremble, yet a manic, villainous smile spread across his face. "I didn't think my heart could beat this fast," he laughed. Suddenly, the memory of the word husband surfaced in his mind, causing him to pause. He gritted his teeth at the thought of the ghost wife, who had murdered him countless times, whispering that seeing her die by his hand would be a magnificent sight. At that moment, Fang Ziu looked like a complete lunatic. Covered in gore and wearing a cold stare, he focused his attention on touching the monster's thigh. A male colleague watched, unable to find the words to describe the scene, wondering if the man was truly fondling a ghost's leg. Recalling something, Fang Ziu glanced at Zhao Hao, remembering how the younger man had offered to carry him despite being paralyzed with fear. Fang Ziu spoke up, startling Zhao Hao. The sight of Fang Ziu, drenched in blood and wearing a twisted smile while reaching out, was terrifying. "Do you want to join me?" he asked. The two nearby colleagues screamed that he was a ghost and fled, leaving Zhao Hao frozen and stuttering Fang Ziu's name. Hearing himself called a monster made Fang Ziu flinch. He realized that dying 21 times had filled his soul with madness and spite, leaving him feeling cold inside. It felt as though his emotions were numbing and his humanity was slipping away. He looked at Zhao Hao, realizing they were different, and turned back to his task. He didn't bother to intervene. If Zhao Hao was uncomfortable, he wouldn't force the matter. Zhao Hao hesitated, struggling to find the right words. He mentioned that his background was ordinary and his appearance was nothing special. Fang Ziu listened with surprise as the young man continued his explanation. In the sales department, he had been a nobody, and only Fang Ziu had ever truly treated him as a friend. Zhao Hao looked embarrassed as he bared his thoughts. Scratching his face, he spoke with firm conviction, "I trust you." He then looked at Fang Ziu and added that his current appearance was actually quite frightening. "With that blood on your face, you look like you just finished butchering a pig," he said. Fang Ziu remained silent, watching him just as Wang Zidong's head rolled to Zhao Hao's feet. Startled, Zhao Hao jumped back and pressed his hands together in a sincere apology, saying he hadn't meant to offend the young master. "I wasn't calling you a pig," he added sheepishly, yet with a hint of excitement as he reached out to touch the monster's thigh. Fang Ziu felt a sensation as his hand moved. He reached out to touch another spot, his hands moving randomly across the monster's thigh as he narrowed his eyes to focus, while Zhao Hao's face turned bright red. This was the first time he had ever touched a girl's leg, even if it belonged to a monster, so he spoke up to break the awkward silence. "Brother Ziu, why did you choose Wang Zidong and Wu Dahai?" Fang Ziu coldly explained that this demon's speed far exceeded that of any human. To survive, one can only trade human lives for time. Given their status and position, who do you think they would sacrifice? Me, who has a conflict with them, or you, who is always looked down upon? Zhao Hao hurriedly replied, "Me." At that moment, Fang Ziu sensed something strange within his body and signaled for Zhao Hao to be quiet and wait a moment. His eyes widened as he realized something peculiar was happening, asking, "Can you feel the cold currents invading your body?" Zhao Hao remained silent for a while before saying, "I don't." Fang Ziu felt a surge of excitement as the sensation became increasingly clear and powerful. It wasn't an illusion. He felt a current spreading from the crown of his head throughout his entire body, wondering if this was the intrusion of supernatural power. Fang Ziu closed his eyes tightly, his entire being seemingly dissolving into the frigid aura emitted by the monster as he focused and pondered deeply. Previously, the demonic energy was so weak that it couldn't be detected even when touching the thigh, but perhaps it had now reached a certain limit. Suddenly, Fang Ziu had an epiphany, wondering if this was the sign of awakening spirituality, while Zhao Hao was in a state of excessive excitement. He kept shifting positions, his hands wandering over the monster's thigh as he muttered about cold air entering the body, wondering if his posture was just wrong while Fang Ziu watched his indecorous behavior. He could only shake his head in silence until Zhao Hao calculated the time and said, "Brother Ziu, it's almost time. Let's go." Fang Ziu remained calm, stating there was no rush since Wu Dahai was still there, and he felt his spirituality was about to awaken. Wu Dahai's obese frame trembled violently, but he remained unable to move, looking exactly like a fish helpless on a chopping block. Zhao Hao's face lit up at the news, exclaiming that they were saved, but then he suddenly recalled something and asked a question. "But what does awakening spirituality actually feel like? Why can't I feel anything?" Fang Ziu didn't hide anything and seriously explained that despite long exposure to the supernatural, he hadn't faced a life-or-death crisis. "Your mindset hasn't reached the required level to sense it." Just then, the monster moved to Wu Dahai and began performing surgery skillfully, making him scream in agony. Fang Ziu's words left Zhao Hao confused, and despite the blood splattering on his face, he wondered how Fang Ziu had experienced life and death when they were always together. When did he face death? Fang Ziu watched the monster feast on the body and reassured Wu Dahai that his fat would keep him alive for another 5 minutes. He continued touching the monster's thigh, deciding they would stay for 2 or 3 more minutes before spending the same amount of time escaping, and Zhao Hao agreed. Fang Ziu closed his eyes to focus on the cold air creeping from his hand toward his shoulder before it suddenly vanished, surprising him. He pondered deeply, realizing he could feel the supernatural breath entering his body, but he wondered where it had gone and what it meant. Fang Ziu felt the current enveloping his brain and muttered spirituality, as his heart suddenly throbbed and the cold air began pouring into it. He thought that since spirituality was formless, he could control its state. As his heart absorbed the cold energy, it transformed into a sharp silver blade before shattering. The powerful fragments spread through his body, as if tearing his cells apart before reconvening into a brilliant orb of light within his soul. Fang Ziu recognized the shape of a glowing red pearl inside him and gasped as his heart pounded, sensing a profound transformation. His senses of touch, smell, and hearing all became sharper, and he could even sense the monster savoring its delicious meal. He instinctively licked the blood from the corner of his mouth as his brain absorbed the aura, enhancing his thinking, reaction speed, nerves, and physical control. He realized he could unleash the latent power in his muscles at any moment. His eyes filled with shock as the veil was lifted to reveal the true world. After the intense transformations, Fang Ziu realized this was spirituality, clenching his fist and concluding it was a product of the psyche transformed by eerie forces. Immersed in emotion, he stared at his hands, noting his spirituality was only at 1% and required more eerie power to unleash greater mental strength. Fang Ziu tightened his grip and analyzed his new knowledge, realizing a spirit speaker's ability manifests from emotional force, bringing their deepest desires to life. He wondered what his own ability would be, or if it truly represented his greatest longing when a sudden, violent force struck his heart. The agony was so intense it doubled him over, and as the pain worsened, Fang Ziu finally discovered the answer he sought. His power was suffering, allowing him to make others feel every ounce of pain he had endured as images of despair, and weeping filled his mind. Whether it was the physical torment of facing death or twisted psychological trauma, he could now force his enemies to experience it all. This discovery filled Fang Ziu with such excitement that he burst into uncontrollable, boisterous laughter, reveling in the perfection of his new gift. He was deeply satisfied with this power. While nearby, Zhao Hao stammered in shock, asking what was wrong as Fang Ziu remained lost in his joy. Ignoring his surroundings, the smile on his face made him look like a terrifying monster, relishing the thought of making specters share his agony. To him, nothing in the world was more wonderful than this long-awaited desire, his entire being radiating a murderous aura as his eyes gleamed with anticipation. He thought of his hardworking wife back home, wondering if she would be next, and his mood brightened at the prospect of making monsters taste his pain. Closing his eyes and spreading his arms, he felt the energy flowing through him until Zhao Hao interrupted to announce that 2 minutes had passed. Fang Ziu told him to stay back so he could test his spirituality, prompting Zhao Hao to retreat with thumbs up, unable to hide his admiration. Zhao Hao excitedly asked if he had truly become a spirit speaker like Wang Zidong mentioned as Fang Ziu focused and stepped toward the creature. The monster remained preoccupied with its meal, unaware of the danger as Fang Ziu clenched his fist, which was now enveloped in a pale green aura. This single strike contained the agony of dying 21 times, a burden no one could easily endure, as he raised his fist with eyes full of killing intent. Realizing that more deaths meant greater pain, and that this power could be infinitely enhanced, he concentrated the energy into his hand. Pouring all his past suffering into the blow, he shouted that she would be the first to feel it before punching the monster squarely in the face. The impact sent the creature reeling and knocked the scalpel away, leaving it to crawl back up while weeping piteously, much to Fang Ziu's surprise. He evaluated the effectiveness of the strike, but felt disappointed that his spirituality had already depleted by 1% as the aura began to fade. Fang Ziu's heart stirred when he saw the monster continue its meal despite the hit, lunging forward with a threatening crunch as he silently calculated his next move. He realized his punch hadn't caused physical damage, but merely disrupted her spirituality, concluding she wasn't in as much pain as he intended. Knowing he needed to inflict actual wounds on the specter but limited by his fists, he began searching for a more suitable weapon. He wondered if a regular weapon could channel spirituality, while Zhao Hao adjusted his glasses and asked if they were still refusing to run. Looking lecherously at the monster's leg, Zhao Hao crudely suggested touching it more, but Fang Ziyu ignored him to focus on finding a weapon. A flash of silver on the floor caught his eye, and he stared intently at the scalpel lying abandoned on the ground. He let out a laugh, realizing the perfect tool was already there, and reached down to pick up the discarded surgical blade. Upon contact, a chilling aura surged from the knife into his body and heart, forcing him to grit his teeth against the discomfort as visions of corpses appeared. He sensed the scalpel had been used for experiments in the mental hospital, absorbing the resentment of countless specters before he fully accepted its power. Fang Ziyu understood why the female doctor had turned into a specter. Her psyche had been shattered by resentment, transforming her into a true monster. The cold glint from the blade confirmed its power, and Fang Ziyu smiled, wondering if he could use this knife to kill that female doctor. Acting on his thought, he approached the monster and signaled Zhao Hao to move aside while the latter was still preoccupied with fondling the creature's smooth legs. Although he stepped back as requested, he felt a deep sense of regret for only having touched them briefly, yet he did not hesitate further. Fang Ziyu immediately swung the knife, striking the back of the monster's neck, and the sound of metal hitting iron-hard flesh rang out piercingly. Zhao Hao quickly covered his ears and groaned at the unbearable, grating noise, while Fang Ziyu stood frozen, his eyes filled with doubt at this unbelievable outcome. Zhao Hao rushed over to inspect Fang Ziyu's strike, pulling back the collar and exclaiming in surprise that such a sharp knife hadn't left a single mark. He touched the monster's skin again with a look of desire, incessantly praising how smooth and refreshingly cool it felt to the touch. Fang Ziyu stroked his chin in thought, wondering why this surgical knife, capable of killing countless monsters, was proving ineffective now. After reflecting, he realized it was due to spiritual energy. The scalpel required spirituality to activate, and since his was depleted, its power remained dormant. He clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing revenge was currently impossible, and immediately grabbed Zhao Hao by the collar to drag him away. Startled, Zhao Hao cried out as Fang Ziyu pulled him along, shouting that they were running out of time and needed to escape immediately. Once they were far enough, Fang Ziyu stopped and focused his spiritual senses to sharpen his perception, hearing faint sounds and soft breathing in the distance. Realizing someone was there, Fang Ziyu scanned the area and spotted the two colleagues from earlier hiding behind some distant trees. He noted their clever hiding spot while Zhao Hao looked around and asked which of the 4 doors they should choose to take. Zhao Hao was startled as the two figures emerged. The female colleague rejoiced at their safety, while the male colleague impatiently demanded that Fang Ziyu lead the way. Zhao Hao grew furious at their shamelessness after they claimed to have been waiting, and he didn't hesitate to point it out to their faces. He mocked them for running away so fast earlier, and then having the nerve to ask Fang Ziyu for directions, leaving them stung by his blunt words. Both felt ashamed and remained silent, but Fang Ziyu ignored them and after a brief moment of contemplation, prepared to answer. He gave Zhao Hao a brief and simple response, while staring intently at the 4 doors before making his decision. He decided to try them one by one, leaving the other 3 stunned and speechless until the male colleague finally voiced his objection. He argued that they were racing against time and couldn't afford to test every door, but Fang Ziyu remained silent, making the female colleague feel uneasy. She called his name softly, but Fang Ziyu, looking bored, shoved his hands in his pockets and walked ahead, coldly telling them they could follow or stay. Sensing Fang Ziyu's contempt, both were struck by fear just as a loud, sudden noise echoed through the area. A familiar sound approached from above, and as they looked up, the female colleague burst into tears, crying out that the specter was catching up. The male colleague was equally terrified, wondering how it could be so fast when Wang Ziding and Wu Dahai were supposed to be there. Fang Ziyu also noticed the commotion, and realized that stealing her scalpel might have disrupted her established killing rules. Gripping the knife tightly, he hurried toward the door and pushed it open without hesitation, shouting for them to move as he rushed up the stairs. Zhao Hao followed closely behind, and though the other 2 were hesitant, the terrified woman pulled the man along as they both began to run. She screamed for them to wait as the creature approached, while the male colleague, annoyed at being held back, yelled at her to let go. They fled while glancing back at a long-haired entity in a lab coat hovering in the air, its jagged teeth bared. A ghastly voice demanded its property as malice erupted from its form toward the group, trapping all 3 in a shroud of resentment. Trembling at the horrific sight, Zhao Hao suddenly cried out to Fang Ziyu, noticing something lurking right beside him. The specter lunged at Fang Ziu, snarling with a frantic and powerful intensity that radiated pure madness. With a sharp grin and frigid golden eyes, it tackled Fang Ziu to the ground, screaming for its item as he shielded his face from its fangs. Just as the blood-stained maw prepared to tear into Fang Ziu's throat with a twisted smile, a sound echoed, the attempt ended, and he returned to a previous moment. Back when Wu Dahai and Wang Ziding were searching the room, Fang Ziu stood silently behind them until a loud crash rang out. He raised his hand with an enigmatic smile, using an ability that inflicted such pain it left the other two shivering in fear. He had previously retrieved a scalpel from near the ghost, a weapon perfectly suited for carving through countless supernatural entities. Though Fang Ziu had perished from the ghost's bite, he returned to life behind the creature, which turned and stammered about its stolen blade. Fang Ziu focused on the scalpel and urged Zhao Hao to flee, to which the younger man agreed while promising to wait for him. Determined not to fail, Fang Ziu channeled his spiritual power and sprinted toward the north elevator, heading for the 5th floor. As the elevator doors began to close against an approaching light, a hand suddenly jammed the gap, startling Fang Ziu as he pressed the buttons. The hand lunged for his face, ending that loop, and Fang Ziu then tried his luck at the south entrance with his scalpel. It pinned him down again as he watched calmly, just as he had at the north door. Another failure led him to the east entrance. He realized the east door was his final option, fearing that if it failed, he would have to abandon the scalpel he was so reluctant to lose. Fang Ziu pushed inside, analyzing the odds and finding hope despite the fact that the entity's speed far exceeded his own. He planned to use his cycle of death and rebirth to map out her movements, glancing back as he considered his unique advantage. To a certain degree, his resurrection was like foresight, and he moved forward with a clear memory of the layout. He recalled an emergency exit to the left, but a sudden flash of purple light ensnared his neck and decapitated him instantly. After his 9th death, he felt he was closing in on the exit and felt certain he would succeed in the next attempt with the group. Fang Ziu directed them toward the east, leading the way with Zhao Hao, Wu Dahai, and Wang Ziding following close behind. They spotted the ghost crawling toward them from its perch on the wall, prompting Wang Ziding to scream for everyone to run. The group scattered, but the ghost ignored the others to hunt Fang Ziu, causing Zhao Hao to yell in alarm as sharp claws closed in. Fang Ziu narrowly evaded the strike that nearly took his arm, leaving the golden-eyed ghost stunned by his impossible reflexes and contemptuous gaze. The creature stood bewildered by the turn of events while Zhao Hao gasped, and Fang Ziu let out a sinister, mocking laugh. He turned to run, leaving the ghost momentarily speechless before it lunged after him with a murderous roar and bared talons. A barrage of relentless attacks followed, striking from every direction as the entity sought to end his life. He dodged every strike aimed at his back and waist. Within that brief span of time, Fang Ziu repeatedly brushed against death. His physical condition had improved significantly after awakening his spirituality. Watching from the side, Zhao Hao felt a surge of pride as Fang Ziu evaded every one of the demon's strikes, thinking to himself that Fang Ziu was truly formidable. Infuriated by its inability to strike Fang Ziu down, the demon leaped to the ground and crouched low, bracing itself with one hand and one knee as it prepared for its next move. It then lunged forward with its jaws wide as if to swallow him whole, but Fang Ziu leaped away just in time, having already anticipated the path of its attack. He hit the ground hard but immediately pushed off with one hand to spring away. As the demon missed its mark, Fang Ziu maintained a defiant stance, having evaded every strike. The creature turned, radiating a surge of resentment as it let out a low roar, "Die!" Its face turned back, yellow eyes glowing with an eerie light as it hissed, "Die for me?" Fang Ziu stood at the entrance of a long corridor at the end of which sat a single door. He tilted his head slightly in silence. The onlookers were all struck with amazement, and a male colleague wondered aloud what had just taken place. Zhao Hao replied awkwardly that he hadn't seen it clearly either, while a female colleague questioned whether Fang Ziu had managed to escape. The demon continued its relentless pursuit of Fang Ziu, ignoring everyone else nearby. Zhao Hao could only exclaim, "So this is what a spirit master is." Fang Ziu hurried toward the door at the end of the hallway and finally spotted a sign. It was a green placard that read, "Emergency Exit." He thought that if this truly was the way out, they would be saved, but his train of thought was broken by a sound from behind as the demon crawled across the floor. It called out to him in a voice filled with terror, trembling as it backed away. Fang Ziu turned around, baffled by its behavior as it shuddered and said, "No, go away." Fang Ziu wondered why it had stopped its pursuit and if it was actually afraid. Suddenly, the female demon lunged toward Zhao Hao at a dizzying speed. Zhao Hao fell backward as the two behind him spiraled into panic. No one noticed where the female demon had vanished to. Dazed, Zhao Hao adjusted his glasses and muttered, "What was that just now? It felt cold yet soft." The others began to whisper, wondering if she was gone. "Where is Fang Ziu?" Zhao Hao rushed toward him, calling his name repeatedly. "Brother Ziu, are you all right? Why did that female demon suddenly flee?" Fang Ziu calmly replied that he was fine. He surveyed his surroundings and deduced that, according to common logic, this path should lead to the exit of survival. Fang Ziu's gaze was resolute, yet he added, "However," Zhao Hao asked in confusion, "However what?" Fang Ziu didn't respond, choosing instead to analyze the situation silently. The female doctor spotted the sign and immediately ran toward it. As the green neon light of the exit sign flickered to life, Fang Ziu turned his gaze in that direction. It appeared that this was not actually an exit. Through the glass, one could only see an endless darkness harboring an existence that had terrified the female demon. The door grew increasingly ominous, with nothing but darkness behind it like the entrance to an abyss. The girl cried out in excitement, "The emergency exit!" The young man behind them impatiently asked Fang Ziu, "Why aren't you moving? Is there something wrong with this path?" Fang Ziu frowned slightly, turned his head, and said, "We'll rest for a moment before moving on." Zhao Hao agreed and sat down behind Fang Ziu with a sigh, saying that a short rest was fine since they had been running for dozens of minutes. Hearing this, the other two also sat down to recover. The girl let out a soft sigh of relief, while the young man remarked that he never expected to encounter a ghost in his lifetime. Fang Ziu closed his eyes, trying to steady himself, but he snapped them open again almost immediately. He stood up, drawing confused looks from the other three. Without offering an explanation, Fang Ziu simply said calmly, "Let's move." He leaned against the wall, tracing it as he scouted the surroundings step by step, while the group followed silently behind. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie, making the three followers feel uneasy as Fang Ziu kept a watchful eye. Finding the path ahead seemingly clear, a rusted iron door appeared before them. Through the gap in the door, nothing but a profound darkness could be seen. The door let out a sharp creak as a sudden blue light flared up. Fang Ziu cautiously reached his hand toward the door to investigate. However, he stopped abruptly, his hand less than a span away from the surface. Standing before the door, Fang Ziu couldn't help but feel uncertain about what he was about to encounter. Could the true danger be lurking behind this very door? He gave it a gentle push, and a plume of white smoke drifted out through the opening. Zhao Hao stepped forward and asked, "Brother Ziu, is there really a way through here? Won't it be dangerous?" Fang Ziu replied decisively, "Even if there is danger, we must proceed." After speaking, he stepped forward, and as Fang Ziu entered, the space inside shifted instantly, causing him to stop with a grim expression. Darkness enveloped Fang Ziu like a massive shroud, and he realized it was so pitch black that he couldn't see anything at all. The strangest thing was the eerie silence. No matter how loudly Fang Ziu shouted, he couldn't hear his own voice, so he eventually gave up. He calmed himself and thought carefully as the darkness swallowed every path, leading Fang Ziu to instinctively decide he had to keep moving forward. He set off, repeatedly telling himself to move forward as he ventured deeper into the absolute darkness. The path seemed endless as he stared ahead with resolve, until a flickering light appeared and the surroundings gradually materialized before Fang Ziu. He stood at the entrance of an unfamiliar area and looked up doubtfully at a glass sign reading Bailiu Library, frozen by the bizarre scene. A blood-red sky hung over the horizon like a haunting shroud, leaving Fang Ziu stunned as he wondered if he had truly escaped. Moments later, his companions emerged one by one, looking utterly exhausted, while Zhao Hao cried out in joy. "This is great, Brother Ziu. We survived and escaped that dangerous place," Zhao Hao exclaimed, while the girl behind them asked if they were truly free. She watched in confusion as Fang Ziu rushed ahead, but he had no time to explain and only urged them to leave the area immediately. Still confused, Zhao Hao called out softly to him, but Fang Ziu replied by telling them to run in case the monstrosities inside pursued them. Fang Ziu scanned his surroundings with a grim, bewildered expression, wondering where they were before suddenly realizing that Qingshan Mental Hospital had vanished. He covered his mouth in anxiety, wondering why only Bailiu Library remained and why they faced no danger, questioning if that nurse was restricted. Perhaps she couldn't leave the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao scratched his head in confusion, complaining about his exhaustion and suggesting they go home to rest. He even mentioned taking a day off before turning to leave for work tomorrow, prompting Fang Ziu to skeptically repeat the words, "Go home," and go to work. "Haven't you noticed the problem? Going home tonight, going to work tomorrow." He suddenly caught the crux of the issue and entered a defensive stance, looking at Zhao Hao before backing away. He muttered that everything was gone as his pace quickened into a panicked run, gritting his teeth and turning away with a heart full of unease. Zhao Hao shouted from behind, asking what he was looking for and what was missing, but Fang Ziu remained resolute in his mindset. It wasn't right. The dim lights of Huil City were eerily quiet, and that silence was something Fang Ziu simply could not accept. He searched frantically in a state of panic, realizing with dread that they were gone, though he could accept his own inexplicable flight. He could even accept the disappearance of the mental hospital, but then Zhao Hao caught up and anxiously asked what he was doing. Warning that going back was dangerous, Zhao Hao watched as Fang Ziu remained silent, unable to reconcile with the strange disappearance he saw while looking at his friend. Standing in the middle of the road amidst passing traffic, Fang Ziu's mind raced with the thought that since they had vanished, he had no way to get revenge. As luxury cars sped by with their lights shining on him, Fang Ziu's mind held only one thought: revenge, specifically against his beloved wife, as he gestured and vowed she would die by his hand. Fang Ziu's eyes darkened with obsession, thinking his wife must be waiting for him at home, before he hailed a taxi while the driver looked at him suspiciously. He kept his head down and muttered nonsense while trembling uncontrollably, insisting that they couldn't just disappear. At the very least, his wife absolutely could not be gone. Falling into a pit of despair, his only thought was that she must not leave. Soon the car stopped at a residential complex, and the driver mentioned the fare, but Fang Ziu was already staring intently at the alleyway. He suddenly dashed into the alley before the driver could react, leaving the man to shout after him about the unpaid fare. Fang Ziu had reached the stairwell and sprinted toward his apartment with all his might, thinking that anyone in this world could vanish. Upon reaching home, he threw the door open and shouted for his wife, but only silence greeted him, confirming she was the only one who mattered. The reality was immutable, causing Fang Ziu to tremble uncontrollably as he collapsed to the floor, his heart sinking into a dark abyss. Unable to accept the truth, he muttered that she could kill him 18 times, but he couldn't live without her, then stood unsteadily, wondering how to go on. Looking utterly lost, he wandered aimlessly, having died dozens of times and suffered through the torments of his wife and that female doctor. His hatred for them was the only thing fueling his survival. Leaning against a wall with vacant eyes, he swore to make them suffer before noticing the morning sun. He rose mechanically, but the strange occurrences had ceased, leaving his heart filled with a resentment he didn't know how to release. Fang Ziu seemed to have lost his will to live, finding no joy in anything as he repeatedly questioned the purpose of his continued existence. Suddenly, his phone rang with Zhao Rishan on the other end, his voice frantic as he asked if he had seen the latest news. The Ba Liu library had burned down at 7:49 the previous night, a revelation that caused Fang Ziu to snap out of his daze and sit up abruptly. He stared at the detailed report of the fire on his screen and let out a delighted laugh, marveling at the sheer impossibility of his own resurrection. This wasn't over yet. Perhaps they were just playing hide and seek, or maybe this entire world was nothing more than an illusion they had conjured. With a twisted smile, he softly called out for his wife and gritted his teeth, declaring that he would be able to see her once again. Just then, a message from Wu Dahai appeared asking why he wasn't at work, followed by a barrage of furious texts from the capitalist. Fang Ziu read the lines and laughed while clutching his forehead, finding it amusing that Wu Dahai was still demanding he work despite being dead. The messages began to appear in a bizarre fashion as Wu Dahai warned that silence wouldn't hide his location, and the screen turned dark with threats. Crimson fluid began to seep out and spread across the screen after the warning appeared, eventually flying out into the air. The red mass spoke, claiming it had found Fang Ziu, before transforming into a grotesque eye that emitted an eerie, haunting sound. It ordered him to report to work immediately, to which Fang Ziu replied while gripping his phone that he would go, provided the entity didn't break his device. The red fluid shrieked in annoyance before vanishing from his palm within 90 seconds, leaving Fang Ziu to wonder if it was just a hallucination. Finding the situation increasingly intriguing, he decided to see what the man wanted and eventually brought his bicycle to a halt. He gazed pensively at the large building before him, which was now nothing but a pile of charred debris from the previous night's fire. Stepping past the cordon, he remarked on the intensity of the blaze while noting that the scent of smoke still lingered heavily in the air. Those who had been with him the night before were present, including the deceased Fei Fei, who ran toward him excitedly to greet him. His first instinct was to check the silicone breasts that the monster couldn't bite through, asking if they were real, which made her act shy. After a brief squeeze, he expressed his disappointment and headed upstairs, where he was met by a hurried Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao asked if he had also been forced to come in, but Fang Xiu calmly replied that he enjoyed working before asking for Wu Dai. Zhao Hao pointed toward the office, where a group of specters were surprisingly focused on their professional duties. Fang Xiu analyzed the scene, remembering that they should be dead, yet here they were living well, making him wonder what the truth really was. Inside the manager's office, Wu Dai pointed an angry finger and shouted, demanding to know why he was late and why he hadn't replied to the group. Only concerned with whether his commission had been paid, Dahai slammed the table in a rage as a sharp crack echoed, shouting, "How do you have the nerve to demand a commission from me?" With this kind of work attitude, Fang Xiu interrupted Dahai once again, his tone icy as he said, "Even in death, you are still utterly loathsome." Hearing that, Dahai's brows furrowed deeply as he pointed a finger at Fang Xiu and shouted in fury, "What did you say? Who's dead?" While outside, several curious onlookers peered in, wondering if he even knew how to speak. "I'm still very much alive." Fang Xiu didn't want to hear another word and threw a punch straight at Dahai, leaving the man turning purple as his eyes bulged and he coughed violently. Fang Xiu's eyes burned with hatred as he looked at Dahai lying motionless and disheveled on the floor. He pulled out a sharp knife and asked in a low voice, "Are you dead now?" But then he suddenly sensed something strange behind him. Every employee in the office stood up simultaneously. He walked over and waved his hand in front of Zhao Hao, but received only the response of a soulless corpse before Zhao Hao transformed into a demonic creature with tentacles lashing out at Fang Xiu. He remained calm and unsurprised, asking, "So you want to transform now?" As he casually pointed his knife toward it before decisively charging forward, declaring that he had to put an end to this. His knife glided through the air with light yet precise strokes, slicing the monster into pieces until it lost its balance and collapsed to the floor, prompting an impatient Fang Xiu to ask if it had played enough. "If you're done, then come out," he said as the scene suddenly shifted, the office workers sinking into darkness while the architecture crumbled into the void, leading Fang Xiu to remark that, as expected, this was all just a dreamscape created by the anomalies. As the surroundings returned to reality, Fang Xiu was the first to wake up while the others were still struggling within their dreams, crying out in terror despite his initial confidence. But then he gradually lost his strength and was pulled back into the dreamscape, stumbling around as his limbs grew weak, muttering that this dreamscape magic was making his head spin. He clutched his head, yet his voice remained sharp as he noted that this must be its power, observing the bizarre form of the monster responsible for all this chaos. Its lower half was a cluster of fused skulls, while its upper body consisted of a single blood-red eye, its smoky form drifting everywhere as it listened to Fang Xiu's words. It remained silent for a moment before shouting in anger, wondering in surprise how he could possibly know this, and how he was able to see through the dreamscape. Fang Xiu maintained his composure as he replied that it understood humans well, which was why its dreamscapes were so realistic, but unfortunately, it still didn't understand everything. When its hand touched him, Fang Xiu felt a strange softness, while the monster grew both frantic and enraged, incessantly muttering under its breath. "That sensation? Why do you have no fear?" It hissed, but Fang Xiu remained calm and slowly remarked that it seemed the creature relied on fear to kill its victims. "No wonder the names on that list, whether dead or resurrected, all called for me," Fang Xiu said as he stepped forward toward it with a mocking expression. "Having to work even after death is truly terrifying," he said, expressing his gratitude with blatant contempt, adding that it was thanks to the creature's attempts to scare him with these horrors. "You've reignited my hope for survival and helped me find a way out of this illusion," he noted, but as Fang Xiu approached, the monster quickly went into hiding. It left him alone before an empty doorway, now reduced to nothing but a pair of blood-red eyes followed by black smoke wherever it went, offering no further provocation. It didn't even bother to taunt him, only saying coldly, "A human without fear. I shall remember you," as Fang Xiu pulled a small but sharp knife from his pocket. He advanced slowly, pondering that it was this dream-controlling anomaly that had made the female doctor flee. If he guessed correctly, the scalpel-wielding doctor was the weakest type of anomaly in this mental asylum as he glanced toward the corner of the hallway. He saw Zhao Hao trembling in agony, his mouth filled with saliva as he let out savage groans, prompting him to reach out and check if the man was still breathing. With his mind still hazy, he concluded that this anomaly was certainly formed from actual human experiences. It was one of the things that had escaped from the patient wards, possessing unique abilities and traits. Fang Ziu recalled Zhao Hao's promise to take him away. Then he suddenly pressed the knife to his own neck and slashed deep, letting the blood spray out. The scene shifted to the emergency exit where several people followed him in search of a way out. Upon seeing the gate marked exit, they cheered joyfully at the sight of the escape route. Meanwhile, Fang Ziu was still calculating every step in his head, reasoning that if there was an anomaly capable of controlling dreams, the best course of action was to never fall asleep. Fang Ziu boldly threw the door open and gave orders to those following behind him. They believed they had escaped danger, but in reality, they had merely transitioned from one dreamscape into another. They were now at the Ba Liu Library on Lin Yin Road, and as he observed the surroundings, Fang Ziu quickly realized the truth. There was no anomaly world here, only yet another dreamscape. Without a moment's delay, Fang Ziu drew the sharp blade he had readied beforehand, and the group immediately retreated to the initial emergency exit. Lost in thought, he understood there was no avoiding these recurring dreamscapes. The only way to survive this trial was for Zhao Hao to master his own terror. Fang Ziu suddenly revealed a terrifying truth that startled everyone. Another supernatural entity lurked within the emergency exit. Zhao Hao, having just regained his composure after Fang Ziu's intervention, asked in disbelief, "What? There's still something here?" To which Fang Ziu calmly responded. Within these illusions, they manufacture countless bizarre scenarios, even tricking us into believing we have escaped danger when it is all merely a fabrication. After speaking, Fang Ziu placed a hand on Zhao Hao's shoulder and gave a stern warning. "Today, you must remember that as long as you conquer your fear, you will surely survive. I am placing all my trust in you. Also, if you encounter Li Feifei within the illusion, try to touch her. The difference between reality and falsehood will be unmistakable." That is the secret to identifying the illusion, yet Zhao Hao remained anxious, stammering that he had never actually tried to touch her before throughout their many descents into the dream world. Fang Ziu had gained invaluable experience, recalling his previous helpless attempts to rouse the others, only for them to ultimately fail at overcoming their own terror. The vision of them writhing on the floor while clutching their throats continued to haunt him, and he could almost feel their agony and tremors echoing in his own mind. Through his investigations, Fang Ziu realized that these dreamscapes were the handiwork of supernatural entities, and that every individual experienced a unique vision. Fang Ziu reached toward the person lying on the ground as a realization struck him. He gripped Rai Tian's cramped, trembling hands and commanded him to smile and focus his thoughts. "Only you can shatter your own dream," Fang Ziu said while shaking Rai Tian, who was also known by the name Zhao Hao. However, the boy continued to shudder and cry out in distress, prompting him to deliver a sharp slap to his face that sent his head spinning. In his desperation, he didn't stop there. Fang Ziu even delivered a merciless kick to Rai Tian's groin, yet the boy continued to shake, seemingly still unconscious as his cramped hands instinctively reached for the source of the pain. Fang Ziu scratched his head in frustration, his mind a tangled mess as he struggled to find a way to wake Rai Tian. Finally, he drew his knife, deciding to attempt one last desperate measure. He raised the blade and plunged it into Rai Tian's thigh, but instead of blood, a plume of black mist escaped the wound. Rai Tian broke into a cold sweat, coughing and stammering a plea for him to stop. The boy immediately lost consciousness, leaving Fang Ziu to stare at him in total helplessness. Despite his best efforts, Rai Tian's condition remained unchanged, causing him to slump down in defeat. Watching him with a heavy heart, he wondered if there was truly no way left to save him before drawing his knife once more for a final attempt. Fortunately, the boy finally awoke and even began chatting cheerfully, saying, "Brother Ziu, let me tell you a secret. I had a dream last night about being pinned down by a ghost, but she was a stunning woman in white wearing soft silk," he said, completely failing to thank Fang Ziu for his efforts. Rai Tian expressed his disappointment, lamenting that he had woken up just as he was about to kiss her. Meanwhile, the group hurried down the corridor until someone spotted an exit sign and shouted, "The emergency exit." From the moment he regained consciousness, Rai Tian talked incessantly like a machine, vowing that he would definitely find himself a woman once they made it out. Fang Ziu glanced back at him as a plan began to form. Although Rai Tian was naturally introverted and fearful, his most defining characteristic was his lecherous nature. His mind was clearly preoccupied with women, a fact so obvious from his expression that it made Fang Ziu sigh in exasperation. He realized that while fear was hard to conquer, a different powerful drive might override that instinct. Fang Ziu immediately commanded Rai Tian to take out his phone and turn the volume to the maximum. When the confused boy asked why, Fang Ziu gave him a knowing look and told him to play his favorite movie, as the scene shifted to Li Feifei acting like a teacher with a ruler in hand. Her attire, however, was rather peculiar. Upon entering, she introduced her private after-school lesson, appearing as an incredibly beautiful and seductive teacher. Zhao Hao stared at her with an embarrassed, blushing face, while Feifei clicked her tongue and told him softly that he had gotten the answer wrong and needed to be a good student. "Accept your punishment," she said, prompting the blushing boy to ask Fang Ziu if he was joking, suggesting they should wait until they escaped before watching such things instead of doing it right here. His face turned bright red with embarrassment after those words, but Fang Ziu remained firm in his decision, even adopting a threatening tone to insist that he was not joking. "This is to save your life, so open it right this instant," he commanded, leaving the boy with no choice but to relent and hurriedly pull out his phone. He timidly opened the video and pressed play, and immediately an image of a girl with glossy, luscious lips appeared, blowing a gentle kiss toward the screen. That girl was Li Feifei, currently dressed in an intellectual style, holding a ruler and gently adjusting her glasses. She commanded him to lie down, stating the answer was wrong and he would be spanked. Fang Ziu pointed at the video, his voice both serious and threatening as he told him to watch closely. "You must immerse yourself as the student in that film to get excited, then ignore everything after entering the illusion, simply closing your eyes to reach the next scene." Although he felt a bit embarrassed with a flushed face, he still agreed, watching as Feifei playfully scolded and slapped her student, asking if it hurt and if he knew his mistake. Even Fang Ziu watched the sensitive footage intently, as Zhao Hao's face grew increasingly red, until he finally reached a breaking point. The scene had reached the part where the student carried the sexy teacher, and seeing his teammate sufficiently stimulated, Fang Ziu confidently ordered him to get ready to leave. "Remember that everything you are about to see is an illusion, so find the flaw in the dream and do not fear death," Fang Ziu said while glancing at him. Still filled with internal doubts, he shook his head and looked forward, yet he ultimately urged everyone to stand up and continue their advance. As he walked, he thought about how he had navigated many dreamscapes and even missed his wife, longing to return home. Fang Ziu felt a silent pity for his two teammates who couldn't overcome the trial, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings while a small spark of hope remained. He hoped Zhao Hao could succeed this time, but suddenly Zhao Hao went silent, let out a few moans, and tore his shirt open to reveal his toned chest. Swaying his head with his tongue out like a madman, he proved that the beautiful weirdness of the video worked, appearing as if he were in a spiritual trance. Fang Ziu witnessed the strangest sight of his life as Zhao Hao began singing and dancing wildly, seemingly having lost his mind, which left him utterly bewildered. Spirituality began to manifest on Zhao Hao's body, causing Fang Ziu to stand frozen in joy, realizing his teammate had finally ignited his spiritual nature. Overwhelmed by a surge of pleasure, Zhao Hao lay on the ground with a face that could not hide his intense bliss and satisfaction. Saliva dripped from his mouth, but a second later he realized the situation, snapping his bloodshot eyes open and screaming Feifei's name. Using his physical strength, Zhao Hao arched his back and kicked off the ground, instantly springing to his feet in one clean, efficient motion. He clenched his hands as if trying to hold onto something and cried out for Feifei not to leave, only to realize that his surroundings had completely changed. Looking confused while Fang Ziu rubbed his head, Zhao Hao asked if this was the emergency exit and if he had successfully made it through. Fang Ziu remained silent with a cold expression, his mind still preoccupied with the worry of being stranded within the dream image. Zhao Hao took a few stumbling steps toward him, calling him Brother Ziu and reaching out his hand to try and touch him for confirmation. Just as he was about to make contact, Fang Ziu coldly brushed his hand aside and mockingly asked if his brain had finally made some progress. He sighed and closed his eyes, revealing the titles of the videos like The Plumber's Revenge, Giant Female Patient X, and The Flight Attendant's Private Service. Zhao Hao's face turned bright red with panic as he lunged forward to cover Fang Ziu's mouth, shouting at him for peeking at his phone. Fang Ziu quickly sidestepped to the left, causing Zhao Hao to lose his balance and fall face first onto two corpses. As Zhao Hao regained his senses, he felt himself pressing against something and let out a soft sound as he struggled to open one eye. A horrific scene lay before him as he saw his two teammates lying dead on the ground in brutal positions, causing him to recoil in terror and scream. Fang Ziu immediately confirmed his fears by stating they hadn't made it, but insisted there was no time left for mourning or fear. Fang Ziu walked to the old wooden door and pushed it open with a loud creak, leading the way as they both stepped through to the next stage. As soon as they entered, a brilliant and blinding light flashed before their eyes. They were transported to a desolate forest where the dark night and eerie silence intensified the unsettling atmosphere. Zhao Hao was consumed by panic, whereas Fang Ziu remained composed, feeling immense relief at finally escaping the dream realm. His face lit up as he glimpsed the starlight, exclaiming that they had made it, yet the surrounding space suddenly began to shift violently. Zhao Hao felt as though he were trapped inside an oil painting filled with bizarre shapes, garish colors, and the image of a massive centipede. Fang Ziu confirmed their escape before turning to ask Zhao Hao if he had awakened his spiritual nature, leaving the latter utterly bewildered. Hearing this, he stared at his hands and realized that back in the illusion, he had experienced a strange sensation akin to a sixth sense. His physical strength had also surged, prompting Fang Ziu to ask which specific ability he had managed to awaken. Zhao Hao tearfully stammered that he felt nothing, yet he clung to Wang Ziding's words that everyone possesses spiritual nature. Fang Ziu suggested it might manifest later, causing Zhao Hao to stop weeping and ask what his own power happened to be. After a brief silence, Fang Ziu nonchalantly revealed that his ability was future prediction, a revelation that left Zhao Hao reeling in shock. He cried out in realization, understanding why Fang Ziu knew which path to take and that the emergency exit was haunted by anomalies. Fang Ziu gazed into the distance with a wandering mind, contemplating that if spirit mediums truly existed in this world, then predicting the future was far more valuable than merely escaping pain, and he intended to grow powerful as quickly as possible. He sought vengeance against those organizations, his body becoming shrouded in a crimson glow as a sinister smile crept across his face. He thought specifically of his beloved wife before they emerged from the forest, and he caught sight of a certain building. Complex emotions swirled within him as he recognized that the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital was actually a piece of the sales department. The dense fog confused him, leading him to wonder if the domain had obscured the landscape after merging with the physical world. As the mist drifted into the area, he realized they were fortunate that the previous dreamscape had lacked the ability to attack. If another domain lay beyond that door, they would be trapped even if they cheated death, so he grimly observed Zhao Hao's reaction. He realized that repeating this 10,000 times would be futile, just as a glowing green object suddenly appeared above his head. The light brushed past Zhao Hao, who noticed nothing, making Fang Ziu wonder why a spirit medium would have no reaction to this world. Since Zhao Hao had already become a spirit medium, his lack of response to their current surroundings seemed increasingly suspicious. When Fang Ziu asked if he noticed anything unusual, Zhao Hao frantically looked around, shouting and searching for any sign of an anomaly. Seeing only the normal glow of the full moon, he was about to tell Fang Ziu he was mistaken when a dark shape suddenly flew by. A shadow resembling a bird passed overhead and dropped several feathers, causing Fang Ziu to frown as he sensed the approaching danger. I suppose I simply mistook those birds for some kind of supernatural anomalies. As soon as Fang Ziu finished speaking, Zhao Hao immediately fell into a state of panic, looking all around, but fortunately he saw nothing. Even though Fang Ziu saw a red-eyed demon with sharp teeth approaching, which raised his suspicions. Could it be that even the spiritual light could not detect this anomaly? Fang Ziu continued to stroke his chin, considering other possibilities. Perhaps Zhao Hao was too weak. He hoped someone else besides himself could see them. Seeing Fang Ziu's deep thought, Zhao Hao didn't know what to do and blamed himself. Zhao Hao appeared normal, but his mind was in turmoil, as if dancing wildly while he clutched his head in anxiety. His own abilities had yet to awaken, while Brother Ziu could already predict the future. He felt envious, yet worried for his friend's struggle. Was his mindset right? He brushed it off and quickly regained his composure, suggesting they leave this cruel place. Fang Ziu moved forward with Zhao Hao following behind. It seemed he had discovered something during his contemplation. Fang Ziu turned with a serious gaze and questioned how Zhao Hao had managed to escape the dreamscape. Zhao Hao was startled and began to stutter. He blurted out whatever came to mind, claiming he simply followed the method Brother Ziu had taught him by not worrying about anything. He just charged in recklessly. Fang Ziu carefully weighed this answer, remembering how the anomaly appeared when he was the sole survivor. In subsequent loops, everyone revived, but he had always killed himself before the anomaly showed up. This time, everyone's dream had ended. Yet the anomaly had not appeared. There was a high probability this guy had done something, so he asked why Zhao Hao was kissing the air in the rain. His secret suddenly exposed. Zhao Hao's face turned bright red as if it might explode, and he jumped up, shouting in disbelief. Fang Ziu didn't hold back and even mentioned the sounds he heard. Zhao Hao reacted immediately to stop the embarrassing revelation. He begged him to stop, feeling utterly humiliated. Seeing his sensitivity, Fang Ziu stopped teasing and offered a comforting word. He claimed it was just a guess that something went wrong during the awakening. Despite the explanation, Zhao Hao still pleaded for secrecy. He made Fang Ziu promise not to tell anyone else. Fang Ziu agreed, and the story continued to unfold. Blushing and unable to look him in the eye, Zhao Hao hesitantly explained that nothing special happened after he entered the illusion. His mind was filled with images of a beautiful teacher giving a lecture, her hand on his shoulder as she leaned in close to seduce him. She whispered in his ear, her breath palpable. Though blushing, he forced his eyes shut to resist the intense temptation, nearly crying from the effort. Then strange sounds occurred as a female doctor, with freezing hands, began to caress and grope his entire body. Shuddering at the thought of being touched by countless hands, he remembered Fang Ziu's advice to shift his focus, prompting Fang Ziu to ask uneasily. "So you took matters into your own hands?" Zhao Hao, still feeling those phantom touches, shouted back in protest. He insisted he was only trying to distract himself as a hand reached for his neck to strangle him. Distract myself, distract myself." Fang Ziu was speechless and chilled by the exaggerated reenactment. That mental classroom was no longer a normal place of learning. It had transformed into a pink-hued room, where a hand glided over Zhao Hao's clothes, before finally interlacing with his fingers. Li Feifei reminded him to pay attention in class. He turned beet red as her hand touched a sensitive spot. No wonder Zhao Hao lost it, repeatedly calling out Li Feifei's name as he stood up, trembling and stuttering in a daze. Li Feifei's seductive figure, leaning on the desk in a black dress and stockings, left Zhao Hao completely enthralled and nursing a nosebleed. Is this a test every man must endure? Zhao Hao stepped forward and pinned Feifei down with all the strength of a true man. That's right, Brother Ziu said he could touch to feel. Despite his hesitation, Zhao Hao decided to touch Feifei's full chest, yet he still couldn't tell. "You really are a lecherous fellow. This is it," Zhao Hao exclaimed in delight. "It's so soft," as he puckered his lips to kiss her. But what he kissed were sharp, jagged teeth like those of a monster, and Zhao Hao froze as he realized the horrifying truth. Li Feifei had turned into a terrifying monster, with a mouth stretching to her ears and sharp fangs protruding, as it asked if he was afraid. Zhao Hao stared in terror, his body stiff and dripping with cold sweat. Now Li Feifei gripped his hands tightly, leaving him completely helpless. The monster opened its maw wide to attack him, and even now, Zhao Hao could not forget that spine-chilling sensation. "I truly thought I was going to die," he confessed. When Fang Ziu asked how he stood up, Zhao Hao explained that dying like that would be a shameful waste. Even if Li Feifei was a monster, he wanted to fulfill his wish before death. With that resolve, he overcame his fear and pinned the creature down. The monster struggled desperately as its buttons were torn off, screaming for him to let go under the bright moonlight as migratory birds soared across the night sky. Fang Ziu covered his face in disappointment. No wonder that Ai didn't appear this time, as it was likely terrified to the core and no longer dared to face anyone. Zhao Hao comforted him, saying what's dead is dead, but a somber Fang Ziu simply told him that he should go home. Fang Ziu decided to leave, saying he would call a car to go sleep and talk later, while Zhao Hao anxiously noted their colleagues were all dead. "We might still encounter more monsters, yet you want to go home and sleep?" Zhao Hao asked, but Fang Ziu countered by asking if he'd rather call the police. Zhao Hao scratched his head, speechless, and finally relented. Fang Ziu explained that someone from an organization would eventually come looking for them. Since monsters and spirit mediums exist, there must be an organization dealing with them, or the world would be in chaos. He then instructed Zhao Hao. "If anyone finds you, say this. The scene shifted to a large apartment complex where Fang Ziu's wife ran out to greet him. "Hubby, you're back. Have you eaten? Shall I make you something?" she asked, but Fang Ziu only nodded coldly without a word. Suddenly, his wife's eyes turned blood red, and he immediately drew his knife to slash her, whispering that she was starting to lose consciousness. Fang Ziu slashed violently while continuously praising her beauty, but he suddenly froze as the surrounding scenery changed completely. In a dark place with only a flickering lamp, Fang Ziu realized he had died without even knowing how, wondering if this was his wife's true power before opening the door. Fang Ziu returned home again and was warmly welcomed by his wife, who asked if he had eaten or wanted something to eat. He pondered deeply, realizing that the gap between different anomalies and between humans remained vast, and that he had not followed the instructions in the director's office. Choosing to search the mental asylum was correct since he was currently weak and lacked knowledge about spirit mediums. Unfamiliar with spirituality, Fang Ziu decided to wait for the relevant organization to contact him and obtain vital information before acting at the Global Investigation Bureau. At the Lu Deng City Spirit Medium Strategic Defense and Logistics Protection Branch, the director was presiding over an emergency meeting, saying, "I'm sure you've all heard by now. 5 hours ago, an anomalous phenomenon appeared at the Ba Lu Library's sales office, and no signs of expansion have been detected yet." In another corner, a female assistant provided information to Director Wang Dihai regarding the surveillance footage from the areas surrounding the Ba Lu Library. Internal surveillance lost its signal due to the intrusion of anomalous energy, resulting in data loss, and these two individuals are the lucky survivors who made it out. The more handsome one is Fang Ziu, while the rather naive-looking one is Zhao Hao. They are both employees of the library's sales department. The screen displayed images of two individuals as the assistant continued. Fang Ziu, 20 years old male from Ludeng City, an orphan who graduated last year. Investigations show they were ordinary people with nothing unusual about them before entering. Dahai pondered this and asked, "What do you think?" A man in glasses smirked arrogantly. "Even commoners can survive. Escaping a D-rank danger zone is simple. Just send a few people in." Suddenly, someone interrupted. "I disagree." It was investigator Shen Lingsu speaking with a serious expression. Looking at the surveillance of Fang Ziu, his gaze isn't that of a mere survivor. He doesn't seem ordinary at all. Shen Lingsu's assistant. Li Wenji agreed, noting that even if they were normal before, it's possible they awakened as spirit masters after entering the danger zone. The man in glasses pointed provocatively. Any new spirit master who just found their spirituality could survive that. It's only C rank. Just send someone to gather data. Don't be so quick to judge what you haven't experienced. They might have just been lucky. Newly awakened spirit masters rely entirely on luck to survive. The danger is real. But before she could finish, Dahai slammed his hand on the table and shouted authoritatively, "Quiet, all of you!" He then pointed at her and ordered, "Shen Lingsu. Tomorrow, take Li Wenji to approach them. Determine if they have awakened their powers and assess their level of spiritual interference. If necessary, bring them back to the bureau." Shen Lingsu stood up and replied seriously, "Yes, Director Wang." The next day at an apartment complex, Fang Ziu's phone suddenly rang. He quickly grabbed it while his wife clung to him coquettishly. "Hubby, ignore it. Come back to sleep with me." Fang Ziu answered coldly, "Speak." On the other end, Zhao Hao replied excitedly, "Brother Ziu, I've discovered my ability." Zhao Hao laughed as if he had won the lottery. "You'll be shocked when I tell you. I couldn't feel it yesterday because it only activates after 11 p.m. Furthermore, it appears at that time and lasts for an hour." Hearing this, Fang Ziu sat up abruptly. "So what exactly is your ability?" Zhao Hao continued, "Brother Ziu, I told you not to be shocked. While predicting the future is powerful, mine is the strength every man desires." Fang Ziu had a hunch and grew impatient. "Just get to the point." Zhao Hao excitedly went on, "I tested it for a long time last night. It's simply, cough, cough, asterisk." Fang Ziu decisively hung up. He sighed helplessly and rubbed his temples to calm down, but Zhao Hao wouldn't give up and called again. Fang Ziu answered, irritated. "If you waste any more of my time, I'll block you." Zhao Hao quickly replied, "Fine, my ability is that after 11 p.m. I become more handsome, my physical stats soar, and my muscles bulge." Fang Ziu replied flatly, "Is that all? I'm hanging up." Zhao Hao hurriedly added, wait, I'm not done yet, the best part is still to come. The physical boost is just secondary. What really increases is..." Fang Ziu's wife chimed in from beside him, "Hubby, your kidneys are so strong." A moment later, amidst the sound of running water, Zhao Hao shouted proudly, "Sexual prowess!" Fang Ziu was incredibly annoyed by such a ridiculous ability. With his seductive wife teasing him right there, he felt a surge of frustration. "Hubby, see you tomorrow. Remember to add this to your library and check for updates," Zhao Hao continued to boast. Boasting about his power, he said, "Brother Ziu, you can't imagine how strong I am. Yesterday was just a test. I'm bigger and more refined now. I can lift 100 pounds with it." Fang Ziu didn't let him finish. He decisively hung up and placed the phone on the table with a blank expression. Afterward, he began preparing breakfast, his mind filled with thoughts. He told himself he should have realized sooner that a spirit master's power reflects their inner psyche. It manifests from one's deepest desires and only erupts after 11 p.m. each night. During the day, he would just lie in bed, wondering what he needed to do to awaken his own power. After finishing breakfast, Fang Ziu set it on the table and continued to ponder. He hadn't expected Zhao Hao to awaken such a potent ability, nor had he expected it to be so absurd. Becoming more handsome. Gaining more muscle and enhanced performance? Isn't that just becoming an incubus? He sighed at the thought. The scene shifted to a luxury car driving down the road. A pair of seductive legs stepped out of the vehicle. It was Lingsu who coldly asked her assistant, "Are we monitoring their phones yet?" Wenji immediately replied. Judging by their conversation, they were ordinary people who became spirit controllers after awakening their spirituality during the library incident. Wenji replied awkwardly that while Fang Ziu's ability wasn't mentioned over the phone, their discussion suggested it was quite formidable. As for Zhao Hao, he claimed that after 11 p.m. he becomes more handsome, and his physical attributes surge as muscles appear, primarily granting him enhanced strength. Ling Zhu scoffed at that, her sharp eyes fixed on him as she remarked his power was only fit for a crow as they approached Fang Ziu's home. She mentioned they might recruit him after a spiritual test if he was strong, but Zhao Hao was unnecessary and only needed monitoring. This was to prevent him from using his powers for mischief. When Jai agreed, while inside Fang Ziu's house, the tension rose. His seductive wife sat opposite him and asked if he could see her, but Fang Ziu remained focused on the television news. He felt restless, wondering why there was no news of the accident or if the special organization's power was simply too overwhelming when he heard footsteps. Ignoring his wife's whining from the library room, he focused on the footsteps outside that stopped right in front of his door as he checked the peephole. Fang Ziu observed the two people outside, musing that specters could not affect reality if they were not being perceived, confirming they were human. Wen Jai knocked and asked if Fang Ziu was home before introducing them with a business card as members of the Bureau. He introduced them as members of the Logistics Protection and Offensive Defensive Bureau, to which Fang Ziu noted they arrived quickly. His wife hovered over him, asking if she should serve the guests water, but Fang Ziu noticed the visitors seemingly couldn't see her as Ling Zhu spoke sternly. Ling Zhu noted that he knew they were coming, and after entering the house, they began to observe Fang Ziu curiously. Fang Ziu found it strange that they ignored his wife entirely, much like how he was currently pretending not to see her. He wondered if perceiving specters was a unique trait of spirit controllers, and decided to gather information to test this theory. Fang Ziu ignored his wife's words as Li Wenhao spoke up calmly, introducing Shen Ling Zhu as the investigator and himself as her assistant. "We are from the Logistics Protection and Offensive Defensive Bureau, specializing in global spectral investigations," as Fang Ziu studied her with an evaluating gaze. With her determined expression, she seemed perfectly suited for her role and asked if he had ever heard of the Bureau. Fang Ziu calmly replied that he hadn't, but reasoned that a hidden force must exist to maintain order if specters were real. Ling Zhu smiled, impressed that he could remain so calm and analytical after experiencing such spectral events. She relaxed her posture and explained that the Bureau was recruiting spirit controllers for a special unit to deal with specters. They had come to investigate the Ba Liu Library incident and evaluate him, but Fang Ziu remained silent and indifferent. His wife whispered jealously, asking why he was looking at the visitor, but Fang Ziu was thinking of the look on her face when she died. Recalling the expression she wore in that moment, he let out a delighted laugh, thinking it would be truly captivating before Ling Zhu spoke again. She asked him for information regarding the Ba Liu Library domain, but Fang Ziu moved to another chair and said he had questions first, which incensed Ling Zhu. As Wen Jai's colleague, she sensed the danger and growled at him, but Wen Jai urged investigator Shen to stay calm as Fang Ziu continued. Through his spiritual perception, he noted that Investigator Shen was a spirit controller while Assistant Li was not, observing the pairing of the two. The two visitors began to lose their composure as Fang Ziu mocked them, suggesting the Bureau paired them to keep the eccentric spirit controllers under surveillance. Ling Zhu trembled with rage at his provocation, but Wen Jai quickly intervened and urged Mr. Fang to ask his questions. "Don't provoke Investigator Shen. If she loses her temper, I won't be able to save you, and I still have to write the reports to the director for her." Fang Ziu shifted to the main topic, his voice dropping as he pointed toward the specter standing behind his wife and asked what it actually was. "This is what most survivors of the strange realm want to know. What are specters, where do they come from, and what is their purpose?" The Investigation Bureau provided an initial definition: a distorted spiritual entity carrying its own source of pollution, like a specter with bloodshot eyes. One had terrifyingly bloody teeth, while another took the mangled form of a woman. They exist in various forms, from flesh and blood to spiritual bodies or even mere concepts. Inside a room were many bizarre specters. One resembled a ball filled with giant eyes, another looked like a lizard, and one was like a boogeyman. Recalling the monster impersonating his wife, specters often appear suddenly without following any rules, harboring a deep hatred for humanity and a tendency toward cannibalism. In an instant, the beautiful woman transformed into a monster with sharp fangs that tore through human arms. More accurately, they consume human souls or absorb mental energy to grow stronger, with each specter acting as a source of radioactive pollution, constantly emitting strange energy. Their strange aura can seize human souls, inciting negative emotions and distorting the mind. Wen Jai adjusted his glasses, looking slightly awkward while discussing the Spirit Master's power, a product of a soul stimulated by specter pollution. Shen Lingsu sat nearby, her whole body trembling despite not understanding what was happening. The second question: how are the abilities of Spirit Masters ranked? He seemed flustered while answering, shifting around as if trying to find the right words, noting that Mr. Fang seemed to already know something about Spirit Masters, while an impatient Lingsu trembled beside him. The air around her grew gloomy, reflecting her unease, as Wen Jai took out a pen and paper to note down the ranks and answer the question. He explained that a Spirit Master's power is ranked based on the percentage of their spirituality that has been awakened, while the wife behind them watched curiously. As she looked at what he wrote, she appeared very interested, her expression becoming more unrestrained as she suggestively licked her lips, noting the many types of Spirit Masters. She spoke in a soft voice and giggled, while Wen Jai continued to explain that spirituality is typically awakened between 1% and 20%. For instance, a new Spirit Master like Mr. Fang is considered level 1, and their power increases gradually as their spirituality grows. An awakening between 21% and 40% corresponds to a level 2 Spirit Master, and once the energy reaches a certain strength, a qualitative change occurs. An awakening between 41% and 60% marks a level 3 Spirit Master, though at my current rank, I cannot know the specifics of their abilities. His silhouette emitted a magical glow as he walked aimlessly, his long shadow trailing behind him as he moved forward with a lonely back. According to the classification, there are also levels 4 and 5, but this information is top secret. The higher the rank, the harder it is to awaken spirituality. Consequently, there are fewer people at those levels. After understanding the ranks, he nodded and asked what would happen at 100% spirituality. Wen Jai looked at him seriously and replied that as far as he knew, no one in the world had reached 100%, and even level 5 individuals only existed in theory. He further explained that leveling up was extremely difficult, as awakening more spirituality meant facing more powerful specters and constantly hovering between life and death. However, the mortality rate for Spirit Masters also increases with rank. Pushing up his glasses with a dangerous look, he added that Spirit Masters and specters are opposing yet mutually dependent forces. The stronger the specter, the greater the chance for a Spirit Master to grow powerful, yet current records show that even high-level specters aren't enough to create the ultimate Spirit Master. Tired of Wen Jai's long-windedness, he stopped him to ask a third question while Lingsu sat by, listening to them go back and forth. Having lost all patience, her body radiated a crushing pressure, and veins popped on her face from anger. Unable to take it, she shouted that she had no energy left for such stupid questions. Li Wenhao gave him the web address for the Global Spectre Forum to research on his own, saying everything he wanted to know was there. then tossed a notebook to Wen Jai, who caught it immediately. He replied obediently, and before leaving, Lingsu turned back to look at him with a warning gaze, saying she was reminding him out of kindness. This is a global secret forum free from any investigation's oversight. It's best not to accept packages from strangers. She narrowed her eyes, her amber pupils standing out sharply against her blonde hair as she sternly demanded every detail about the library's anomalies, warning him of the consequences should he lie. The pressure radiating from Ling Zhu was truly terrifying, yet he remained unfazed and firmly stated that he had one final question. Witnessing his defiance, Wen Jai could only sputter, "You," in rage without being able to do anything, yet he paid her no mind at all. Pointing at the woman behind him, he coldly asked if they saw his wife, a claim that filled the woman with such indescribable joy that her eyes seemed clouded by blind love. She clutched her face as hearts practically radiated from her body while she sweetly called him husband, a revelation that left Shen Ling Zhu completely stunned. Dazed by his sudden and firm inquiry about his wife, they watched as Fang Ziu remained perfectly composed, acting as if she truly were his spouse. He seemed intent on making Li when Jai believed this was the truth, though she naturally refused to accept his words without questioning them first. "What are you talking about? Your records show you have no wife or even a girlfriend. How could a single man like you not know your own marital status?" In response to that doubt, the woman played along with Fang Ziu by acting out a scene of marital affection, pressing herself closely against him. Ignoring the stares of those around them, she whispered that she knew he could see her and asked for confirmation. She demanded to know if he was truly blind to her or just pretending, leaving Li Wen Jai and Shen Ling Zhu speechless as they began to doubt the accuracy of their own data. Li Wen Jai turned to her superior, investigator Shen, and noted that ordinary people who recently became spirit mediums usually struggled to maintain their sanity. Noting his eerie calmness despite the hallucinations, Li Wen Jai reported her suspicions of a severe mental breakdown just as Shen Ling Zhu suddenly stood up and shouted at Fang Ziu. She demanded to know if he was playing a joke on them, causing her assistant to drop to her knees in a panicked attempt to restrain her while observing his reaction. Sensing that he wasn't faking and that she had failed, she watched as he turned around to briefly glance at his unwanted wife. When Fang Ziu tenderly called her his wife, the woman froze in shock before trembling with joy, stammering that he had finally acknowledged her presence while Shen Ling Zhu brushed her hair. Smoothing her long, silky hair, she sat back down and irritably told Fang Ziu to speak up if he had no intention of cooperating instead of wasting her time. She was cut short by a bizarre sight as the woman Fang Ziu had introduced, as his wife suddenly began to contort her body with the flexibility of soft taffy. As she coiled her form, she let out a piercing screech like a demonic roar and pointed at herself while calling out to her husband. Her provocative figure would have made anyone blush as she asked if he saw her, but she suddenly transformed into a demon, twisting her head unnaturally to point at the three of them. She erupted into mocking laughter at how amusing humans were, leaving Shen Ling Zhu and Li Wen Jai to cry out in shock, wondering what that creature could be. No longer hiding her true self, the wife revealed her form as a specter, her human teeth sharpening into fangs and her fingernails growing into long, lethal talons. She flicked her long tongue out to threaten them, relishing the thought of devouring a spirit medium again after so long, while Shen Ling Zhu stood there in a mix of rage and confusion. Cursing under her breath, Shen Ling Zhu demanded to know who Fang Ziu really was, while Li Wen Jai was so paralyzed by the sight of a real specter that she couldn't even stand. Fang Ziu laughed triumphantly, asking if they were surprised that his wife was a specter, admitting that even he hadn't seen that coming. He laughed arrogantly, asking if they were only just realizing it, while a terrified Shen Ling Zhu and Li Wen Jai instinctively backed away in confusion. Despite acting as though he had anticipated everything, Fang Ziu was secretly surprised that he had apparently given his wife the correct answer. That interaction had served as a catalyst, pulling his wife from the realm of illusions into reality, prompting Fang Ziu to smile at the success of his plan. He realized that perhaps he was the only one who could see this eerie path, keeping him in a constant state of tension where a single moment of carelessness could lead to his exposure. It would feel like being stabbed by 1,000 knives, and suddenly, Shen Lingsu activates her magic to strike the wife. Shen Lingsu abruptly triggers her spell to launch an attack, charging forward fearlessly as she decisively strikes Fang Ziu's self-proclaimed wife with super thermal flame. Even without being the target, Fang Ziu feels the searing heat from her magic, as the superheated flames make the room's air stifling. Meanwhile, the wife refuses to back down and immediately retaliates, screaming for them to die, while Fang Ziu feels satisfied to finally witness the hot-tempered investigator's true power. This turns out to be Shen Lingsu's true strength, yet despite taking a direct hit from an attack beyond imagination, the wife remains unharmed. Not only is the wife uninjured, but she also possesses the strength to counterattack instantly, leaving Lingsu standing there in a daze. Drenched in cold sweat and stuttering, she cannot believe her opponent is unscathed, her confidence vanishing as she realizes she can no longer control that female demon. Lingsu hastily retracts her magic, grabs her assistant's hand, and they bolt from the deadly room, shouting that the enemy is too strong and they must flee. However, the wife has no intention of letting her escape, waving her hand and chanting a spell to pull them back with a savage voice demanding their death. At this moment, Lingsu is like a timid rabbit trying to outrun a ferocious leopard, desperately urging her companion to run faster. As expected, she eventually fails to escape the wife's relentless pursuit, while Fang Ziu, who hadn't lifted a finger the whole time, now walks calmly toward them. The sound of his shoes hitting the floor heightens the tension before he suddenly rips off Lingsu's shirt, noticing a stylized fox tattoo on her chest and the color of her clothes. He silently notes her preference for pink before proceeding to strip Li Wenji's vest, where he discovers a pink letter. He opens the letter and reads every word intently until the wife suddenly appears and asks what he is doing. She extends her long tongue to lick his face before opening her wide mouth full of jagged teeth, and then everything sinks into the grim darkness once more before he wakes up again. Fang Ziu rushes into his house and turns on the computer to verify the information, realizing that since the investigation bureau exists, he should take advantage of them. Meanwhile, the wife clings to him like a fish to water, refusing to leave and asking if he wants a late-night snack now that he's home. While searching for information, Fang Ziu reflects that it seems impossible to make every specter in the world feel pain by working alone. He must seek external assistance, his fingers flying across the keys as he enters the Global Spectre Forum address provided by Li Wenhao, hoping for useful data. A red notification suddenly flashes on the Global Spectre website with a blinking prompt to click, and Fang Ziu does so without hesitation. Once the action is complete, an image of a terrifying specter with a gaunt face and disheveled hair appears on the screen. Scrolling down the status bar, he notices a long list of locations spanning the globe, including the West, Asia, Japan, Korea, and China. Without a second thought, Fang Ziu quickly selects China as the location, and the specific information he is looking for immediately appears. Everything from basic data on specters, spirit masters, and cursed artifacts to bounty rewards is listed in great detail. Fang Ziu clicks and types relentlessly, believing these records might hide the truth about this world and the reality behind these supernatural phenomena. However, just as he is deeply focused, the wife reappears and transforms into the computer mouse, narcissistically commenting on how fast he is moving. She seems to be enjoying herself, yet his incredible concentration allows him to overcome these physical temptations. Although the information is incomplete, it is far more than what he could find on his own, and suddenly a banner appears inviting users to join. He clicks immediately, but a payment notification for 1 million yuan pops up, making him bitterly realize the capitalistic nature of this website. While cheap documents only cost 10 to 20,000, confidential or vital information can reach hundreds of thousands, causing even the wife to complain incessantly. "So expensive, hubby, can I help you pay?" But Fang Ziu didn't care, as their entire household only had a few hundred yuan. Is this truly the world of spirit masters? He wondered to himself as Fang Ziu repeatedly pressed his hand to his forehead and wiped his face. It seemed he was preparing to use his future sight ability to gather useful information. He could only access the free sections of this forum. Suddenly, something he hadn't even searched for appeared on the screen. A featured post titled, "I have awakened time control abilities," caught his eye. He began to speculate that if others with time-based powers were appearing, then the value of his own future prediction ability would be significantly diminished. 5 minutes later, the screen displayed the full details of the post. At the end of the post was a cute emoji. The author introduced herself as the invincible Sailor Moon. She claimed to have awakened time control, but not like the time-stopping scene in movies. Instead, she called her power time-wasting. By reading the entire announcement, people like him had just wasted 5 minutes of their lives on her. After finishing, Fang Ziu realized with disappointment that it was just a mediocre prank. Is this really all a non-paying user gets to see? Invincible Sailor Moon. Is she playing with me? I'll remember this. The night had grown late, with only a few scattered apartments still showing lights. The scene shifted to the residence of the self-proclaimed Invincible Sailor Moon. She was sneezing repeatedly, perhaps somewhere in the city. Someone was cursing her because of that post. Achoo, who's bad-mouthing me? She wondered. The story then returned to Fang Ziu's empty room. He let out a long sigh. Spending the entire night searching for information only to find nothing useful left him feeling dejected as his eyelids grew heavy. This was the web address the investigator had given him. Perhaps he should look for posts from the government's investigation bureau. With official verification, that information would surely be useful. At dawn the next day, Fang Ziu stretched to shake off his fatigue. After staying up all night, he finally summarized some knowledge about specters and spirit masters. Regardless of their individual power, specters were classified by their danger level. Sitting before the computer, Fang Ziu reviewed images of specter ranks and human defensive measures, ranging from the lowest to the highest levels. They were divided into 5 ranks: S, A, B, C, and D. Abroad, there was a strange type of entity known as an extinction core. Their individual strength was so low that a rank 1 spirit master could destroy them just by following antitoxin protocols. However, they possessed a massive infection range. In an incredibly short time, these specters had wiped out most of the population in major cities. Consequently, they were reclassified as rank A or rank S, belonging to the nation-ender category capable of annihilating an entire country in an instant. The more dangerous they were. The fewer there were, yet their individual power grew exponentially. Thinking of his wife, Fang Ziu pondered the origins of specters, which had been documented in various records. On the forums, people claimed they appeared out of thin air at random, following no discernible pattern. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. Through the computer screen, Fang Ziu saw his wife's reflection. In reality, specters were always around us. He looked away as if he couldn't see them, for under normal circumstances, they remained invisible. Only when certain special factors aligned would they manifest and invade this world. His wife lay on the bed with her legs crossed, her voice sounding gentle as she said, "Good morning, hubby." Fang Ziu recalled the information he had gathered from a night of browsing the forums, yet he hadn't seen anyone mention witnessing an entire street filled with specters. Pushing those thoughts aside, he needed to focus on his top priority, earning more money to grow stronger, which would allow him to access more useful information on the forum. Fang Ziu rummaged through his bag and found plenty of information regarding cursed artifacts. He glanced at the clutter on the table, where various artifacts held the power of specters. Their functions defied imagination. Without a doubt, the scalpel that had cut through countless specters had become tainted, transforming into a cursed artifact. He drew the scalpel, staring intently at it while channeling a bit of spiritual energy. According to the posts, to unleash the full potential of a cursed artifact, one had to not only awaken it, but also use spirituality to strike the artifact's core and establish a connection. A surge of spiritual energy quickly filled the room. He glanced at the clock. It was 5:30 a.m., more than 3 hours before the investigation bureau opened. A powerful flow of spiritual energy poured into the scalpel in his hand. After a quick calculation, he realized he had enough time. Instantly, a stream of black mist slowly emerged from behind him. He could feel the raw fury of the monsters hidden deep within the blade. They bared their sharp little teeth incessantly, and he could feel that aura in his heart. Confident, he wondered if this was merely the despair rank. Fang Ziu gripped the knife and condensed his spiritual energy, commanding the aura to become his own, as the scalpel rapidly absorbed it. The strange energy in the room converged into the knife in Fang Ziu's hand. He watched the absorption with indifference, noting his spirituality had strengthened. His illumination points increased by 2%, proving the scalpel was more than a basic weapon against the supernatural. It now held the power he commanded. As the energy continued to flow into the knife, it also affected Fang Ziu's body. He massaged his arm, stretching while lost in thought. However, this power was too chaotic for his current physique to endure in large amounts, so he decided to wait until he was stronger. The following day, while Fang Ziu was enjoying a meal at home, his phone suddenly rang, the chime signaling an incoming call. He took a sip of water before answering the phone, only to hear an excited voice on the other end shouting, "Brother Ziu, I've figured out my ability." Fang Ziu cut him off before he could finish, calmly identifying it as a divination ability, leaving Zhao Hao stunned and stammering. How did you know? Brother Xiu, did you predict this? Zhao Hao asked, but Fang Xiu simply ate a piece of cake and gave a nonchalant yes in response. Man, that's no fun at all. I thought you were just messing with me, but Brother Xiu, I've already discovered the downside to this power. The flaw is that life won't have any surprises anymore, Zhao Hao lamented, but Fang Xiu calmly interrupted, saying he had to hang up now. I have 2 guests to receive shortly, Fang Xiu added, decisively ending the call despite Zhao Hao's protests. Elsewhere, someone suddenly dropped their headset as Li Wenji sat in a car, drenched in a cold sweat from sheer terror. Shen Lingsu turned to ask what he was doing, and Li Wenji hurriedly replied that he had overheard Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao discussing their powers. That caught Shen Lingsu's attention, and she asked what power could possibly rattle him so much, to which he replied that Zhao Hao possessed divination. Shen Lingsu gave him a disdainful look, doubting it was truly that shocking, even as Li Wenji continued to sweat profusely in his urgency. No, that guy's power doesn't matter. What matters is Fang Xiu. He can actually see into the future, he explained. Shen Lingsu's eyes widened in shock, and fearing she wouldn't believe him, Li Wenji added that Fang Xiu had just mentioned expecting 2 guests. Shen Lingsu was stunned, wondering if those guests were them, but she quickly turned away with a look of disbelief, trying to deny it. She questioned if precognition truly existed, and even if it did, it certainly shouldn't belong to a mere rank 1 spirit master. The stronger the ability, the greater the restrictions. Remember that person we met last week who could manipulate space? Li Wenji continued. He could only teleport 10 centimeters and had to wait an hour for his spirituality to recover, he said, prompting a mocking laugh from Shen Lingsu. Li Wenji scratched his head thoughtfully, noting that as a rookie spirit master, Fang Xiu should logically only be able to predict the immediate future. Yet he predicted our arrival, Shen Lingsu remarked as she stepped out of the car, and rather than standing here speculating. It's better to just ask him directly and see for myself if this precognition of his is genuine, she said with a confident smile. As Shen Lingsu and Li Wenji approached Fang Xiu's room, they found the door to 501 already standing open, as if awaiting their arrival. Seeing this, both of their expressions turned solemn, their bodies tensing as they prepared themselves for whatever might happen next. Shen Lingsu gave a cold snort and stepped inside, only to be struck with amazement at the sight of Fang Xiu calmly preparing 3 cups of tea. Steam rose from the freshly brewed tea as Fang Xiu sat down and picked up a cup, addressing her as Miss Shen, without even glancing at the door. Mr. Li, please have a seat. Shen Lingsu and Li Wenji entered, their gazes filled with wariness as they looked at him. Shen Lingsu stepped forward and sat on the sofa, her voice brimming with curiosity. How do you know our names? And these 3 cups of tea, did you know we were coming? Fang Xiu calmly raised his teacup, took a sip, and then replied unhurriedly. Because my eyes can see the future. Shen Lingsu let out a cold laugh, her face full of skepticism. You can see the future, how do you intend to prove that? Fang Xiu remained unfazed by her question. He calmly replied, both of you are members of the Investigation Bureau. You've come here for 2 reasons. First, to investigate the strange domain at the Baliu Library. Second, to evaluate the abilities of Zhao Hao and myself to see if we are qualified to join the Investigation Bureau. The woman beside him whispered softly. Husband, don't look at her. Can you see me? Fang Xiu simply ignored her. However, his answer didn't make the 2 of them any more convinced. Li Wenji spoke up in a challenging tone. Mr. Fang, this doesn't prove you can predict the future. Our purpose for being here is easy to guess if you had researched the Investigation Bureau beforehand. Fang Xiu appeared dissatisfied with his words. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. Your aura is indeed impressive, but it only serves to mask your insecurity. Li Wenji's confidence faltered. His voice became cautious and he stammered out each word. What is it? Mr. Fang, my reasoning is perfectly logical. Fang Xiu smiled confidently, as if preparing to reveal a secret hidden deep in the man's heart. Then tell me, how many people know about this? In truth, you have always been secretly in love with Shen Lingsu. His words were like an arrow piercing Li Wenji's deepest secret, causing him to jump in shock, his face turning as red as a tomato. Shen Lingsu also looked at him with curiosity. Not stopping there, Fang Xiu continued, You've already written a love letter and placed it in your left breast pocket. Every word hit Li Wenji's weak spot, making him cry out in embarrassment. What? Li Wenji hurriedly covered his left pocket, unable to hide his bashfulness. Shen Lingsu asked curiously, Is that true? The wife sitting beside him also seemed eager to hear more. A secret crush, huh? Fang Ziu didn't stop. He confidently recited the entire contents of the letter. Lingsu, by the time you read this, I will likely be dead, in truth. There has always been something in my heart that I wanted to tell you. Shen Lingsu immediately approached Li Wenji, her hands searching for his left pocket. The left pocket, is it here? Li Wenji blushed and tried to stop her. Investigator Shen, you know me, this Fang Ziu is talking nonsense. I really don't. But his resistance was futile. Shen Lingsu found the letter in his left pocket and immediately pulled it out. Li Wenji's face turned crimson with embarrassment. His soul seemed to leave his body as he repeatedly pleaded, don't read it. Shen Lingsu nonchalantly opened it and read the lines on the paper. She fell into deep thought for a moment before tossing it back to the man beside her. Knowing the contents doesn't mean you can predict the future. After all, this wasn't written in the future, it was written beforehand. Fang Ziu replied in a confident tone. Miss Shen's ability is shadow manipulation, and her measurements are 85, 63, 80. A wife was still clinging to him, asking, Husband, can you guess my measurements? Seeing this, Shen Lingsu became extremely annoyed and slammed the table. My abilities are no secret within the circle of spirit awakeners. Knowing my exact measurements only makes you look like a fraud. Fang Ziu said softly, Miss Shen, you have another secret that no one knows about. Do you really want me to say it? She replied calmly. Go ahead, I have no secrets to hide. The man beside her also looked curious, seemingly waiting to hear Lingsu's secret. He couldn't help but chuckle, then said bluntly, Miss Shen, you are extremely fond of the color pink. I noticed that all your underwear is pink. Even the tattoo on your body is the same. You have a pink tattoo on your skin. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Lingsu stood up abruptly, fuming. This isn't predicting the future at all. This is X-ray vision. You and Zhao Hao are two of a kind, both worthless, he calmly explained. Predicting the future isn't about knowing random events at will. He looked at the furious Lingsu. He continued, Last night, I foresaw that you would come. That's why I expended my spirituality to glimpse into the future during the night. I saw Assistant Li reading his letter and Miss Shen tidying her wardrobe. Her anger suddenly vanished, and she sat down, her face slightly flushed, feeling that Fang Ziu had seen more than just that. After all, that tattoo was in a rather sensitive location. She hesitated. For now, what you've said doesn't essentially prove whether your precognition is real. I'd rather you tell me tonight's winning lottery numbers. Without hesitation, he provided her with a random set of numbers, stating that if he was wrong once the lottery ended, he would take his own life. That would give him enough time to gather more information, though Ling Zhu remained skeptical, asking why he wasn't rich if he truly possessed prophetic powers. He mentioned the butterfly effect and warned her not to use her investigative authority to take any additional actions. When she questioned what would happen if the numbers failed, he cut her off, vowing to end his life if he was wrong, which nearly provoked Ling Zhu into a physical confrontation before a colleague intervened. The man turned to him and asked Mr. Fang to continue explaining the events that transpired within the supernatural domain at the Balliu Library. He stared silently at his teacup before identifying the domain as the Qingshan Mental Hospital, though the man corrected him, stating only the Bureau had the right to name such places. Ignoring the correction, he explained that it appeared suddenly within the library's sales department, trapping everyone inside the mental hospital. He realized that as a level 1 spirit speaker, he only needed to share a selective version of his experience, deciding that revealing the surgical knife would only cause unnecessary trouble. Thinking it best to keep that secret, he began his story, claiming his limited powers only allowed him to use his prophetic ability once during the emergency. He described seeing two paths, one that led him and Zhao Hao to safety after facing a ghost, and another leading towards filled with a terrifying, eerie aura. He estimated there were at least dozens of ghosts in that hospital since a female doctor had hunted him and Zhao Hao, a claim that left the man beside him in shock. Ling Zhu remained unconvinced, questioning if Fang Ziao realized that there had never been a global precedent for such a high concentration of ghosts in one location. She explained that domains usually manifest with a single ghost or through fusion, but ghosts typically devour one another rather than coexist peacefully. She argued that dozens of ghosts couldn't possibly stay in one place, and suggested he had likely seen mere slaves controlled by a single entity. With a slight chuckle, she remarked that his lack of knowledge regarding ghosts must have caused him to mistake their numbers out of fear. He responded mockingly, telling her that someone of her caliber wouldn't understand, and that she should simply report his words to her superiors. He emphasized that survival wasn't hindered by weakness or ignorance, but by arrogance, a statement that left Ling Zhu fuming with rage. As she bristled, the man quickly intervened, thanking Mr. Fang for the report, but insisting he visit the bureau since his prophetic abilities were of great importance. He stood up and agreed to go, and an hour later, the car arrived at a facility where he stepped out followed by Ling Zhu and the other man. The man politely ushered Mr. Fang into a room, while he realized that spirit speakers required specific conditions to actually perceive ghosts. He mused that without those conditions, the Bureau couldn't possibly allow so many ghosts to roam free, his expression turning cold as he stepped inside. He hoped the Supernatural Investigation Bureau wouldn't disappoint him, noting to himself that their main headquarters was actually located underground. The surface structure was merely a facade, and as he walked, a man hurried past him on the phone, irritably declining various solicitations. The man on the phone insisted he was a righteous person, while the investigator guided Mr. Fang further into the facility. Meanwhile, the man on the phone demanded an address be sent to him immediately, as the busy atmosphere of the bureau buzzed around them. Everyone seemed preoccupied with their tasks, and in the rush, one person accidentally collided with a young woman. After a clumsy apology and a brief, awkward exchange, he entered a room and took a seat with an air of confidence. He remarked on how lively the bureau was, prompting Ling Zhu to tell him to wait there while she went to report. She told Li Wenhao to come with her to brief the director, and Wenhao politely asked Mr. Fang to wait for a moment. Once they left, a surge of dark energy enveloped him, as he felt his spiritual perception sharpening under the influence of the surgical knife's power. He used the opportunity to observe, his senses sharpening as he felt the world expand around him, though its boundaries remained out of reach. This investigation bureau held no world-shaking secrets. He watched Shen Lingsu as she mentioned reporting the situation to the director. He had already located the director's office, but then Shen Lingsu noticed something. Li Wenhao turned to look at her and asked what was wrong, wondering if spirit medium Shen sensed something unusual within the bureau. She remained silent for a moment before replying that it was nothing, though he looked on coldly. She was indeed quite perceptive. Inside the director's office, the man expressed his skepticism, asking if he was certain about the boy's ability to predict the future. Aside from those present, the director asked who else knew. Shen Lingsu replied that Zhao Hao, who escaped the supernatural anomaly with Fang Ziyu, also knew. The director set his glass down with a serious tone. Predicting the future was a matter of utmost importance that required absolute secrecy regardless of its validity. He sternly ordered that no information be leaked. He commanded that security measures be applied to Zhao Hao as well, then asked for the winning lottery numbers, which Li Wenhao immediately provided. Staring intently at the numbers, the director mused to himself that whether they won or not, the boy might have already arranged for help in advance. He then instructed Li Wenhao to find full-time supervisors for the 2 letters to ensure tonight's results were completely random. Setting the paper down with a darkening gaze, he muttered that he wanted to see the extent of Fang Ziyu's capabilities. Once Li Wenhao left, the room was quiet. Only Shen Lingsu and the director remained. He curiously asked her, as an experienced spirit medium, for her professional opinion. He asked if she thought the boy was lying. She pondered before answering that if it were a lie, he would have to be an incredibly skilled psychological manipulator. Furthermore, she noted that predicting the future was easily debunked, so he had no reason to deceive them. She brushed her hair back, hesitating. However, she then said something that nearly made him choke on his water. "I feel like he is lying." The director shook his head, saying they would know the truth by tonight. He mentioned the recording where the boy claimed dozens of strange beasts were in Kingshan Mental Hospital. Shen Lingsu chuckled, asking Director Wang if he actually believed him. She claimed such entities had never existed in the world, and as for Fang Ziyu, even if he knew everything, he couldn't have survived an escape. In her view, only 2 supernatural entities existed in the Balyu Library, the ghost physician and the dream-manipulating nightmare. She explained that the Balyu Library was a fixed supernatural domain with a sparse population, ranking its danger at Class D. The director grew solemn, asking about the horror level of the nightmare's dreamscape. Shen Lingsu spoke softly, saying it was only enough to scare ordinary people. She waved it off, noting that if even a coward like Zhao Hao could overcome it with a movie, experienced spirit mediums would be fine. Once its abilities were predicted, she argued it was less dangerous than the ghost physician. The room fell silent until the director told her to bring Fang Ziu to see him. She felt conflicted, stating it violated regulations. If he lost control, safety dictated that the captain or vice-captain should meet him first. The director paused, thinking of those two. Someone outside was smoking. Those two weren't in the bureau, having gone out to investigate the ghost head case. She found their cooperation strange. She wondered why they were acting together when their relationship was usually so tense. Meanwhile, a man slowly walked upstairs. Another person rushed up from behind. It was Vice-Captain Bai Chi and Captain Yang Ming, bickering like children over who would go out first. They argued over who was cutting in line. The director sighed, explaining they were simply competing to see who could solve the case first. Yang Ming jumped into the car while Bai Chi tried to stop him. Bai Chi claimed he was just going the same way, leaving the director and Shen Lingsu feeling helpless as she went to fetch Fang Ziu. Shen Lingsu sighed and agreed to check his mental pollution levels to avoid danger. She returned to the room with a spiritual lie detector. She explained the device detected fluctuations in spirituality to catch inconsistencies. He placed his hand on it and told her to proceed as she scanned the questions. The first question asked what he would do if a powerful supernatural entity began a massacre in the city. 1, fight it. 2, escape alone. Or 3, try to save as many as possible before fleeing. She presented the choices clearly and asked for his decision. He responded coldly. I choose the first option, to fight the anomalies, he said, as silence filled the room while Shen Lingsu realized the test proved Fang Ziu was not lying. She wondered if he was truly someone who could inspire such sacrifice, while he harbored a deep hatred for all anomalies, resolved to fight them even if he were outmatched. If he failed to kill one once, he would try again and again, believing that returning from the brink of death would eventually reveal the enemy's fatal weakness. What about the second question? She continued, asking what he would do if humanity lost its ability to resist and an intelligent anomaly appeared. If it invited you to join its side with the promise of ultimate power, authority, and status beyond your imagination, would you agree? He gave a decisive refusal, which startled Shen Lingsu. After a pause, she asked if he would join if the anomaly promised to protect his family and friends. He remained firm in his refusal, and when she asked what he would do if his family surrendered, he replied that he had no family, leading her to ask if he would betray humanity if Zhao Hao requested it. He answered as if it were obvious that he wouldn't mind being friendless, causing Shen Lingsu to hesitate as the testing machine's signal chimed for the third question. She softly asked the final question regarding what his greatest desire or ideal would be after he officially became a spirit medium. With a touch of resentment, he declared his goal was to wipe out every anomaly on Earth, leaving Shen Lingsu stunned and silent as she recalled her past interviews. Those previous candidates had given mysterious and bizarre answers, but in her eyes, he now appeared like a savior, causing her to weep silently. She wondered when such a righteous person with a heart for humanity had appeared among the spirit mediums, assuming the spiritual tester was accurate. He seemed like a little angel for humanity, no, a holy saint. She wiped her tears, maintaining her icy exterior despite her internal warmth. She wondered if he was the legendary type who was cold on the outside but warm within, feeling like a small insect compared to him as she checked if the machine was broken. While she wasn't looking, he smiled faintly, thinking that he didn't just want to destroy anomalies, but also to savagely torture his beloved wife. His eyes were cold and heartless, resolved that she would not die easily, but would instead feel 10,000 times the suffering he had endured. The door opened as Shen Lingsu led Fang Ziu inside, telling Director Wang that the man he needed had arrived and had successfully passed the test. Wang Dihai introduced himself as the director of the Ludeng City Investigation Bureau, while reading the report and invited Fang Ziu to take a seat. When he finally looked up from the paper to face Fang Ziu, he realized the young man had already sat down before he could even finish his invitation. This attitude surprised him, but Fang Ziu simply crossed his arms and gave a cold greeting, while Shen Lingsu stood nearby, nearly losing her temper at his behavior. Wang Dihai stood there in shock, unable to believe his eyes, but as he prepared to speak, a specific piece of information on the paper caught his attention. He froze as the thought, impossible, crossed his mind, and he immediately pulled his glasses from his pocket to read the details more carefully. His eyes widened and his hands shook as he marveled at the perfect report. Then he turned toward Shen Lingsu and cleared his throat. He looked at her as if asking if this was real, and upon her confirmation, he broke into a sweat before sighing and trying to calm himself. Despite the weight of the report, Wang Dihai tearfully shook Fang Xiu's hand with a satisfied smile, saying he would recruit him even without his precognitive powers. Fang Xiu pulled his hand away and calmly said there was no rush until the lottery results were in, though he remained wary of a potential test. Joining the Bureau meant nothing to him. His goal was to use his identity as a future predictor to secure a legitimate and official position. Wang Dihai evaluated him, noting his unshakable nature, and seriously asked if there were limits to the time or frequency of his future predictions. As Fang Xiu sat there, it felt as though countless streams of time and events were flowing around him, yet he remained calm as he prepared to answer. In the anomalous realm, I can travel between the past and the future, witnessing countless deaths and rebirths while experiencing infinite possibilities. Fang Xiu's expression turned menacing as he made a final, cryptic assertion that the future was merely a script he could alter at will, leaving Shen Lingsu beside him feeling incredibly stifled. She wondered why he couldn't just speak plainly instead of talking in circles, while Wang Dihai's face darkened as he realized the man truly held all the cards. He then briefly explained the investigation's status to Fang Xiu, noting that their two strongest spirit awakened currently served as captain and vice-captain, both being level 2 and nearing level 3, much like him. Before he could finish, someone suddenly burst through the door, catching Fang Xiu's attention and prompting Wang Dihai to bark a reprimand about not being so reckless. The man rushed over in a panic, shouting that a major disaster had occurred, his face reflecting the horrific news he had just received. He urgently reported that Vice-Captain Bai Zai had passed away, causing Wang Dihai to bolt upright from his chair in shock. Both he and Shen Lingsu cried out in disbelief, while Fang Xiu, standing nearby, found his interest piqued by this sudden development. He silently observed the chaos, thinking it a pity for such a powerful spirit awakened to die so soon, though he wondered if he could make use of the situation while resting his chin in thought. Wang Dihai spoke urgently, emphasizing that Bai Zai was their greatest combat asset and the premier spirit awakened in Ludeng City. If their trump card had fallen, the city would descend into total shambles, so he demanded a clear explanation of what had happened. The scene shifted to a landscape of ruined skyscrapers, as the messenger explained that Vice-Captain Bai had encountered a human-head specter in a suburban apartment in Qingbei, but failed to report it to Captain Yang. As he spoke, the vision showed a human-head specter hovering among the ruins while the vice-captain hid nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He suddenly lunged from the building, unleashing his spiritual energy to attack the head, believing his strength was sufficient to handle the creature alone. However, another specter was lurking nearby, and a mass of black slime with a single eye suddenly appeared beneath his feet to launch a surprise attack from behind. Caught off guard while focused on the human-head specter, the vice-captain was unable to react in time to the ambush. The messenger continued. Wang Dihai slammed his hand onto the desk in a rage, standing up with a flushed face as he demanded to know how there could be another one. He questioned the competence of their intelligence team, asking how they could be unaware of another specter hiding in the Qingbei district, leaving the messenger trembling in fear. The man quickly explained that they had conducted a thorough investigation of the entire city and found nothing, making it seem as though the creature had appeared out of thin air. Exhausted, Wang Dihai slumped back into his chair and asked about Yang Ming's whereabouts after a long, frustrated silence. The messenger replied that Captain Yang was already en route to Qingbei, leaving Wang Dihai staring pensively as if calculating his next move. He suddenly turned to Fang Xiu and ordered Xiao Wang to take him to a room to rest, while telling Shen Lingsu to join him in the meeting room shortly. Fang Xiu stood up and told Xiao Wang to lead the way, following him out of the room with a suspicious look on his face. In reality, he was using his spiritual energy to eavesdrop on the conversation inside, hearing about an emergency meeting and the allocation of 30,000 spirit coins and 10 sticks of spirit incense. As Xiao Wang led him out, the hallway was buzzing with news of Vice-Captain Bai, but Fang Xiu ignored the commotion to focus on the resources Wang Dihai had mentioned. He walked along in deep thought, recalling that these were specialized products from the Investigation Bureau's headquarters that he had only ever seen in photos on forums. Spirit coins were made from a spiritual steel capable of conducting divinity, used for crafting weapons or defensive tools, and serving as the primary currency among spirit awakened. Spirit incense was an extremely precious resource used to suppress mental pollution and prevent spirit awakened from losing control of their minds. While waiting in the room, Xiao Wang looked toward the door with anxiety, whereas Fang Xiu remained perfectly calm as he sipped his tea and pondered the situation. He questioned how the top spirit awakened of Ludeng City could die so easily to just 2 specters, his thoughts drifting back to the female physician. Even low-level specters like that physician possessed skin as resilient as tempered steel. Conventional weapons are completely ineffective. Outside the room, the crowd is in a frenzy, everyone filled with anxiety and self-reproach over their oversight. What should be done now? Vice Captain Bai, it was all due to a lapse in our intelligence work. Fang Xiu watched the chaotic scene outside, silently lamenting that humans had such fragile bodies and a dangerously low margin for error. Even with spiritual awakening, facing a specter remains a disadvantage. With that thought, he stood up and drew the curtains over the transparent glass to hide the room's interior from outside view. Xiao Wang was bewildered by Fang Xiu's strange behavior. He only heard a cold remark, "Fine, there is no point in rushing." Turning around, Xiao Wang curiously addressed him as Mr. Fang. Instantly, Fang Xiu struck Xiao Wang's neck with force, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Fang Xiu looked down at him with a chilling smile. He thought to himself that such weak spirit masters were no match for him. Afterward, he put on Xiao Wang's clothes and stepped out of the room. Amidst the intelligence chaos, Fang Xiu could gather some vital information. Walking down the hallway, he observed people scurrying about while others gathered to whisper and gossip. To think Vice Captain Bai's strength failed just because Captain Yang wasn't with him. How could this happen? To be ambushed like that? Was there some sort of conflict? Word is that Vice Captain Bai was resentful after losing a match to Captain Yang. However, Captain Yang's luck is merely a passive ability. Aside from causing misfortune, it deals no actual damage. He was often ridiculed by other spirit masters in the city as a weak captain. These words caught Fang Xiu's attention. He glanced toward the 2 speakers. The green-haired girl continued, "But Vice Captain Bai is one of the 2 unrivaled rank 2 spirit masters. How could he possibly lose?" After hearing this, Fang Xiu thought that a luck-based ability was quite intriguing. The green-haired girl continued to whisper that the victory was purely due to luck. During the match, Vice Captain Bai had a stomachache and couldn't give his all. Yet Captain Yang, no matter how weak, is still a rank 2 spirit master. The man beside her asked curiously why they didn't pause or reschedule the match. The girl immediately complained that it was useless, as Vice Captain Bai was too proud. He would rather die than ask for a bathroom break. He feigned normalcy during the fight, thinking others wouldn't notice his predicament. But countless spirit masters with superhuman hearing and sight were watching Bai Qi struggle to endure. Fang Xiu walked away while reflecting on the story. It was truly a trivial tale with no valuable information. Suddenly, the door in front of him was flung open by someone in a hurry. A person shouted for everyone to get to the meeting room immediately because Captain Yang had returned, and Director Wang was convening an emergency meeting. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone rushed into the meeting room. Fang Xiu observed the scene, thinking that this emergency meeting would likely reveal a lot of important information. The atmosphere in the crowded room became stifling. Director Wang sat at the head of the table while Fang Xiu stood tucked away in a corner, silently observing the surroundings when a puff of white smoke drifted by. "Oh, someone actually dares to smoke during an emergency meeting," Fang Xiu thought in surprise as he noticed the smoke in front of him. His curious gaze shifted in that direction. In the corner of the room, a man sat with his face toward the wall, smoking and letting the fumes spread throughout the area. He sighed while smoking, muttering, "Xiao Bai." Seeing the man's melancholy appearance and the cigarette butts scattered on the floor, Fang Xiu made a guess. This must be Captain Yang. With such a sorrowful expression, perhaps their relationship wasn't as bad as the rumors suggested. Meanwhile, Wang Dihai pointed at the screen, explaining that this was a shadow specter. The recent battle between Vice Captain Bai and the human head specter was compromised by delayed intelligence, which prevented us from detecting the shadow specter's presence. Its speed is likely faster than we imagined. The shadow specter has no concrete form, appearing only as a single glowing eye. It moves with a constantly shifting shape. Wang Dihai continued, explaining that Bai Qi was attacked from behind and could not escape the shadow looming over him. Consequently, Bai Qi was caught off guard by the shadow specter's attack from the darkness, resulting in severe injuries. In an instant, the shadow specter had overtaken Bai Qi's entire body. Ultimately, he perished at the hands of the specter. Wang Dihai turned to look at Yang Ming, who was still smoking in the corner of the room. He then continued the briefing, stating that Captain Yang Ming had dealt with the human head specter, but the shadow specter had yet to reveal itself. Therefore, they had to commit all resources to find and eliminate it, while also avenging Bai Qi. Hearing this, Yang Ming crushed his cigarette on the floor. Director Wang continued, "However, we also have some good news at the moment. Our Captain Yang Ming has officially advanced to a rank 3 Spirit Master, joining the elite ranks." This news stunned everyone in the meeting room, sparking a wave of excited chatter about how formidable Ludeng City had become. Rank 3 masters are so rare they can be counted on one's fingers nationwide. Nearby, Fang Ziu was deep in thought, noting that his own spirituality had already surpassed the 41% threshold. He wondered what kind of effect rank 3 luck would bring. Just then, Yang Ming slowly stood up, holding an empty cigarette pack with nothing but a bit of debris left inside. He picked up the pack, gave a soft call, and then turned around with a stern expression. Crushing the empty pack in his hand, he asked if anyone had a cigarette. Wang Dihai turned to look at Yang Ming standing in the corner and spoke in a serious tone, reminding him that he was now a rank 3 Spirit Master. The safety of Ludeng City now rested on his shoulders, so he needed to pull himself together. Yang Ming searched his pockets and ignored Wang Dihai, simply stating he was heading out for a moment. Hearing this, Wang Dihai clenched his fists and grit his teeth in anger. He slammed the table and shouted for him to stop, asking if he no longer wanted to avenge Bai Qi. Yang Ming suddenly halted. He turned back with a dejected look, asking if revenge would actually bring Xiao Bai back to life. Fang Ziu stood nearby, pulling his hat low to keep his face hidden. Wang Dihai sighed helplessly, took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to Yang Ming, telling him he still had some left. Yang Ming caught it. He grumbled about why he hadn't mentioned it sooner. He sat down, lit a cigarette, and complained about how the director's family seemed to smoke every single day. Wang Dihai shouted for him to shut up. Fang Ziu observed Yang Ming with a scrutinizing gaze, thinking to himself that this captain was quite an interesting individual. He was rational, calm, and restrained. Despite being a rank 3 Spirit Master, he showed no signs of haste or panic. Suddenly, someone rushed through the door, shouting for Director Wang. Wang Dihai slammed the table repeatedly, demanding discipline, but then realized it was Xiao Wang who had just woken up. Shivering in just a tank top, the man cried out that things were bad. He claimed the person assigned to take him to the lounge had knocked him out and fled after stripping him of his uniform. Wang Dihai stood up abruptly. He asked Xiao Wang if he meant Fang Ziu had escaped. He then turned to his subordinates and ordered everyone to search for the man immediately. As everyone scrambled to find him, Fang Ziu stayed hidden in a corner, pulling his hat down. He thought to himself that the man had woken up too quickly. It seemed his skills weren't professional enough yet and required more practice. Suddenly, a voice rang out as Shen Lingsu spotted him. She slammed the table and stood up in surprise, asking why he was there. Her words drew everyone's attention, and they immediately drew their weapons. Guns were pointed directly at Fang Ziu. Someone shouted for Captain Yang to move away, while Wang Dihai spoke in a threatening tone. He asked Fang Ziu if he realized that impersonating an investigation bureau officer was a crime, demanding to know his true identity and motives. Fang Ziu didn't answer. He simply walked up to Yang Ming, who was sitting on the floor smoking, and crouched down to meet his eyes. He quietly asked if he wanted Bai Qi to come back to life. The atmosphere grew tense as Yang Ming's face filled with killing intent, warning the kid not to mock the dead. He crushed his cigarette into the ground and glared at Fang Ziu, releasing a surge of spiritual pressure. Fang Ziu felt the threat but remained calm, unimpressed by the power of a rank 3. Without flinching, he confidently asked Yang Ming again to simply answer whether he wanted it or not. Wang Dihai pointed at Fang Ziu. He shouted at Fang Ziu for talking nonsense and ordered his arrest. Just as the others were about to charge, Yang Ming raised his hand to stop them. His voice was somber as he noted the dead cannot return, especially since Xiao Bai had been devoured by a specter. He looked at Fang Ziu with conflicted eyes, admitting he felt the boy was telling the truth. Covering half his face, he asked if Fang Ziu could truly bring Xiao Bai back. Fang Ziu calmly asked where Yang Ming had been when Bai Qi died. He asked how far away he was. Still holding his head in self-reproach, Yang Ming explained he had been in the mountains near Qingbei town due to false information. He grit his teeth in pain, believing that if he had arrived sooner, the boy might have lived. Fang Ziu then asked for his phone number, promising to reveal a secret. Yang Ming was confused, asking why they were talking about phone numbers and secrets instead of resurrection. Fang Ziu flatly replied that he couldn't bring the dead back to life. Fang Ziu quickly followed up, but I can return to the past and change the future, accompanied by a confident smile. Everyone around was stunned and began whispering. This was even more unbelievable than resurrecting the dead. Is it true? Does he really dare to do that? Yang Ming asked blankly. As fellow spirit mediums, why is your ability so unique? Shen Lingsu suddenly recalled Fang Ziu's words. He had told her and Wang Dihai in the room. In the strange domain, I moved between the future and the past, dying and returning countless times. The future is just a script I can rewrite at will, she thought in shock. So Fang Ziu wasn't pretending back then. He was simply describing his ability. Fang Ziu continued to Yang Ming, I will return to the time before Bai Qi met his end. I'll call to tell you to save him, so I need a secret to make you believe me. His voice was inviting. Captain Yang, what do you have to lose by trying? Yang Ming hesitated, then nodded. Fair enough, there's no harm in trying. My phone number is 130-8XXXX0725. When Xiao Bai was in trouble, his phone was connected to Bluetooth for navigation, so he'll definitely hear it. As for the secret, he looked up solemnly, I'll tell you something about Xiao Bai only I know. I didn't want to reveal it, fearing he'd risk his life against me if he knew. But since he's gone, it doesn't matter anymore. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and hesitated. That secret is... He stopped, closing his eyes, reluctant to speak. Finally, before everyone. He revealed, actually, in the initial captain selection, Xiao Bai didn't have a stomach ache from eating something bad. I put laxatives in his food. Because my ability is luck, no one suspected me. Everyone was frozen in shock at the revelation. From Shen Lingsu and Wang Dihai to the others, no one could utter a word. Even those holding guns were so dazed they forgot their duty. Suddenly, Wang Dihai spoke, breaking the suffocating atmosphere. He shouted angrily, I didn't expect a kid with thick eyebrows and big eyes to play such dirty tricks. Yang Ming held his head, muttering, Is it my fault? If it wasn't for that idiot Xiao Bai... He suddenly stopped, his expression turning grim. Sighing, Yang Ming lowered his voice, Forget it, he's dead, let's not mention it. Fang Ziu stepped forward, This secret is enough, wait for the call. Yang Ming couldn't hold back his tears and began to sob. Wang Shu and the staff looked on worriedly. Shen Lingsu stood staring at him. The room fell into an eerie silence. Fang Ziu turned his head, confused. Why is everyone looking at me? Continue the meeting. Yang Ming said hesitantly, Well, aren't you going back to the past? We're waiting for you to act. Fang Ziu smirked and asked, Did I say I wanted to go back right now? Yang Ming frowned. You! Director Wang immediately interrupted. Enough, Yang Ming. Take this madman to the holding cell. He's unstable and about to lose control. Yang Ming nodded slightly and signaled, Follow me. A moment later in the cell, Fang Ziu and Yang Ming sat together on the only bed. Yang Ming turned to comfort him. Director Wang must have his reasons for having me bring you here. Don't overthink it. But he had his own motives. The hope of resurrecting Xiao Bai now rested on Fang Ziu's shoulders, whether it was true or not. For now, he couldn't blame him. Fang Ziu nodded slightly and changed the subject. I understand. Now tell me about the human-headed ghost. Tell me about the human-headed ghost, the shadow ghost, and Vice Captain Bai Qi. Yang Ming raised a lighter and lit a cigarette. He replied pensively, Xiao Bai? His ability was speed, far exceeding his rank. That gave him an absolute advantage in combat, but unfortunately this time. Smoke drifted through the air. Yang Ming crushed the cigarette on the floor. The fire flared with the smoke as time passed slowly. The ashes in the tray gradually piled up. Sunset gently descended, dyeing the sky red. The cell door was pushed open. Director Wang looked grim and Shen Lingsu stormed in angrily. Fang Ziu, not a single number you wrote matched. She threw the lottery results toward Fang Ziu and said coldly, Check it yourself. Yang Ming's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his cigarette. His voice was tense. I told you. Yang Ming's face grew fierce as he crushed the cigarette. His words were ice cold. Someone will pay for making a joke out of the dead. Fang Ziu only replied indifferently, Oh, really? However, his eyes were fixed on the lottery results. Fang Ziu smirked and wondered to himself, So these are tonight's winning numbers? Shen Lingsu snorted and replied, That's right. Didn't you say you'd pay with your life if you were wrong? She looked at Fang Ziu with a smug, mocking gaze, waiting to see how he would talk his way out of this. Fang Ziu suddenly pulled a knife from his person, causing Yang Ming to spring up and retreat in high alert. Fang Ziu flashed a sinister smile and said, Don't worry, I keep my word, as Yang Ming raised his guard. Drop the weapon, Shen Lingsu demanded, her eyes fixed on Fang Ziu. Fang Ziu, what are you doing? Without hesitation, Fang Ziu plunged the knife directly into the center of his own forehead. He whispered, "In that case, see you tomorrow morning." As the car slowed to a halt, Fang Ziu returned to the moment. He arrived at the investigation bureau with Shen Lingsu and Li Wenhao, walking behind them while calculating his next move. This time, he decided he must write down those winning lottery numbers for Shen Lingsu. The three of them entered the office in silence until Fang Ziu suddenly spoke up. "A male employee will be answering a phone call around the next corner." Immediately, the phone in a staff member's hand began to ring, and he hurried to answer it. Just as Fang Ziu predicted, the man said, "Hello, who is this? I'm not buying a house, I don't need a loan, I'm not traveling, and I don't need health care." "What do you mean, dreaming big? I'm a decent person." Shen Lingsu and Li Wenhao turned back in disbelief, wondering if he had just made a prediction. Ignoring them, Fang Ziu walked on until he stopped, noting a male employee stretching in the second row. He's going to accidentally bump into a female colleague. They looked over just as the man stretched and collided with a woman, causing her to cry out, "Ouch, hey." The flustered man grabbed her arm and apologized profusely. "I'm so sorry I didn't see you." The woman replied irritably, "Let me do it myself. What do you think you're touching?" The man continued to stammer apologies, insisting he didn't mean it, but that only made her more annoyed as she pulled away. Li Wenhao was starting to feel convinced. He asked in wonder if the boy could truly foresee the future, but Shen Lingsu shook her head in disagreement, claiming it was merely logical deduction. "It's nothing special," she said. Fang Ziu seemed indifferent as he walked to a door and looked back, saying, "The break room is right here." With practiced movements, he opened a drawer, leaving the two behind him stunned. Without pausing, Fang Ziu reached up and opened another compartment containing tea. After preparing the tea and coffee, he placed them before Li Wenhao and Shen Lingsu. Both of them stared blankly at the steaming cups in their hands. Their eyes were full of suspicion as Shen Lingsu frowned and questioned him. "When exactly did you visit the investigation bureau?" Fang Ziu didn't answer, instead picking up a sugar cube. He dropped it into Shen Lingsu's coffee. Li Wenhao couldn't hide his shock and asked, "How did you know Investigator Shen usually takes 5 cubes of sugar with her coffee?" Fang Ziu replied calmly, "I told you my eyes can see the future." He added another reminder, "By the way, Wang Dihai is free right now. You should go and report to him immediately." Li Wenhao and Shen Lingsu looked at each other, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, in another location, a car sped down a dark forest road with Yang Ming at the wheel. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Yang Ming answered with a hint of impatience. "Hello, who is this?" he asked. The caller didn't identify himself, only saying, "In half an hour, Bai Qi will be dead." Yang Ming slammed on the brakes, causing the wheels to spin violently. He swerved and brought the car to a sudden halt. With a strained voice, he asked, "What? What did you just say?" Yang Ming repeated, "Who are you?" Fang Ziu replied briefly, "I am Fang Ziu. I can predict the future and am currently at the investigation bureau. If nothing changes, I will be your teammate. I see that in 30 minutes, Bai Qi will be killed by a specter. You should go save him now while there's still time." Yang Ming warned, "Whoever you are, you should know that playing jokes like this can cost lives." Fang Ziu replied nonchalantly, "During the captain selection competition, you were the one who gave Bai Qi laxatives the night before, preventing him from using his full power. But because your ability is luck, no one suspected you." Yang Ming jumped in shock and asked in a panic, "Good heavens, how do you know that? That's a secret I've never told anyone." Fang Ziu didn't answer, only summarizing the situation briefly. Bai Qi is currently in an unfinished building in the North Zhenqing residential area. He is chasing a human-headed demon. However, there is another shadow demon there, and at the critical moment, it will appear and attack him from behind. He will suffer a fatal head injury. After saying this, Fang Ziu immediately hung up. Yang Ming frowned, thinking to himself how annoying this was. He quickly shifted gears and gripped the steering wheel tight, then veered left and sped toward Zhenqing. Fang Ziu set his glass down. He hung up and waited for Captain Yang to show his skills. Just then, Shen Lingsu pushed the door open and made an announcement. "Fang Ziu, your next task is the spiritual pollution test," she said, eyeing him with disdain while wondering how long he could keep up this act. She wanted to see how much longer he could perform in front of a polygraph as she placed it on the table. Fang Ziu calmly rested his hand on it and told her to proceed, sparking her suspicion. Doubting his proficiency, she began the first question, but before she could finish, an impatient Fang Ziu interrupted, choosing the first option, to fight the specters. Fang Ziu continued, stating he would never join a ghostly organization. and if Zhao Hao ever joined and tried to make him a traitor, he would personally execute him. Stunned Shen Lingsu watched with her mouth agape as Fang Ziyu breezed through the questions, finally reaching the last one regarding his goals after becoming a spirit master. He declared his ultimate goal was to eradicate every specter in the world, leaving a dazed Shen Lingsu to stammer in response as he casually stood up. He walked out the door, pausing only to remind the stunned onlookers that he had passed the examination. "Let's go see Wang Dihai," he said, while Shen Lingsu clutched the polygraph in silent frustration, wondering if the machine was broken or if he was faking it. In Director Wang's office, the man praised Fang Ziyu, admitting that although he was a novice spirit master, his power level far exceeded that of many others. Director Wang did not hide his apprehension, frankly stating that Fang Ziyu's strength made it difficult for him to believe in his ability to foresee the future. Fang Ziyu patiently explained that there are individuals in this world who simply cannot be measured by conventional standards. He claimed to belong to that very group, leaving Director Wang speechless before the man gestured for Shen Lingsu to report the results of the spiritual pollution test. Suppressing her irritation and her urge to strike Fang Ziyu, Shen Lingsu hesitantly admitted that she had not yet completed the written report. She explained that Fang Ziyu had provided the answers before she even asked the questions, and his responses were so perfect that the polygraph remained silent. Realizing he needed to fabricate a weakness to dispel their doubts, Fang Ziyu added that while his precognition didn't cost much energy, each use flooded his brain with massive amounts of data. With a grave expression, he noted that this came at a high price and risked losing control of his spirituality, meaning he could not predict the distant future. He claimed his ability was limited to specific situations, hoping to gain their trust and join the investigation bureau to obtain spirit incense for stabilizing his spirituality. Director Wang nodded in understanding, finding his logic sound, and proceeded to ask Fang Ziyu about his expectations. Regarding his salary upon joining the investigation bureau, the director noted that while spirit incense was no issue, a precognitive talent like him had to be retained. Fang Ziyu demanded the salary and benefits of a level 2 spirit master, an extra monthly ration of spirit incense, and additional bonuses for using his powers, to which Director Wang did not immediately object. The director agreed to the terms if the precognition was genuine, but hesitated at the bonuses, prompting Fang Ziyu to cross his legs arrogantly. He haughtily remarked that Director Wang had yet to realize the true worth of his foresight, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He assured the man it was fine, as he had prepared a significant gift for the investigation bureau, prompting a concerned inquiry from the director. Feeling an odd sense of unease, the director watched as Fang Ziyu's expression turned chilling while he revealed the gift: Bai Qi's life. Stunned and disbelieving, Director Wang slammed his hand on the desk and stood up in a rage, accusing Fang Ziyu of using Bai Qi's life as a threat. Fang Ziyu coldly suggested that if he was worried, he should call him immediately, prompting the director to signal Shen Lingsu. She approached and touched Fang Ziyu's shoulder as he smirked. Just as the director was about to make the call, someone burst into the office. He shouted at the intruder for their lack of composure, but Yang Ming ignored the scolding to urgently ask if a man named Fang Ziyu was there, leaving the surprised director to ask why he had returned without Bai Qi. When asked if they were still hunting the human-headed ghost, Yang Ming glanced around and briefly explained that little Bai was injured and currently hospitalized. But that was irrelevant. He growled and demanded to know Fang Ziyu's location. Shen Lingsu looked irritated, prepared to use her power to interrogate him. "What did you do to Vice Captain Bai?" Fang Ziyu focused his mind. "Is he merely injured? It seems there is still a chance to save him." Director Wang answered Yang Ming. "He is standing right before you. He just mentioned wanting to give the Bureau a gift, and then you burst in reporting Bai Qi's injuries." He knit his brows and spoke with heavy implication. "Quite a significant gift indeed." Yang Ming beamed, giving a thumbs up. "Exactly, it really is a massive gift." Shen Lingsu eyed Yang Ming with suspicion. He stepped toward Fang Ziyu and asked, "Kid, are you the one called Fang Ziyu?" Before Fang Ziyu could respond, Yang Ming pulled him into a hug and said gratefully, "It is lucky you called to warn me. I arrived just in time to rescue Zio Bai. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. Furthermore, when I reached the scene, everything was exactly as you described." Shen Lingsu and Director Wang watched the two with skeptical expressions. Fang Ziyu smiled smugly. "Director Wang, are you satisfied with my gift?" He glanced at Shen Lingsu. "And Miss Shen, do you find my abilities impressive enough now?" Shen Lingsu's face darkened as doubt surged within her. Could Fang Ziu really save Ludeng City's top spirit master with a single call? Was such a thing truly possible? Director Wang had regained his composure. If Bai Qi's incident was not caused by human hands, then your ability possesses immense strategic value. I can grant your request. However, for now, he paused, signing a task to Shen Lingsu. Zio Shen, take Fang Ziu to the lounge for now. We will discuss the release later. Director Wang looked at Yang Ming, whose face was stained with tears. He said, Yang Ming, you stay here. Yang Ming nodded in agreement. Before departing, Yang Ming whispered into Fang Ziu's ear, I will be back shortly. Fang Ziu gave a faint nod in response. Once they were back in the lounge, Shen Lingsu sat across from Fang Ziu, her gaze fixed intently on him. Turbulent thoughts raced through her mind. This man had not only guessed her preferences, but made her feel completely exposed, as if she had no secrets left to hide. He had even seen her hidden tattoo. She looked at Fang Ziu with a sense of defeat, her frustration mounting. Fang Ziu did not flinch, staring directly at Shen Lingsu, specifically at her neck, which only served to increase her discomfort. Inside his pocket, Fang Ziu quietly toyed with his knife as dark impulses began to seep into his mind. Shen Lingsu's neck was so similar to his wife's, pale and slender. He envisioned a long blade mark being carved across it. He couldn't help but smirk. Human blood was warm, unlike his wife's. But could his wife even bleed? If she were covered in blood, it would surely be a satisfying sight. Footsteps approached and the door swung open. Captain Yang entered, clearing his throat to mask the awkwardness. Lingsu, step outside for a moment. I need a word with Fang Ziu. Lingsu stormed out, leaving Captain Yang bewildered. When she had left, Captain Yang slumped into a chair with a solemn expression. Fang Ziu remained composed, watching him in silence. Suddenly, Captain Yang's demeanor softened as he rubbed his hands together with a wide grin. Fang Ziu, have you told anyone else about me drugging Zio Bai? Fang Ziu remained silent for a moment, weighing his words. Even a director became extremely cautious when faced with his ability to foresee the future. He was only concerned with whether his act of drugging someone would be revealed. This captain was quite a character. Finally, Fang Ziu replied, Only I know for now, no one else. Hearing this, Captain Yang exhaled in relief, clutching his chest as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Phew! But his relief was short-lived. Fang Ziu flashed a cryptic smile and added, But I cannot guarantee that will remain the case in the future. Captain Yang stiffened, breaking into a cold sweat. What do you mean by that? Fang Ziu replied candidly, I mean you need to provide more money. Captain Yang frowned and asked Fang Ziu, You intend to join the investigation bureau as well, don't you? I am your captain, do you understand? The waters within the bureau are deep, and you are merely a rookie. Fang Ziu cut him off. Interrupting, he said, Captain Yang surely wouldn't want Vice Captain Bai to find out you drugged him, would he? Captain Yang's face twitched upon hearing the figure. Furious, Yang raised his finger and said, You haven't even joined the investigation bureau yet. Do you believe that with just one word from me? Fang Ziu didn't hesitate and raised the price to 200. Captain Yang sighed helplessly. Good grief, my monthly salary is only 10 spirit coins. At this rate, I'd rather let Zio Bai beat me to death. Fang Ziu didn't care and called out loudly, Yang Min. The man hurriedly stopped him. Hey, don't do that. Stop joking around. Brother Ziu, how about 1 million? As another shout was about to ring out, Captain Yang immediately cowered in the corner and said pitifully, Fine, 200 it is. I'll give you 200. The wall clock showed it was nearly 8 o'clock. Captain Yang sat dejectedly in the corner while Fang Ziu and Ling Zhu sat across from Director Wang. Captain Yang called out in a panic, Ling Zhu, can you lend me some spirit coins? Ling Zhu snapped back angrily, A captain's monthly salary is 20 spirit coins. Mine is only 5 coins, yet you're asking me for a loan? No way. Fang Ziu sighed and thought to himself, he's broke. Next time I'll have to squeeze even more out of Yang Min. On the TV screen, images appeared accompanied by a hurried voice. The draw has begun. Colored balls with numbers printed on them rolled out continuously. Today's winning numbers are 112-17. Ling Zhu broke into a cold sweat, her face full of anticipation. The numbers rang out again. 18-26. Captain Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Good heavens. It's 27. Director Wang was equally astonished. They matched, and then 5. A scoreboard appeared, 1, 12, 17, 18, 26, 27, and finally 5. When the results appeared, Captain Yang was ecstatic, jumping up to hug Fang Ziu's head. Brother Ziu, from today on, you are my real brother. Help me predict the next draw. Director Wang pointed and scolded angrily. Nonsense. Fang Ziu's ability to predict the future will increase his spiritual instability. It cannot be used for such trivial matters. Although timid, Captain Yang still argued back. How can you call this trivial? I'd rather lose spiritual control than be poor. Director Wang gently took Fang Ziu's hand and said, This future prediction ability is real. It must be kept strictly confidential. Just call it a sensory ability. Fang Ziu, I officially invite you to join the investigation bureau. We will fulfill the benefits you previously requested. Fang Ziu replied happily without hesitation. All right. With a serious face, Captain Yang questioned how Director Wang intended to report this to superiors if it was a secret. Director Wang replied immediately that he would report to the Investigation Bureau headquarters. I'll recommend him for the Global Spirit Master Talent Reserve List. All related documents will be kept in top-secret storage. At that moment, Fang Ziu's image appeared with a notification. Fang Ziu, S-rank, codename, Prophet. He thought to himself that this reincarnation was not in vain. With the Bureau's support, his goal of revenge was drawing near. Wait for me, my wife? Captain Yang continued to ask. Fang Ziu's ability is extremely precious. Aren't you afraid he'll be snatched away if you report it? Suddenly, he became agitated, his eyes flashing with anger. Furthermore, why wasn't I listed? Why am I not on the Global Spirit Master Talent Reserve List? He's only level 5 and already included. Is there a mistake? Director Wang replied with sparkling eyes. That is exactly why he can go to larger stages to develop. Strange incidents are increasing globally. If Fang Ziu goes to headquarters, he will surely demonstrate the value of our Ludeng city. Captain Yang broke into a sweat, speechless. Such nobility was beyond him. Director Wang turned and continued. By the way, Fang Ziu, the records show you and Zhao Hao are good friends. He is like you, a survivor of the strange domain. I believe he could also join the Investigation Bureau. After speaking, he calculated silently. This would strengthen the bond between the Bureau and Fang Ziu while securing his support for Ludeng City at headquarters. It was another emotional card to play. The plan was perfect. Suddenly, Ling Zhu asked in surprise, but Director Wang, his ability is just a calculation-type ability. Do we really need someone like that? Director Wang replied calmly, It's fine. I believe there will be a time when we need him. Moreover, as his spirituality increases, his ability may evolve. Having him join brings only benefits. Fang Ziu remained expressionless and said, As you wish. But internally, he realized the old fox was using Zhao Hao to manipulate him. Director Wang then continued. Since Fang Ziu is now one of us, Yang Min, tell me, was the strange incident at the Bai Jai festival a coincidence or a deliberate setup? Yang Min replied seriously, Although there is no evidence, I feel it is likely that someone orchestrated it. I once clashed with a shadow specter, despite being cloaked in darkness and resembling a ghost during our fight. It felt like I was facing a human. If I hadn't luckily killed the human-headed ghost and reached level 3, I fear I wouldn't have been its match. Furthermore, the opponent was strange, almost holding back during the fight. Once I broke through, he vanished into the shadows as if he were waiting for me to level up, leaving behind an ace of spades. Right, I also found this at the scene. Yang Ming held up the dangerous card and gasps filled the room. The ace of spades. Fang Ziu glanced at it, remained silent for a moment, and then spoke slowly. This card is made of spiritual steel. Do specters even know how to use such things? Director Wang immediately added, Exactly. If the shadow specter dropped this, then his rank might actually be that of a spirit master. There is surely a massive organization behind him. This isn't simple, we must plan carefully. That will be all for today. Zio Shen, Fang Ziu is a newcomer. You will guide him for now. Both of you go complete the onboarding process. After returning home, Fang Ziu sat down. He took the items out of his bag to examine them. The monster masquerading as his wife immediately approached, chirping, Husband, you're home. I missed you so much. Fang Ziu held his card in his hand. He opened his bag and poured out a pile of glittering gold coins. She gasped in awe, Wow, husband, you're so good at making money, you're amazing. Fang Ziu picked up a gold coin. He examined it closely and thought, So on the black market, demand exceeds supply. One coin can fetch 900,000 or even 1,000,000 high-grade spirit coins. As expected of Captain Yang Ming, to obtain so many spiritual artifacts at once. A normal spirit master couldn't afford this even if they sold their own soul. Rather than calling it extortion, it's more like he's thanking me for the warning that saved Bai Qi. It's clear the two of them share a strong bond. Regarding this 200 coin reward, Fang Ziu flipped a gold coin into the air and caught it. He smiled, calculating how to maximize its value. Crafting a defensive tool, but the error rate of the regeneration ability is too high. Besides, using 200 coins for full-body armor isn't practical, so I'll pass. Fang Ziu continued staring at the coins, considering weapons. He already had a scalpel and his requirements weren't high. 200 coins would only suffice for a single blade. In truth, the power of suffering doesn't require a weapon with massive destructive force. Something small, sharp, and swift is enough to leave enemies with no time to react. For instance, a scalpel is perfect, but since it's a cursed artifact, it cannot be revealed. It would be better if I forged a new scalpel myself. It will serve as a weapon while concealing the existence of the cursed artifact. I'll use the remaining funds to buy information on the Global Spectre Forum. 6 million. Suddenly, a knock at the door startled Fang Ziu. He quickly swept the gold coins into his bag, his senses on high alert. He thought the Investigation Bureau or Zhao Hao would have called first. At this late hour, could a specter be at the door? He stood up and approached the entrance. Fang Ziu looked through the peephole, where a blood-red light beamed directly into his eye. From the other side, a glowing red eye appeared, surrounded by an eerie black mist. A faint silhouette appeared within that pupil as the black mist expanded, filled with horror. Fang Ziu was struck by the dark energy, his expression turning vacant. Slowly, his weary eyes flickered open. He saw a blurred ceiling and realized he had woken up in a completely foreign environment. He shook his head repeatedly to regain his senses. Fang Ziu cautiously glanced around as hazy thoughts filled his mind. A pungent stench of rotting meat, like a decomposing corpse, hung in the air. It made him feel nauseous. Looking closer, Fang Ziu realized he was bound tightly by heavy chains. Panic surged within him. Where was he? He looked down at his restraints, surrounded by rotting monster carcasses. It was a scene of pure horror. A ceiling fan with blood-stained blades hung precariously above. Suddenly, a loud thud startled Fang Ziu. In a corner of the room, a figure was bashing something with a wrench. The tool suddenly struck the wall and stopped. When the figure turned around, Fang Ziu saw a monstrous creature with bloodshot crimson eyes. "You're awake," the demon growled. Instantly, the monster corpses around Fang Ziu emitted plumes of dark, ominous energy. The demon continued to glare at him with murderous intent, yet Fang Ziu remained calm. He stared directly at the demon, thinking, "He's the one who ambushed me. Those were the eyes I saw before I lost consciousness." The demon stepped closer and spoke. "You woke up quite quickly. You don't seem like a novice spirit speaker at all. It appears you are a genius just like me." "How wonderful, my favorite thing is slaughtering geniuses." The demon let out a chilling laugh. He. Fang Ziu's brow remained furrowed as he silently analyzed that the man's power likely involved those eyes. A spirit speaker. His appearance certainly matched. He even considers himself a genius. Fang Ziu spoke up. "Wang Ziding's cousin, is the equipment repaired yet?" The demon asked in surprise. "You know who I am? Not bad." "I am Lin Ziyang, the brilliant cousin of that useless trash." It turned out this demon was Lin Ziyang, the cousin of Wang Ziding. He flashed a sinister grin and continued. "However, I must apologize. I haven't killed anyone lately and my old weapons are broken. Just wait quietly for a little longer." "It's almost ready," Fang Ziu replied with composure. "Oh, since you mentioned it, then hurry up and fix it. I dislike wasting time." Lin Ziyang stared at Fang Ziu in a daze for a moment before he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, Fang Ziu, I must say. You are quite interesting, I like you." But immediately after, he screamed manically, "But unfortunately, you are about to die. Go and be buried alongside my cousin." Fang Ziu merely frowned and said nonchalantly, "You truly resemble a psychopath." Internally, he quietly analyzed that the man's speech and actions were chaotic and frenzied. It was as if his spirituality had spiraled out of control, just as described on the forums. Then the corner of his mouth curled into a bizarre smile. "That smile? Your cousin tried to drag me down with him before he died, using his blood-soaked hands to grab my trousers. Do you know how I responded at that moment?" Hearing this, Lin Ziyang broke into a cold sweat, rendered speechless. "What?" Fang Ziu's expression now became even more terrifying than the demon's, his voice cold and sharp. "I stomped on his hand and pressed down. I could even hear his bones snapping piece by piece, crack, crack. Crunch, crunch, the wretched screams coming from his mouth were truly beautiful." Lin Ziyang could no longer restrain himself. He pulled something from his pocket while howling in rage. "You deserve to die, you deserve to die." Holding the object with arrogant eyes, he snarled, "I will torture you to death. Then I'll throw you into a meat grinder and feed you to stray dogs and cats in exchange for a caregiver certificate." I'm asking you, are you afraid? Fang Ziu replied indifferently. You're just a piece of trash who lost control of his spirituality. I didn't expect this level of eerie power could turn a person into such a rabid dog. You truly are the ultimate failure. Lin Ziang barked in anger. You're doing this on purpose. Internally, he thought in confusion. No, this can't be. He must be terrified. He should be kneeling and crying for mercy. Images of his previous victims begging in agony flashed through his mind. Please, I beg you, spare me. I'll do anything you want, just don't kill me. Lin Ziang stepped forward in a rage, screaming, I must torture you to death. Once your bones are completely shattered, let's see if you can still talk back. He frantically sifted through weapons, muttering in a panic. Small, this is too small. Still too small, I need to find the most brutal execution tools to teach someone like you a lesson. Fang Ziu took this opportunity to continue his provocation, his tone filled with sarcasm. What a piece of trash. It takes you half a day just to pick an execution tool. Lin Ziang once again lost his temper and shrieked, shut up right now. Screams echoed repeatedly, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Having finished his outburst, he hurriedly grabbed a pair of pliers, his face full of excitement as he continued. I will pull out every single one of your teeth and rip out your tongue. Speak now. Say that you're terrified, beg for your life, hurry up. But Fang Ziu showed no sign of fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with contempt as he stared directly at him. And what about you? How do you wish to die? Do you want a hammer to shatter every bone, or do you want fists to grind your flesh into pulp? Or perhaps death by 1,000 cuts? Lin Ziang's reflection was etched deep within his eyes. Fang Ziu maintained his icy demeanor and asked softly, tell me, how do you want to die? I will do my best to satisfy you. By now, Lin Ziang was drenched in a cold sweat, so terrified that he could barely speak. You. He stumbled backward, not daring to step forward. Fang Ziu wore a bizarre smile and continued, is it really that difficult to choose? Seeing your expression, Wang Ziding's cousin, I'll be kind enough to choose death by 1,000 cuts for you. I happen to have a scalpel here. I'll slice the meat off your body piece by piece. However, I'm not very professional. It might take several hundred or even thousands of cuts before you finally die. You will feel every bit of agony as your blood flows and your flesh is carved from your bones. Lin Ziang's jaw dropped as he gasped for air at those words. Fang Ziu narrowed his eyes and spoke softly, hoping for a shred of mercy. Lin Ziang was now consumed by sheer panic, having realized he had encountered a man far more insane than himself. Clutching his face, he cried out. What kind of soulless monster are you? You lunatic, you're the one who's crazy. Despite his terror, he reached for the pliers once more. Screaming, I am the one who decides whether you live or die now. How dare you threaten me? Fang Ziu's expression turned cold again. He calmly replied, you are mistaken. Your life has always been in my grasp. He glanced toward the monstrous corpse nearby and continued, I see you have been calculating for quite some time. Do you truly crave human flesh that much? Eyes hidden beneath gnarled skin slowly flickered open. Hearing Fang Ziu talking to thin air, Lin Ziang asked in a frantic state, who are you talking to? Fang Ziu replied nonchalantly, to a ghost. Can't you see it? It has come to claim your life. At that exact moment, a spatial vortex manifested behind him. Lin Ziang had completely lost his arrogant demeanor. His face twisted in horror as he looked up to see a set of sharp, desiccated claws emerging. Then came a mangled head with nothing but blood-red eyes visible. The bizarre entity lunged at Lin Ziang with its claws, sending him into a state of shock. What on earth is that? Where did this demon come from? Even so, Lin Ziang pointed a trembling finger at Fang Ziu and barked, it's you. You're the one who's out of his mind. Within the space, other terrifying vortexes began to materialize. Fang Ziu spoke up. There is more than just one here. A smirk played on his lips, his gaze cold and detached as he commanded, all of you appear, activate. Instantly, from within those swirling rifts, bizarre creatures surged forth to attack Lin Ziang. Witnessing the scene, Lin Ziang wailed in utter despair. No, this is just an illusion. This cannot be real. Fang Ziu watched Lin Ziang's desperation and erupted into a savage laugh. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the screen dissolved into a mess of shattered colors until nothing remained. On the other side, Fang Ziu opened his eyes, finding himself back in the chair in his room. Fang Ziu leaned against the wall, exhausted, and closed his eyes. Horrific and bizarre images flashed through his mind, prompting a thought, being torn to pieces by monsters. That sensation wasn't entirely unpleasant, suffering +1. The creature posing as his wife remained seated there, her eyes shimmering as she watched Fang Ziu. A sudden noise outside the door startled him into opening his eyes. Fang Ziu quickly snatched up a sharp utility knife and moved toward the entrance. The monster impersonating his wife smiled and asked, "Husband, do we have another guest?" Fang Ziu thought to himself, "It is time to make you feel true agony. I will not use my full power to end your life, for I have promised to let you enjoy a death by 1,000 cuts." He let out a faint smirk. At that moment, wisps of eerie black energy began to manifest. As a man, one must always keep his word. Outside the door, Lin Ziang was peering through the opening. Fang Ziu, wearing a sinister grin, gripped the small knife firmly. Lin Ziang remained focused, staring through the gap in the door. His eyes rolled frantically in their sockets. He plotted silently, it's time, I hear the footsteps," as long as he looks through the gap. Just one look, one single glance is all it takes. A large silhouette appeared behind the light. A dark streak flickered across the dim beam. Suddenly, glass shattered as a sharp blade struck. Lin Ziang writhed in excruciating pain, clutching his eyes and screaming in agony. He groaned relentlessly, it hurts so much." Finally, unable to endure the pain, Lin Ziang collapsed onto the floor. At that moment, Fang Ziu stepped out, grabbed Lin Ziang by the leg, and dragged his body away. The door slammed shut behind him. Fang Ziu carefully extracted the utility knife from the peephole, set Lin Ziang's body down, and took a seat. While observing, he thought, "I like this final card. It can help me reach a desperate reversal, but I have no intention of letting anyone else possess it," he murmured, the monster posing as his wife looked down and asked curiously, "Husband, who is this?" Fang Ziu remained focused on the paper in his hand. Scattered on the floor were items taken from Lin Ziang: a wallet, keys, a few coins, a note, and a compassion certificate. Fang Ziu gripped the object, sensing the lingering cursed energy. "A cursed artifact," he muttered as a broken jade-colored sword appeared in his hand, radiating a chilling aura. He set it down and noted, "It seems Lin Ziang's status was quite high to possess a cursed artifact. However, it still doesn't compare to my surgical scalpel." Fang Ziu continued to examine the other information, assessing his own strength. "He was taken down by just one of my strikes. He probably hasn't even reached level 2. On the screen, the image of the Guangaming Club appeared. Fang Ziu chuckled softly. They were merely a freelance organization of spirit masters whose souls had been consumed by eerie energy. To call themselves Guangaming was truly ridiculous. It seems spirit incense only serves to soothe and cannot completely suppress the loss of spiritual control. His fingers glided gently across the screen. Suddenly, an image of a delivery man handing items to Lin Ziang appeared. Fang Ziu let out a surprised sound. Was that man actually ordering food at the warehouse? The delivery man walked in with a bright smile, but his eyes filled with terror upon seeing the scene inside. Fang Ziu sighed. The delivery man had been tortured to death. A spirit master who lost spiritual control was even more terrifying than the eerie entities themselves. He pressed his hand against the screen and muttered the warehouse address. The monster masquerading as his wife then praised him coquettishly, saying her dear husband was so clever. Fang Ziu wore a bizarre smile as his expression darkened. He reached for Lin Ziang's body, decisively hoisted him onto his shoulder, and turned toward the door. "Now that the roles have reversed, I will show you the meaning of cruelty," he thought to himself. In the dim shadows, a figure gradually emerged as a sliver of light passed through. It turned out to be Lin Ziang. He was still alive, not dead as one might have assumed. He had merely fainted. At that moment, Lin Ziang struggled to open his eyes. One of his eyes remained tightly shut due to a sharp pain. What is this? What's happening? He wondered in confusion, asking himself where he was. A blurry ceiling slowly came into focus before him. Lin Ziang was bound tightly with chains, exactly like Fang Ziu had been earlier. He squirmed and looked around in a panic. Wasn't this his own warehouse? His panic intensified when he realized his own chains were the ones binding him. Why am I tied up like this? Lin Ziang wondered while struggling, trying to break free from his imprisonment. A sigh echoed, followed by noises that made Lin Ziang jump in fear. Fang Ziu was currently carrying a large wrench on his shoulder, his hood pulled low over his face. He spoke up, noting that the man had woken up even later than he had, but the timing was just right. Then he reached out his hand to press a button on the wall. Immediately, the ceiling trembled and the fan above began to spin rapidly. "It's fixed now," Fang Ziu said. Lin Ziang's face turned pale with terror as he screamed, "Who are you?" Still holding the wrench, Fang Ziu replied nonchalantly, "Oh, you knock on my door in the middle of the night. Yet you don't know who I am?" Lin Ziang's eyes widened in horror. Breaking into a cold sweat, he gasped out, "Fang Ziu." Fang Ziu stepped closer and confirmed that he had answered correctly. Your reward is that I will subject you to death by 1,000 cuts." He pressed the sharp tip of a blade against Lin Xiang's body, his voice cold as he explained that to counter the man's abilities. He should have gouged out his eyes, but he wanted him to see clearly exactly how miserable his death would be. Utter terror was etched into Lin Xiang's eyes. Fang Ziu continued, reminding him that he had said his life was always in his hands. As he spoke, he moved behind him and brought the blade close to Lin Xiang's eyes, making him tremble. Lin Xiang still tried to negotiate, his voice sounding a bit flustered. "What do you want? I've never met you, there's no grudge between us. I only heard you were a new spirit master and wanted to invite you to join the Guangaming Club." Fang Ziu responded with a gaze as cold as the king of hell, his tone heavy with implication. "Oh, you're mistaken. There is indeed a grudge between us. I was the one who killed your cousin. Don't you want to avenge him?" Lin Xiang broke into a cold sweat, his heart racing in panic. How did he know my identity? How did he know I came here for revenge? Despite his internal turmoil, he tried to maintain his composure, though his voice wavered. "My cousin wasn't a good person. If he's dead, then so be it." Fang Ziu flashed a sinister smile and raised his hand as if preparing to strike. "That won't do. Family members should be reunited. Since I've already killed your cousin, naturally I must kill you as well." His sharp, cold gaze locked onto Lin Xiang. A flash of light streaked out, slashing directly into Lin Xiang. A blood-curdling scream erupted. "It hurts so much, did he just disembowel me?" Lin Xiang thought in agony. But when he looked down through the tear in his shirt, it was only a small cut. He was astonished. How could such a minor wound cause so much pain? He turned back, his voice filled with rage. "Damn it, what is on that scalpel of yours? Why does it hurt this much?" "You lunatic!" At that moment, another blade stroke swept past, causing Lin Xiang's pain to redouble as his screams rang out once more. "Ag!" Brilliant slashes appeared one after another in the air, accompanied by groans of intense agony. Fang Ziu stood there with a cold expression, holding his familiar, shimmering utility knife. He stood beside the chair where Lin Xiang was bound. The man's body was now covered in countless tiny cuts, and he cried out in despair, "Help me! Kill me! Just kill me already!" Fang Ziu looked down at him with a frigid gaze, noting that his loss of control seemed to have been cured. "Now I will ask, and you will answer," he commanded. Lin Xiang nodded frantically, pleading, "I'll tell you everything, just please make it easy for me." Fang Ziu's gaze remained sharp and piercing. The question rang out, "What is that bronze candlestick for and how do you use it?" Lin Xiang was quick to explain. "The bronze candlestick is used to ward off specter attacks. The chairman gave it to me for protection during supernatural events, helping me break through more easily. To use it, the candlestick must be filled with spiritual blood. Once lit, it can repel all specters within the reach of its light. The more powerful the specter, the faster the blood burns." Fang Ziu continued his cold interrogation. "To what extent has your spirituality been illuminated?" "Why did you lose control?" The man lowered his head and answered cautiously. "It reached 20%. I was just a step away from becoming a level 2 spirit master. But because I couldn't break through that level, the more I illuminated my spirituality, the more my mind became polluted, leading to this loss of control." Footsteps echoed across the floor. Fang Ziu ordered him to reveal all information regarding the abilities and spiritual illumination levels of the Guangming Club members. Lin Xiang hurriedly agreed, though he noted the club was quite loose, and some members hid their true powers. "I'm not entirely sure. For instance, I only know the chairman is a level 2 spirit master." Half an hour later, after finishing his tale, Lin Xiang began to beg. "I've told you everything I know. Please just kill me." Fang Ziu stared at the sharp blade and said indifferently, "No rush, there are still several thousand cuts to go. Besides, I never promised to end your life just because you cooperated." Hearing this, Lin Xiang's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Speechless and enraged, he screamed and cursed, You're a liar." "You shameless bastard." Fang Ziu merely flashed a sinister smile and waved his hand. "Enjoy the agony," he laughed. Immediately, Lin Xiang's screams of ultimate agony rang out, his face twisting into a hideous mask of pain. "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" he shrieked until, moments later, the screaming stopped and he slumped back, motionless. His jaw hung open from the sheer torment of his death. Fang Ziu looked down in brief surprise before stabbing him again, asking, "Oh, why have you stopped screaming?" Hideous green blisters began to erupt across Lin Xiang's body, slowly spreading toward his eyes and emitting a foul, ghostly aura. Fang Ziu smiled sinisterly at the sight. "Is this what a total loss of spiritual control looks like?" "He's starting to mutate." His expression instantly turned cold as he witnessed a spirit master's transformation for the first time. To prevent any accidents, he decided to sever the man's limbs. With that thought, he swung his knife, the blade flashing through the air. Blood sprayed out, staining the room crimson. Lin Xiang's face was now so deformed he couldn't utter a word as blood continued to erupt from his body. The dark red blood flowed in streams. A moment later, his entire body collapsed, perfectly still. Fang Ziyu stood there, feeling an inexplicable sense of surprise. Is he dead? Is this mutation unstoppable, or did I strike too hard? Fang Ziyu looked down at the knife in his hand, wondering with confusion, what is that sound? His gaze returned to Lin Xiang's slumped corpse. Suddenly, a strange symbol appeared in the man's pupil, and fleshy fibers began to crawl out like writhing tree roots, looking utterly grotesque. Fang Ziyu recoiled in shock. Suddenly, Lin Xiang's eye seemed to burst from its socket, and a powerful surge of malevolent energy erupted from his body, lunging straight at Fang Ziyu. Finally, the eye tore itself free from the body, standing upright on fleshy tentacles. It spun continuously, fixating its gaze directly ahead. This caused Fang Ziyu to smirk as he remarked, "Interesting." A sinister smile spread across his face as he stared down at the bizarre eye. The symbol on the eye glowed, unleashing an even stronger ghostly aura that launched a relentless assault. Fang Ziyu dodged quickly, swinging his small knife forward. Suddenly, the eye latched onto the handle of Fang Ziyu's knife. His expression turned grave, but he swiftly switched the blade to his other hand and slashed at the eye clinging to him. A precise strike severed the tentacle wrapped around his hand, but the grotesque eye leaped up, flying straight toward Fang Ziyu's face, aiming for his own eyes. Fang Ziyu realized its intent. It was targeting his eyes. He quickly reached out and snatched the monstrous eye out of the air. He stared at it with a frigid gaze, thinking to himself, "I've got you now." Suddenly, the eye emitted an even more powerful surge of ghostly energy. Fang Ziyu narrowed his eyes as a bloody darkness shrouded his vision, and the eerie eye in his hand struggled free, leaping directly into his own socket. Another wave of darkness emerged, and he thought in a panic that he had gone blind as that crimson eye burrowed deep into Fang Ziyu's head. Only a single wriggling tentacle remained outside, and the sharp, stinging pain made him shudder as he quickly grabbed it and pulled with all his might. However, it slipped from his grasp and vanished completely into his tightly shut eye, leaving a trail of blood streaming down Fang Ziyu's face. He raised his hand but stopped abruptly as the bizarre eye began to rampage inside him, its grotesque tentacles stretching out to weave into his brain. A chilling aura surged from the eye, wrapping around every fold of Fang Ziyu's brain until he slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred and hazy. "Oh, I can see again," he muttered, though his other eye was bloodshot with fresh blood trailing down his cheek as his surroundings began to spin. That blood-red eye flipped inward to reveal an unnervingly black pupil, showing him an image of a brain on one side and a shapeless void on the other. An excited voice rang out, claiming the black wall had not lied, and that his weak body was finally ascending through the power of the specter. Fang Ziyu remained in a state of confusion, muttering, "What is this?" before the malicious voice declared its success and claimed his body as its own. "I will seal your consciousness within this body forever so you may feel eternal agony," the voice hissed as the eye's tentacles continued to squirm. A ghostly laugh echoed, but Fang Ziyu merely curled his lips into a cold, mocking smile and asked if the entity truly intended for him to feel pain. "My suffering is far greater than yours," he said with a sinister grin, provoking the eye to roar that it would devour everyone he loved once it took control. The wicked voice repeatedly promised he would wish for death, but the eye suddenly widened in shock as it was plunged into a pitch-black abyss of confusion. It wondered where it was as fragments of Fang Ziyu's expressions appeared around it, and an indistinct voice began to stammer in disbelief. The eerie eye continued to grope around Fang Ziyu's brain, but found nothing but a vast emptiness, causing it to mutter in a state of total panic. Moments later, the eye fell into a swirling, hazy void and cried out in terror that this was not a human mind at all, but a literal hell. Lost in the illusion, the eerie eye roared with fury, questioning if he could only endure this much pain and calling him pathetic. "I will show you the meaning of true suffering," it screamed before being sucked into a murky, dark space and vanishing into the void. Afterward, Fang Ziyu pulled his hood down while evil red auras swirled around him, his eyes closed, and one side still bleeding from the cursed intrusion. He calmly stated that Lin Xiang was dead, and he was now the master of the blood pupil, opening his eyes to reveal a gaze stained a deep, bloody red. Known as the blood pupil, Its power inflicts a spiritual shock through eye contact, a form of mental pollution where whoever he looks at dies. Fang Ziu sighed as the red faded into a pale white, hiding his ability to induce hallucinations as his left eye returned to its normal state. He stared calmly into the distance and wondered if he had become a rank 2 spirit master when Lin Xiang's spiritual energy broke through during mutation. Feeling his heart racing, he noted that the blood pupil's power had intensified and his spiritual illumination had reached 5%. He smiled twistedly, wondering if the entity had lost control and poured all its spirituality into the blood pupil only for him to absorb it entirely. If that were the case, he realized he could grow stronger through devouring others and proceed to slaughter even more specters. Fang Ziu stood up and pondered how to replicate this devouring process, noting that Lin Xiang had only entered his mind because he had turned into a specter. He recalled Lin Xiang's frantic screams about the Black Wall's truth and his weak body's ascension as he claimed victory over Fang Ziu's form. "I have taken your body and will seal your soul in eternal pain," the memory echoed as he lowered his head and whispered to himself. Perhaps the walls in other locations also serve a significant purpose. The rotary cutter spun rapidly, its engine roaring as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Fang Ziu watched the cutter process the corpse with composure and spoke indifferently, saying that although he didn't know who the man was, he was satisfied with the outcome and would thank him if given the chance, his voice sounding somber. Showing no fear at the unfolding scene, the sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed as a wolf caught the scent of blood and slowly approached. Carefully judging whether the meat was edible, he sat down and gazed at the sight before him with indifference while discussing his plans regarding that bronze candlestick. The club president would surely send someone for revenge, so he had to find an opportunity to eliminate them and prevent future trouble. Leaning over, he took a card from the man's coat pocket, thinking how troublesome worldly affairs were, as killing one person often required wiping out their entire sect. At his feet, the wolf licked the meat on the ground while he held up the card, which had 5 large characters engraved on it: Black Rose Tavern. Looking at this information, he pondered his next move. Unfortunately, he could not deal with their forces in Ludeng City yet, so it was better to scout the way that night. With that thought, Fang Ziu took immediate action. In Huali City, the Black Rose Tavern stood out in the night with its shimmering LED lights. Stepping inside, a tall, thin figure with a hooded head appeared silently. His cold, sharp eyes scanned the room to assess the situation. The rhythmic clicking of his leather shoes against the tiled floor echoed as he ventured deeper into the tavern. The atmosphere was strangely quiet, filled only by the sound of his heavy footsteps. A man with dark green hair sitting in the corner glanced at him with a scrutinizing gaze, likely evaluating this new visitor. Another man with a scowling face couldn't hide his curiosity as he looked toward him. He took a sip of his drink, yet his eyes remained fixed on the mysterious man. He sat down, and the waiter at the counter immediately approached with a friendly smile, welcoming him to the Black Rose and asking for his order. He lowered his head, revealing only half of his face, and spoke in a raspy voice, "Black Rose, 24 petals." The waiter froze, his glass-wiping motion stopping abruptly for a few seconds before he quickly regained his composure and smiled politely, apologizing to the guest. He didn't have that kind of wine, but he remained calm, stating in a steady voice that what he needed was not wine but a flower. The waiter's expression shifted. Cold gaze evaluated him once more before the waiter quickly nodded and politely invited him to follow through a discreet passage. The waiter pressed a hidden switch, and the wall in front of them slowly opened to reveal a secret room containing a long, dark corridor illuminated only by the faint light from behind. The waiter told him to proceed as someone inside would receive him. The door closed behind him, leaving him standing in a silent space that appeared to be a bunker. He walked slowly, his long shadow dragging across the ground and creating a gloomy atmosphere. At the end of the corridor was a small alley leading to a heavily guarded door. 2 large men in black suits and sunglasses stood on either side of the door. He glanced at them, noting to himself that the security was even tighter than at the investigation bureau. As he prepared to enter, one of them raised a hand to stop him, politely explaining that he needed to present a membership card to enter the trading area. They required a queue for inspection and strictly prohibited any conflict within the premises, asking for his understanding. He raised both hands to show his cooperation. Watching one man taking notes while the other searched the surroundings, he thought to himself that, fortunately, this tavern only issued membership cards to those who were qualified. Registration wasn't forced, and Lin Ziyang wasn't entirely useless. After the inspection, they handed him the card and respectfully told him to take it. No longer obstructed, he walked inside slowly. A doorman with neatly slicked-back hair bowed and politely wished him a pleasant transaction as the door swung open. As the door opened, he felt a surge of energy radiating outward. He remained calm and cold, looking into the large room where a significant crowd had already gathered. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the room. As he entered, he assessed the place, noting that there were no more than 100 spirit mediums in Lu Deng City. There were over a dozen people here, indicating that this trading hall's strength was anything but ordinary. While he was thinking, a woman with a seductive figure approached and warmly asked how she could help him. His entire body radiated killing intent as he narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice that he wanted to kill someone. The woman then led him to a room where they sat across from each other. Not wanting to waste time, he directly asked how much the head of the Guangaming Club was worth. The woman didn't understand and began a lengthy explanation. He is an elite among rank 2 spirit mediums, requiring at least 10 others of the same rank to handle him, not to mention making an enemy of the entire Guangming Club. It requires a vast amount of manpower and resources. Fearing she would continue, he interrupted and repeated his question, asking how much it was worth. The woman smiled gently and spoke elegantly. For an expert of this level, we don't accept cash, only spirit coins or spiritual materials of equal value, estimated at 500 spirit coins. He continued to inquire. Then what about Tan Guangyuan of the Guangming Club? The woman replied. Though he isn't a rank 2 spirit medium, he is a core member of the club. That will be at least 100 spirit coins. Continuing his inquiry, he asked about Li Jue. Having the information ready, the woman immediately answered, he is a bit cheaper, 200 spirit coins will suffice. Having gathered the information, he asked why that man was so cheap. The graceful woman smiled and politely replied, Sir, your question touches upon valuable information. Unless you decide to kill Li Jue and place a deposit of 100 spirit coins or pay separately for this intel, I cannot disclose it. He didn't say much, slamming his hand on the table as a box of spirit coins spilled out everywhere. With a cold expression, he commanded, Speak. The spirit coins were neatly arranged on the table to count the full amount. The woman happily continued, Since you have decided to place the order. The smile on her face reached her eyes, showing her clear satisfaction with the new order. After receiving the payment, she began to reveal why Li Jue's price was so low. Li Jue's ability belongs to the sensory system, and his direct combat power is very weak, which is why his price is low. Furthermore, he is the cousin of the Guangming Club's president. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, Another cousin? Noticing his dissatisfaction, the woman who had been cheerful turned cold, though a polite smile remained on her lips as she asked. May I ask if you wish to cancel the order? The deposit will not be refunded, he replied indifferently. It seems I don't quite trust this exchange. The person I want to kill is a cousin. When can you act? What if you fail? The woman smiled and explained, the specific timing is a secret. It cannot be disclosed, but we will notify you within a week. She opened her phone and introduced an application. You can download this app to track progress and look up orders. After the mission is complete, you have 1 month to confirm and pay the remaining balance. Just then her phone chimed with a notification. You have a new order. It has been automatically accepted. Please stay tuned. Feeling a bit flustered because the ringtone was too loud, she hurried to apologize and adjust the volume. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. Work is a bit busy. She stood up and continued to answer his question regarding a failed assassination. We offer 2 options. One is a refund of half the mission cost, or you can pay more to hire a stronger assassin. The girl stepped forward, handed him a contract, and said confidently, All guarantee terms are clearly stated in this contract. You can rest assured. He nodded slightly and took the contract, but instead of opening it immediately, he placed it on the table and used his sensory ability. He discovered several strands of eerie energy clinging to the contract. His face remained calm, showing no emotion. Assessing the papers, he realized demonic energy was radiating from the contract and felt a sense of danger looming around the girl. He thought that she could accurately judge the aura of demonic energy, meaning she had clearly used it many times. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her expression dangerous as she spoke. Your eyes are truly sharp. This is an effectiveness guarantee contract. In case a customer doesn't pay on time, it makes it easier for us to find them. He smiled, wondering if he could sign a fake name without any issues. Picking up the pen, he signed the contract, not with a name but with his characteristic number 6. Once the contract was finished, he concluded his business and left. Stepping outside, he noticed there wasn't a soul around. He pulled his hood down, concealing a face that wore a sinister smile. His left pupil had turned crimson, a sign that he had just used the blood eye. Ensuring his safety and that he wasn't being followed, he left the area. He walked with his hands in his pockets, thinking about the 200 spirit coins he had just spent to blind one of the Guang Ming Club's eyes. It's worth it, he thought. If I have enough money, I could even buy the president's life. It seems I must earn money first. The next day, under the streetlights, Zhao Hao spoke to him happily. Yun Shen, you actually joined the investigation. He only gave a somber nod. In the director's office, voices echoed. Someone said, currently. The nationwide invasion of supernatural entities is intensifying, forcing headquarters to suppress chaos both internally and externally in this complex situation. Several corporations and clans are covertly training spirit masters, some even conspiring with foreign powers, as Wang Dihai sits authoritatively in his chair. He solemnly addresses Fang Ziu, explaining that the higher-ups have arranged for his temporary training at the Bureau, while Zhao Hao chatters incessantly beside him. That's excellent, Brother Ziu. You won't be transferred after all, Yang Ming says with a smile, patting his shoulder and welcoming little Fang as a new comrade. Just let me know if you need anything, and I'll do my best to help, he adds before Dihai turns to ask Yang Ming about the progress of the Abaddon investigation. How is Bai Zai's recovery going? At this question, Yang Ming's expression turns grave as he reflects on his previous report to Dihai. Currently, they have only discovered that a massive organization known as Poker is backing Abaddon, a group that remains deeply hidden and is certainly not a local power. Its origins might be linked to the other headquarters. Meanwhile, he smiles thinking of his bandaged, immobile teammate, noting that little Bai is stable but still unable to move. Wang Dihai immediately issues orders for the Poker investigation to continue, insisting that Bai Zai should focus on recovery without worrying about bureau affairs. He informs Fang Ziu and Zhao Hao that as novice spirit masters, they must undergo training before receiving assignments, a condition Zhao Hao cheerfully accepts. Despite the brief exchange, one individual has remained silent throughout the entire conversation, merely listening to them without offering any response. The intel brings a smirk to his face as he muses on the idea of disguising as a shadow ghost like Abaddon. This organization is truly intriguing. Wondering what other divine abilities they possess, he vows to find an opening to contact them later while he and Zhao Hao attend their essential theory classes. While he feels like a prisoner, Zhao Hao is thrilled by the lecture on 108 methods to combat supernatural entities, taught by a stunning woman with purple hair. She uses her pointer with professional grace, leaving Zhao Hao completely captivated by her beauty as his eyes shimmer with excitement and affection. Lost in a daze, he ignores the lesson to stare at her, praising her teaching style, while Fang Ziu remains indifferent with his head on the desk. Later in practical training, Zhao Hao trembles and begs for mercy, admitting defeat and pleading for Brother Ziu to stop, but he ignores the cries. He hurls an object through the air with such force that the watermelon dangling above Zhao Hao's head instantly shatters, making the boy squeeze his eyes shut. Fearing a direct hit to his own head, a week of repetitive drills passes by, ending with smoke still curling from the barrel of a recently fired gun. A week has gone by, and he wonders when he can finally take a mission to engage the supernatural world, bored and waiting for Black Rose's response. Just as he thinks of Black Rose, his phone chimes, prompting him to check it while Zhao Hao stands behind him clutching a watermelon. Zhao Hao makes a strange comparison about the watermelon's size, while he stares wickedly at an unread notification on a mysterious assassination app. Sensing imminent excitement, he grins deviously at the prospect of a good show before opening the message stating his order is complete, just as events unfold elsewhere. A massive skyscraper towers over the surrounding low-rise buildings, where a meeting of nearly 10 people is underway, and someone calls out to Lin Ziyang. An old man with a prominent scar, a hatted figure of indeterminate gender, and a middle-aged man all tremble in unison upon hearing that voice. He calls for Bronze Candlestick, causing 3 people on the right to bow in fear, before swirling his wine and addressing his cousin while draining the glass. After finishing his drink, he furiously smashes the fragile glass against the floor and grits his teeth in a terrifying rage, demanding to know who is responsible. Someone is clearly targeting me and the Light Club, he bellows, leaving everyone in the meeting room too terrified to utter a single word in response. They watch him scream in a frenzy, his face contorted with rage and his murderous eyes wide as he barks out orders to investigate the matter immediately. Amidst the suffocating tension of the room, a woman dressed in a form-fitting red outfit approaches and boldly seats herself upon his lap. Revealing a flirtatious scene before his eyes, she spoke in a soft, seductive voice. "All right, young Master Ma, calm down." Looking at the wine glass in her hand, he fell into a brief silence. He took the glass and drained it, but before finishing, he noticed a strange taste. Frowning, he asked what the flavor was. She made a peculiar gesture toward her mouth, her lips pouting slightly as she blushed and replied, "Take a guess." His brows furrowed deeply as he glared at the woman with intense irritation. Dark thoughts swirled within him, and his face clouded over as he shoved her away, cursing, "You filthy wench. How dare you touch me with a mouth that has licked others?" The woman seemed completely unbothered, maintaining an amused expression as she watched his reaction. In a sweet, consoling tone, she said, "Don't be so harsh. You're making me sound like a villain. After all, those others were nothing more than a game to me." "I'm only sincere with you," she added, appearing apologetic while her beautiful face remained flushed. She then spoke with pride, "Darling, let me handle this mission. Within a week, I guarantee you will be satisfied." Having said that, she flashed a devious smile that left one questioning her true intentions. Meanwhile, Bai Chi lay in his hospital bed, his raspy voice coming through the phone. "The doctor said I have basically regained my mobility. But I still cannot fight." Dahai and Yang Ming looked at the phone together, and Dahai spoke up. "Then you should continue your recovery, Bai Chi. We will send someone else to the Kingshan Psychiatric Hospital Ghost Domain. Let Yang Kunpeng's squad handle it." Yang Ming looked skeptical. Yang Kunpeng is an experienced spirit medium. Leading a team to clear a C-rank ghost domain shouldn't be an issue. But what about Fang Ziu? He has already been to Kingshan Psychiatric Hospital, so shouldn't he go along? Dahai explained. Fang Ziu is too important. Besides, he is still a novice spirit medium. I have arranged for him to handle a D-rank supernatural event first. Once he gains enough experience and strengthens his spirituality, we will assign him C-rank missions. Yang Ming felt Dahai was being biased, his face falling as he sighed. "You are overprotecting him. There is hardly any difference between C-rank and D-rank." Dahai flared up, his face contorting with rage. He roared, "Damn it! To a third-rank spirit medium like you, C-rank and D-rank are naturally the same." Holding the phone, he turned to Yang Ming and continued his tirade. "If you or Bai Chi were leading the team, then he could go. He could even go to more dangerous ghost domains. But currently you are investigating the poker card case, and Bai Chi is injured. Naturally, I must make proper arrangements." "Do you not understand this logic?" Bai Chi, listening to Dahai scold Yang Ming through the screen, added, "Your ability is luck. No matter who dies, it will never be you. So of course you do not care." Yang Ming took it as a compliment, acting like a true man with a spirited gaze as he raised his voice. "A real man must be tempered through blood and fire. He cannot be a flower in a greenhouse." Before he could finish, Dahai lost his patience and barked, "Shut up. Go and bring Fang Ziu here to me immediately." Yang Ming refused to back down, shouting even louder, "Fine, I'll get him. Why are you screaming? All this noise is disturbing Bai Chi's recovery." Bai Chi remained silent, unsure of what to say in this situation as he covered his face in embarrassment. When summoned, Fang Ziu walked in calmly and sat down before Dahai, who called out to him sternly. "Fang Ziu," Dahai's voice was resolute, as if he were issuing a vital command. "I have called you here this time to assign you a difficult task." Fang Ziu shrugged slightly and replied promptly, "If it does not involve supernatural occurrences, I will not accept it." Dahai continued. "This time, I want you to investigate and resolve a supernatural event at Haishui Village." Fang Ziu took the documents from Dahai's hand and repeated, "Haishui Village." He flipped through the information on the paper and admitted, "I have never heard of this place." Dahai explained as if reminiscing, "Haishui Village is a small hamlet located in a remote mountainous area of Ludeng City. Because the path is difficult and the population is sparse, few people know of it. The village's name comes from the Haishui River that flows through it. Recently, a young couple in the village was terrified to discover a body floating in the river. Over the years, the Haishui River has claimed many lives. Initially, everyone assumed they were just ordinary drowning incidents. However, the villagers believe the river harbors an evil spirit that drags people down by their legs. Of those two witnesses, one has gone mad, while the other remains in a state of constant terror. The story continued with even stranger occurrences. A resident was sleeping in his house with his head on a pillow and a thin blanket over him, only to suddenly wake up and find himself lying on the cold ground. Upon waking, he realized he was at the riverbank with his feet already submerged in the water. Had he not woken up in time, the river might have swallowed him. The terrified villagers believe the river possesses a soul that wants to kill them, Dahai added. Haishui village was steeped in similar eerie legends. Fang Ziu listened intently, his eyes fixed on the documents as Dahai continued. The Investigation Bureau's preliminary inquiry concluded that the incident involved supernatural elements. Regarding the code name, he paused for a moment before speaking. Water Ghost. The detailed report on the supernatural event in Ludeng City specified the entity's ID and location. Haishui River, Haishui Village, with a Class C danger rating. Dahai had also confirmed this information through a preliminary assessment. Fang Ziu held the paper, his gaze thoughtful as he drifted into a pensive state. Finding the event quite intriguing, Fang Ziu gripped the paper while making his own calculations. A Class D event resolved by the Bureau paid 10 spirit coins, Class C paid 100, and Class B paid 1,000. His salary would also double. He flipped through the pages, his eyes filled with calculation, if he could resolve this incident. I could purchase another life at the Guangaming Club, he thought. This was his first mission, and his abilities were classified as top secret. Therefore, I'll have Shen Lingsu and Zhao Hao, a new spirit master, accompany you on this mission. Fang Ziu nodded, his expression dark and unreadable as he returned to his thoughts. It had been a long time since he dealt with the supernatural. He missed the sensation of sinking a scalpel into their bodies. Memories of battling his wife surfaced, despite several attempts at revenge. The gap between them meant he could never strike in time. He could only suffer her counterattacks, dying and reviving repeatedly, recalling his wife decapitating him. He sighed inwardly, feeling nothing at all. Fang Ziu was so lost in thought that he didn't notice his murderous aura filling the room, causing Director Wang to tremble. With such overwhelming bloodlust, this young spirit master certainly matched the reports of mental pollution. Oh, right, the director added. The Bureau has arranged a coordinator for you, a normal person to handle chores, similar to how Shen Lingsu and assistant Wen Hao operate. Director Wang picked up the phone and made a call. Kehen, come to my office immediately. A humming sound came from the other end, followed by Su Kehen's voice. Yes, I'm on my way. Fang Ziu remained silent, but his ears caught the sound of someone cheering for her. Go for it, Kehen, you can do this. Spirit masters aren't easy to approach, but if you work hard, you'll surely be recognized. Keep it up. Director Wang's voice cut through his train of thought. Come in. The door opened, and an orange-haired girl in professional attire entered holding a folder. This was Su Kehen, Fang Ziu's new assistant. She stood straight, though her voice and expression betrayed her nerves. Hello, Director Wang, she said, her voice trembling slightly. The director gestured toward Fang Ziu. Kehen, this is Fang Ziu. You'll be coordinating with him from now on. Fang Ziu maintained a cold facade, inwardly evaluating her as a trainee specially groomed by the Bureau. He knew a spirit master's senses far exceeded a normal person's. Upon the director's introduction, Su Kehen immediately bowed politely. Hello, Mr. Fang. I am Su Kehen, Agent 1327. Fang Ziu didn't return the greeting. He simply stood up and walked past her, his tone arrogant. Cut the chatter. Add me and send your number. Unless I contact you, don't send pointless messages. Su Kehen uttered a confused awe at his coldness. Without looking back, Fang Ziu walked out, leaving behind a final remark. Nice acting, don't do it again. Su Kehen stood there, utterly bewildered. Her eyes were wide, her mind filled with questions. She didn't understand what he meant. Outside, Fang Ziu looked coldly at the friend request from Su Kehen on his phone. He thought to himself that Su Kehen was like a sugar-coated anomaly, innocent on the outside but deep and unpredictable. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Fang Ziu, hurry up, we're waiting for you. He looked toward the source. Shen Lingsu was leaning against a car with her arms crossed. Move it, a snail could crawl faster than you. Beside her, Zhao Hao waved with a bright smile. Inside the car, a stout man was watching Fang Ziu intently. Once Fang Ziu was settled, the man spoke up. First time meeting, let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Shuai. I'm a veteran at the Bureau. You can call me Shuai-ji. I'm a space-type spirit master with teleportation abilities. As soon as he finished, Zhao Hao, sitting nearby, expressed immediate admiration. He turned to Liu Shuai and asked, Shuai-ji, can you really teleport? I thought my own ability was quite strong, but I didn't expect yours to be even more impressive. Curious, Liu Shuai asked in return, what is your ability then? Zhao Hao suddenly blushed and stammered. His entire awkward expression was clearly observed by Shen Lingsu, who was in the driver's seat, through the rearview mirror. She softly uttered a huh, questioning how he could shamelessly mention awakening such a power, before Zhu Ling continued in a serious tone. I am the captain. Therefore, I will briefly introduce everyone's abilities. Mine is flame, Fang Ziu's is perception, and that chubby kid already introduced himself. As she spoke, Liu Shuai sat up straight, trying to get a better look at Fang Ziu, while Zhu Ling introduced the blushing Zhao Hao in the corner, noting his ability was calculation. Hearing this, Liu Shuai pointed at Zhao Hao and exclaimed in shock, Brother, you're a real talent. Calculation? How is that supposed to deal with specters? Do you plan to math them to death? He let out a mocking laugh, but Zhu Ling coldly interrupted him, saying, Chubby, you have a lot of nerve laughing at others. She bluntly exposed his limitations, noting his ability only allowed him to teleport 10 centimeters per hour, which silenced Liu Shuai immediately. The mockery vanished from his face as he grunted, while Zhao Hao burst into laughter, ridiculing the 10-centimeter teleportation distance. That's not even half as long as mine, Zhao Hao joked while gesturing toward his lap, prompting Liu Shuai to snap back that he had improved to 20 centimeters every half hour. The two continued their bickering, with Zhao Hao boasting that his ability would always outdistance Liu Shuai's once activated. Liu Shuai refused to back down, challenging him to prove it if he actually had the guts. Their arguing caused Zhu Ling's expression to darken as she gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with a murderous intent that threatened to incinerate the noisy pair. Suddenly, a blast of fire shot toward Zhao Hao and Liu Shuai, leaving them charred and blackened as Zhu Ling barked. That is enough. She cast a threatening glare at them, warning that if anyone said another word, she would throw them out to walk to Haishui village on their own. Terrified, both of them obediently apologized and fell silent, while Fang Ziu remained indifferent to the commotion, lost in his own thoughts. Leaning back in his seat, he pondered why this Class C supernatural event was only assigned one veteran rank 1 spirit master and 3 people with no direct combat skills. Fang Ziu opened his eyes slowly as another thought crossed his mind regarding the nature of their current assignment. He wondered if the mission was exceptionally simple or if the investigation bureau was so short-staffed that this was all they could manage, but decided to wait until they reached the village to see. Their vehicle came to a halt as Zhu Ling announced they had arrived at Haishui village, and the group stepped out to see the gloomy hamlet nestled at the mountain's base. Flickering, weak firelight became visible in the distance, and Fang Ziu was the first to spot the faint glow. He noted that someone was ahead, causing Zhao Hao to look around in fear just as a pair of feet appeared behind the 4 of them. An elderly man appeared, supported by a tall youth, and asked if she was the Miss Shen he had seen on television. Zhu Ling confirmed her identity and asked if he was village chief Wang Xiaogui, to which the old man smiled and introduced his grandson Wang Fugui. The chief welcomed them and offered food prepared by his granddaughter-in-law, but Zhu Ling politely declined, saying they had already eaten. She mentioned they were tired from driving, so the chief apologetically instructed Fugui to prepare hot water before leading them to their quarters. As the warm water washed away the day's fatigue, Zhu Ling touched her tattoo with a pensive, unreadable expression. Reminding herself to stay cautious, she stepped out of the bath and asked the others if they had noticed anything strange while drying her hair. Liu Shuai replied that everything seemed normal, so Zhu Ling told them to rest before their trip to the Haishui River the next day. She explained that the anomalies might be linked to the river, but Fang Ziu suddenly spoke up, mentioning the hair. Intrigued, Zhu Ling asked for clarification, and Fang Ziu explained his observation that everyone in the village had exceptionally healthy hair. He pointed out that the village chief had no gray hair despite being in his 70s or 80s, though Liu Shua suggested it might just be hair dye. Fang Ziu immediately dismissed the idea, saying it wasn't necessary. Ling Zhu rested her chin on her hand, pondering in silence for a moment before nodding in agreement. Fang Ziu had a point. Haishui village was small and everyone was friendly. Village Chief Wang was just an old man. There was no reason for him to dye his hair. Besides, buying hair dye required a long trek to the town, which was far too much trouble. She then reminded the 3 of them, "You 3 are sharing a room, so it's best to take turns keeping watch tonight." As soon as she finished, Fang Ziu stood up without a word. He ignored Zhao Hao's calls. "Hey, Brother Ziu, where are you going? Aren't you sleeping with us? What if you encounter a specter alone?" Fang Ziu stepped outside. He thought to himself, compared to facing a specter alone, I'm more concerned about too many people gathering. Specters won't manifest when there's a crowd. His gaze turned cold as he continued to speculate. The thing that makes me most suspicious since arriving at Haishui village is a strange discovery I've made. He looked up at the full moon in the sky. He thought, there isn't a single specter here. He lay down on the bed prepared by the village chief. Fang Ziu couldn't close his eyes. With his hands behind his head, he stared intently at the ceiling. He thought, I've only encountered this situation once before. That was in the abnormal realm of Kingshan Mental Hospital, where the ghost domain merged with reality. Specters could transform from illusions into physical existence. Images of Kingshan Mental Hospital flashed in his mind. Perhaps Haishui village is also a ghost domain, but the specters simply haven't appeared yet. However, at Kingshan Hospital, there was no signal. Here, though the signal is weak, communication is still possible, perhaps exhausted from the long journey. Fang Ziu gradually drifted off to sleep. The clock ticked away until it struck exactly 3 a.m. Suddenly, a frigid chill enveloped his body. Fang Ziu didn't realize it yet, merely turning over to continue sleeping. In his daze, he thought, it's so cold, and there's the sound of running water. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he sprang up like a coiled spring, his gaze alert. He thought, has it appeared? Fang Ziu sat motionless on the bed, silently sensing his surroundings in the dark. He quickly pieced the events together and speculated, the bed is swaying and there's the sound of water. Could it be? He immediately grabbed his phone from the bed, turned on the flashlight and shone it on the floor. It was already flooded. He thought, river water. His pupils contracted, flashing with shock. It's the Haishui River. Ling Zhu was deep in sleep when the light from Fang Ziu's flashlight hit her eyes directly. She let out a faint groan of annoyance, but then, sensing something unusual, she jerked her eyes open. She quickly bolted upright, ready to attack, and shouted, who's there? Fang Ziu immediately responded to Ling Zhu's panic. It's me. He looked at her with a cold, aloof gaze. Ling Zhu gasped in surprise, Fang Ziu. She reflexively covered herself and snapped, when did you enter my room? What do you want? Fang Ziu didn't mince words and got straight to the point. Take a good look at your surroundings before you speak. Across from them, Zhao Hao and Liu Xua were still sleeping soundly, even muttering in their sleep about waking up every day. Ling Zhu hurriedly checked her phone. She was horrified by the sight before her and couldn't help but exclaim, where is this? What's happening? Zhao Hao was also startled awake. He rubbed his eyes, his voice still thick with sleep. Brother Ziu, what's wrong? Before he could fully wake up, Liu Xua suddenly grabbed his neck tightly and shrieked in terror. Mommy, Liu Xua clung to Zhao Hao, wailing piteously. Where are we? Weren't we just sleeping? Why are we suddenly on a river? Zhao Hao struggled to break free from Liu Xua's embrace and yelled, on a river? What do you mean on a river? That makes no sense at all. Fatty, stop moving. Your weight is going to flip the bed. Brother Ziu, save me. Fang Ziu looked at his phone, scrolling as he spoke. This is the Haishui River. The specter has appeared. He then turned his gaze toward the dark void ahead and added, and we are currently in the middle of the river's current. At this point, Zhao Hao no longer rejected Liu Xua's embrace. They both clung to each other and wailed like children. Zhao Hao closed his eyes tight and moaned. There's a whirlpool, run! Liu Xua yelled back, run where? It's fine, I can swim. What good does that do? The specter might be waiting for you to jump in. Ling Zhu placed her hand on her forehead, her face darkening with exasperation. She screamed angrily, both of you shut up. Nobody go into the water, use your hands to paddle. Her roar silenced the two men. They immediately let go of each other. They sat obediently on either side of the bed and replied meekly, oh, okay. Fang Ziu silently watched the noisy pair, his mind beginning to calculate. Strange. To be able to move someone to the Blackwater River without making a sound, why would such a specter let them leave so easily? Liu Xua reached his hand into the water. He suddenly frowned in discomfort and turned to Zhao Hao, whispering anxiously that it was useless since they hadn't moved at all despite waiting for so long. Is there something underwater blocking our path? Hearing this, Zhao Hao panicked and hurriedly suggested that they should just swim. Ling Zhu immediately issued a stern warning, stating that this specter could control the current and that the Blackwater River was its domain, so they must not enter the water. Zhao Hao looked helpless, feeling as though they were out of options, while Ling Zhu continued anxiously, noting that although she was the strongest fighter in the team, her flame powers were countered by water and would be severely restricted, so she sighed and admitted she might only be able to protect herself. Zhao Hao tearfully pointed toward the seemingly endless darkness and cried out to Fang Ziu, asking him what they should do now. The whirlpool was growing larger when he suddenly stopped, noticing Fang Ziu was busy with something, and asked curiously what he was doing. "What are you doing?" Fang Ziu had opened his bag and laid out his prepared items on the bed, diligently tying a rope to a shovel handle to create a simple anchor before swinging it around with all his might. He threw it forward forcefully, and once the anchor hooked onto something near the shore, Fang Ziu tugged it a few times to test its stability before turning back to the group. With a decisive voice, he told everyone to come closer and grab onto his bed. As the beds collided, Fang Ziu took the lead, followed by Ling Zhu. Liu Xiu and Zhao Hao followed behind as Ling Zhu looked at Fang Ziu with admiration, impressed that he could remain so calm and make the right decisions in such a dangerous situation. The anchor was firmly hooked to a tree ahead, and Zhao Hao couldn't hide his admiration from behind, praising Brother Ziu just as Ling Zhu suddenly became alert. Her face grew tense as she noticed something unusual beneath the water's surface, and she turned toward Zhao Hao and Liu Xiu to shout a warning. The whirlpool had vanished, and as all four of them peered down into the seemingly bottomless depths, Ling Zhu, Zhao Hao, and Liu Xiu were visibly bewildered. Only Fang Ziu maintained a cold, unmoved expression as the area fell into a terrifying silence, leaving him deep in thought. He scanned his surroundings as a theory flashed through his mind. The whirlpool was likely the specter's lair, but since it had vanished, perhaps the creature had spared them. However, that was unlikely, and realizing there was only one other possibility, he spoke in a grave tone, announcing that it had already found them. Fang Ziu's words made Zhao Hao tremble violently with fear as he cried out in shock, while Ling Zhu, Zhao Hao, and Liu Xiu all stared into the void. They were all visibly terrified as they stared into the emptiness until Ling Zhu suddenly screamed, her eyes fixed on the water as she realized something was pulling the bed. She used the flickering light from her phone to illuminate the eerily calm river, while Fang Ziu silently observed the scene as a massive silhouette of a water monster gradually emerged from the depths. Ling Zhu also sensed something was wrong, her eyes filling with killing intent as she immediately activated her flames and launched a burning bolt of fire into the water. Instead of driving the specter away, the attack caused it to shake the bed she was standing on. Ling Zhu looked shocked as she slipped, and though the bed was dragged under, she and Fang Ziu fortunately did not fall in. However, Zhao Hao and Liu Xiu were not as lucky, as both struggled in the freezing water while Liu Xiu tightly gripped Zhao Hao's small frame. This caused Zhao Hao to scream in terror, cursing the damn fatty, and telling him not to pull him down while coughing violently, until a hand suddenly reached out to them. Fang Ziu pulled the two shivering men from the water, though Zhao Hao continued to berate Liu Xiu, complaining that the damn fatty had nearly got him killed. Liu Xiu tried to vomit up the water he had swallowed while remembering to thank Fang Ziu, as water continued to drip from the rope and splash into the river. Fang Ziu and Ling Zhu led the way as they waded forward, while Zhao Hao dragged the unconscious Liu Xiu toward the bank and asked if they weren't going to get out of the water. Ling Zhu also wondered why the specter hadn't attacked them yet despite them being in the water, but Fang Ziu remained silent and did not answer. He turned to look at Ling Zhu with a somber gaze, causing her to startle and blush as she covered her body, asking bashfully what he was looking at while Fang Ziu showed a look of disdain. Her voice laced with impatience, Shen Lingsu ignited her flames, as water and fire were naturally incompatible. The water ghost will fear your power and only emerge once your spirituality is exhausted. That is when we will have our chance to strike. Ling Zhu listened and asked, "What happens after my spirituality is gone and the specter truly manifests? You two aren't capable of facing it head-on." Fang Ziu gripped the rope tightly and spoke with determination. "It's fine. I will take action. I have already spotted the sinker." Hearing this, Ling Zhu raised her hand to ignite a flame. Underwater, Zhao Hao seemed to enjoy himself, exclaiming with delight, "Ah, it's so warm, just like a hot spring." The flame flickered from large to small before finally dying out. Ling Zhu reported that it was no use as her spirituality was depleted. Fang Ziu's expression darkened as if he were waiting for something, prepared for combat. Zhao Hao's cry rang out in terror, "The water! There's something in the water!" The water ghost had arrived, yet he still held onto Liu Xiu. Fang Ziu stood motionless, staring at the strange green streaks spreading across the water's surface. Ling Zhu also noticed the abnormal transformation of the current. Her expression grew more astonished as she asked Fang Ziu what to do. Zhao Hao, holding the unconscious Liu Xiu, remarked that while Brother Ziu was always calm, he seemed strangely excited now, like a man long deprived of desire suddenly seeing a loose woman. Fang Ziu's eyes gleamed with excitement as a delighted smile played on his lips. He dove into the water, one eye turning blood red as he chanted an incantation to activate his crimson eye, allowing him to see the strange things beneath the surface clearly. He thought to himself that it looked just like the hair of the village chief's people. Instead of being afraid, he drew closer to the mass of hair, which then tightly coiled around his body. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he threw a powerful punch at the mass of hair, causing it to vanish instantly. Fang Ziu then turned a disappointed gaze toward the specter. He sighed, thinking this was the most loathsome kind of specter. He lunged toward it, cursing inwardly that it was bad enough it played tricks, but it even fled the moment it was attacked. There was simply no pleasure to be found in killing such creatures. He pursued the specter, thinking triumphantly to himself, "Found you." He lunged forward to its utter shock, and it let out a terrified cry. Fang Ziu attacked expressionlessly as the creature split into several smaller forms to evade him, opening its mouth in an attempt to intimidate him. His complexion paled as he realized he was running out of air, but since the specter was right there, he was determined to kill it. When the specter grabbed Fang Ziu by the throat, he remained still. He allowed the creature to tighten its grip on his neck without offering any resistance. He silently noted that its strength was like an iron vice, making him feel suffocated. However, instead of fear, his gaze grew even sharper. He thought to himself that only this could be truly stimulating. Then he chanted an incantation, "Feel the pain," as a wicked smile spread across Fang Ziu's lips. He watched as the specter writhed in such agony that its form became distorted, until finally, it could only let out shrill, desperate cries. Fang Ziu held a small knife, his cold eyes fixed on the creature. He mused that he hadn't even used his full strength, yet it died after only 2 stabs. He wondered if he could provoke the weaknesses of the other specters in this river. He thought to himself how interesting it was to discover the water ghost's true form, noting that destroying it was quite simple. Fang Ziu then emerged from the murky black water, sending spray everywhere before the astonished eyes of Zhao Hao. He quickly wiped the droplets from his face and said coldly, "A pity the specter escaped. Let's talk further once we're on shore." Zhao Hao stood close by, his confused gaze following Fang Ziu. The group continued to cling to the rope as they moved slowly forward. Once they reached land, Shen Lingzhu and Zhao Hao worked together to pull Liu Shui's heavy, 100-kilogram body onto the shore while he remained unconscious. Shen Lingzhu quickly performed chest compressions, but the situation looked grim. She looked up and told the 2 men that saving him was the priority, asking who would give Liu Shui mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Without waiting, Zhao Hao was the first to back away, hurriedly retorting to Shen Lingzhu, "Why don't you do it?" His words left her fuming with anger. Shen Lingzhu was about to argue with Zhao Hao when she saw Fang Ziu slowly approaching, causing them both to fall silent. Her eyes were fixed on him as he neared the dying man. Fang Ziu knelt down, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "Fang Ziu, you?" Shen Lingzhu's face flushed red as she imagined who knows what. If a scene of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was about to happen, she was certainly going to watch. However, contrary to Shen Lingzhu's expectations, Fang Ziu knelt beside Liu Shui and without a moment's hesitation, delivered a powerful slap across his face. The sound of the slap echoed through the air. While violence isn't usually the answer, it proved strangely effective in this situation. Liu Shui's eyes rolled back as water began to spill from his mouth, his nose bleeding from the forceful strike. The dark aura surrounding him gradually faded, and his heart, which had nearly stopped, began to beat strongly again thanks to the timely first aid, causing him to jolt awake. The water inside him was violently expelled, followed by a prolonged fit of dry coughing. His eyes were bloodshot and strained, looking as though he had just escaped a terrifying watery nightmare. He leaped up, feeling the stinging heat on his cheek and the taste of blood, and shouted, "Who hit me? That really hurts." Standing nearby, Shen Lingzhu was surprised the method worked so well, yet she couldn't help but feel that the fat man had just played a cruel trick on her. Her beautiful face darkened with suppressed rage as she questioned whether his fainting had been an act, while Zhao Hao added to the tension. "Not bad, you damn fatty. Were you trying to deceive Investigator Shen?" Liu Shui, having just returned from the brink of death, clutched his swollen cheek and explained dejectedly. "What do you mean fake? This is so unfair. I truly lost consciousness." Ignoring the bickering, Zhao Hao turned to recount the situation to Fang Ziu, mentioning what he saw underwater. "I spotted a woman's corpse, but her hair detached and fled after I attacked. I suspect the hair itself is the specter, and the body was merely being controlled." Fang Ziu nodded and pointed to his head, noting that the village chief's hair was identical to the woman's, meaning they certainly couldn't return tonight. Shen Lingsu listened and pieced the information together, concluding that since it involved a female corpse and hair, they would have to stay outside for the night. She suggested waiting until tomorrow for her spiritual energy to recover before dealing with the water ghost, while Fang Ziu remained silent, merely observing. Shen Lingsu continued her reasoning, noting that if a novice spirit speaker could repel it, its combat power must be low, so they could lure it ashore and destroy it with flames. Seeing Fang Ziu's silence, she realized he was quietly calling Su Kehen. He leaned over, waiting for the call to connect, and remarked that her plan made it hard to believe she was an experienced spirit speaker. The call was quickly answered by a voice saying, "Hello, Mr. Fang, it's quite late," while Shen Lingsu yelled in the background, "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" Ignoring Shen Lingsu's shouting, Fang Ziu coldly ordered the person on the phone to notify the superiors and dispatch a special task force to Blackwater Village. He demanded they bring as many high-capacity water pumps as possible, prompting a confused Su Kehen to ask why he needed them for a mission, to which he replied sharply that she didn't need to know. "Just tell them I requested it and contact Wang Dihai if there's an issue," Fang Ziu said, finally explaining that he intended to use the Bureau's vast resources and manpower. He pointed out that since the Blackwater River was of moderate depth and other areas could hide threats, they needed to drain the water from both upstream and downstream. The person on the other end stopped questioning and hung up, leaving the other three staring at Fang Ziu in disbelief after his hurried phone call. They looked at him with suspicion and asked in unison if such a thing was even possible, until Shen Lingsu finally spoke up. Accustomed to traditional methods, she realized that while spirit speakers usually handled specters, modern technology might actually be more efficient and less dangerous. Fang Ziu had his own calculations, indifferent to whether he used ordinary people or spirit speakers as long as the specter suffered. By the next morning, smoke rose from the dying embers outside the village. Nearby, a shout rang out telling everyone to wake up because the task force had arrived, while Fang Ziu stood with his back turned, gazing ahead. Behind him, Liu Shui, Shen Lingsu, and Zhao Hao slowly sat up, bleary-eyed, as Fang Ziu pulled a pair of black sunglasses from his pocket and put them on. Looking as though he were heading on a vacation, he thrust his hands into his pockets and coolly announced, "Let's go to the Blackwater River." That morning in Blackwater Village, the locals were drawn to the sight of the group, and a farmer asked if they were visitors from the city. Fang Ziu, wearing his sunglasses, led the way and ignored the tension of his three companions as he casually confirmed they were, while the beautiful Shen Lingsu became the subject of the village women's gossip. "Her clothes are so lovely, and her hair is beautiful, unlike mine, which is all falling out," they whispered, causing the usually tough investigator to feel embarrassed. Shen Lingsu blushed deeply and walked with her head down, while observing that everyone in the village had thick, healthy black hair. The two village girls were no exception, which reignited the suspicion in Zhao Hao and Liu Shui's hearts as they muttered about how everyone's hair was as shiny as the village chief's. Could it be that everyone in this village is a supernatural entity? The special task force moved swiftly, with caution tape and sentries already in place, while agents busied themselves with their tasks below. Some were digging while others pulled cables, all working hard to position the high-capacity pumps Fang Ziu had requested outside. The line of guards remained highly professional as Fang Ziu arrived just as a heated argument broke out, with someone shouting about what right they had to evict them from a place that was not their home. "We are here as tourists, so what right do you have to interfere?" Another person chimed in, agreeing that the area was not even a designated tourist zone. "If this were a tourist site, we would have bought tickets," said one of the two fully equipped explorers, a man and a woman who were glaring at the guards despite their attempts to explain the situation to Fang Ziu. "We are on a special mission and no outsiders are permitted. Please leave," the guards stated, but Fang Ziu ignored the two unreasonable troublemakers and stepped forward to present his permit. Catching the attention of the aggressive woman, Investigator Fang Ziu of the Management Bureau showed his valid credentials, prompting the special forces to immediately lower their weapons. "Reporting Investigator Fang, the squad is ready for this 10th special mission," a soldier said, but as he crossed the checkpoint, a shout made Fang Ziu turn back to a questioning gaze asking if he was the one in charge. "What gives you the right to do this?" the voice demanded, but Fang Ziu did not bother to listen, simply lifting the caution tape to step inside while ordering his men to remove them. The guards immediately complied, pushing the two tourists away as the bitter woman continued to scream threats about reporting them for their actions. "Do you even know who I am?" My father is, she began, but Fang Ziu ignored the two fools and focused on the guard's report addressed to him as Investigator Fang. These two were explorers who enjoyed visiting desolate, uninhabited places and appeared shortly after the team arrived. But Fang Ziu ignored such trivialities to check the installation progress. After the guards confirmed all equipment was present, Fang Ziu ordered them to begin pumping immediately upon completion, and the high-capacity machine was lowered into the water. The machine was effective immediately, with the receding water level visible to the naked eye, leaving Zhao Hao to marvel at whether this was the work of a local expert. Seeing his astonished expression, Fang Ziu calmly remarked that if conventional weapons against supernatural entities were not so ineffective, things might be different. Perhaps spirit masters would no longer exist by now. However, within just 3 hours, Black Water Lake was drained to the bottom, revealing a vast expanse of mud. Zhao Hao quickly spotted something and shouted that there was a female corpse over there, pointing toward a skeleton trapped beneath the thick layer of mud. The flesh on the face had been torn away to reveal a crimson skull, causing Zhao Hao to shudder as he looked at the corpse and wondered who could be so cruel. The face had been flayed into 4 distinct layers, yet Fang Ziu remained silent, his sharp eyes focused on something through his dark sunglasses. Noticing a strange spot at the bottom of the lake, Fang Ziu pointed toward the energy source and ordered Shen Lingsu to use her flames to bomb that specific puddle. Shen Lingsu turned in surprise, realizing he had located the entity, and without hesitation, she dove down with intense flames surrounding her hands to strike the target with a beautiful arc of fire. The fire spread rapidly as if empowered, forming a blazing circle of energy that grew so intense it forced the supernatural entity to reveal itself from its hiding place. A horrific scream rang out as the demonic creature surged into the air while still wreathed in flames, prompting those around to shout that the entity had finally appeared. Fang Ziu stood calmly without a hint of agitation as Zhao Hao and Shen Lingsu stood before him, while the hair demon released demonic energy in all directions like a massive cage. Shen Lingsu charged forward with eyes full of rage, her fireballs dancing wildly as she vowed to take revenge for being soaked in the freezing lake last night, just as Fang Ziu's sharp hearing caught a strange sound. He inwardly noted the sound of a round being chambered and glanced over to see dark gun barrels aimed in his direction through his sunglasses. The entire squad of special forces was pointing their weapons at him, causing Zhao Hao to shout in panic, asking what they were doing since he was on their side. Shen Lingsu quickly intervened with her hands ablaze, casting a dangerous glare at the soldiers and warning them to lower their weapons if they did not wish to die. One of the soldiers began to tremble, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled to speak, telling them to get away because they could no longer control their own bodies. As soon as he finished speaking, his finger pulled the trigger and a hail of bullets erupted, turning the scene into chaos as the target was riddled with holes. Fang Ziu regained consciousness once more, maintaining a stoic expression without a hint of emotion. He meticulously put on his sunglasses, acting as though every detail remained firmly within his grasp. A girl from the group, sporting a distinctive look and dressed entirely in pink, approached him. She questioned him with an abrasive tone, asking if he was their leader and what right they had to be there. Fang Ziu paid little heed to her words, his focus entirely on the 2 peculiar tourists nearby. Although they appeared to be ordinary people, he refused to let his guard down. Before his teammates could respond, the girl raised her voice arrogantly, showing no respect for anyone present as she made her declaration. However, almost everyone ignored the nonsensical and foolish remarks she uttered. Their attention only truly shifted when a bizarre incident suddenly occurred. Her companion abruptly collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. Moments later, she was also struck down, meeting a sudden end identical to that of her partner. The one who had just slain the pair was Fang Ziu, who likely felt that allowing them to live posed a threat to his team. He wondered if he had acted too hastily or misjudged them as mere civilians, but ultimately the deed was done. Fang Ziu felt no remorse for his actions, believing it was better to eliminate a potential threat than to risk a mistake. After all, the timing of their appearance had been far too coincidental. In contrast to his calm demeanor, his teammates were utterly terrified. They cried out in horror, questioning why he had committed such an act and asking what he was doing. He stood up, looked them in the eye, and explained that something was wrong with those people. He then ordered the action squad to immediately disarm and pull back. As the soldiers prepared to remove their gear, Shen Lingsu stepped forward and firmly stopped them. She forbade them from touching their weapons and tried to persuade Fang Ziu to reconsider, urging them not to disarm yet. She openly doubted his stability, demanding an explanation for his behavior. However, he refused to elaborate further, coldly repeating his warning. He insisted there was a problem with them, certain of his intuition. Zhao Hao seemed to grasp Fang Ziu's intent and hesitantly asked if he had sensed something. It appeared that Shen Lingsu's words carried less weight than his commands. Unsurprisingly, the soldiers began to hurriedly strip off their equipment, deciding to comply. They reasoned that with investigator Shen present, they would likely be safe. In less than 5 minutes, all bulletproof vests, helmets, firearms, and radios were neatly piled on the ground. Fang Ziu pointed toward the ground ahead and signaled for her to strike, telling Shen Lingsu to attack the water to eliminate the hair ghost immediately. Upon hearing the order, she launched an attack at the suspicious spot. Her magic manifested as ethereal streaks of purple and pink light, looking both mystical and captivating. At that moment, a grotesque monster emerged from the puddle. With tangled hair, glowing green eyes, and a gaunt face, the creature lunged at the two of them. The moment she saw it, she instinctively maneuvered her body to strike back. This time, the light trails grew larger and more distinct, forming a massive cloud that hovered in the air. Shen Lingsu looked up and screamed in fury, demanding the creature die as everything unfolded as predicted. The hair ghost's power was no match for her refined cultivation. It was struck by her blow and obliterated instantly before it could cause any harm. It vanished abruptly without leaving a single trace, dissolving into a faint, mysterious mist. The crowd cheered in celebration, believing the supernatural threat had been vanquished. It seemed the ordeal was over, but suddenly the soldiers behind Shen Lingsu began to scream in succession. They moved forward involuntarily with staggering, cautious steps, unable to control their own bodies. Fang Ziu drew his precious blade and efficiently dealt with them one by one, explaining that while the hair ghost was dead, the squad was still being manipulated by something else. He suggested that the entity controlling them might not be the ghost they just killed, or perhaps the ghost had another form. After speaking, he charged forward, slashing repeatedly at the thin black smoke enveloping the soldiers. He seemed fearful that failing to destroy the threat immediately would lead to disastrous consequences. He did not hesitate to strike down those who were currently under external control. A few who weren't yet dead tried to use their remaining strength to crawl toward him, reaching out with trembling hands in a plea for help. To an observer, it looked as though he might show mercy. Instead, he decisively knocked them unconscious and ordered his teammates to bind them. His companions immediately sprang into action. With surprising enthusiasm, they quickly rounded up the soldiers and tied them into groups. After clearing the battlefield, Liu Shuai sat on the ground, panting heavily. He looked up at the sky and sighed, remarking how fortunate it was that Fang Ziu had noticed the danger and made them disarm. Otherwise, they would have been riddled with bullets. Zhao Hao was also exhausted but remained standing, agreeing that they truly had to follow Fang Ziu's lead. Meanwhile, Fang Ziu was busy making a call to the bureau. Completely indifferent to the chaos around him, he instructed the bureau to arrange for a full inspection of every staff member involved in this operation. Yes, that's right, let's proceed that way. Once finished, he turned to the bound soldiers and wondered why the task force was still incapacitated. Could someone else be involved besides the 2 explorers and the specters in the Haishui River? He then pocketed his hands and gave orders to his comrades. Let's head back to Haishui Village. Outside, the scenery remained eerily peaceful as flocks of migratory birds soared, painting a tranquil picture of nature. As soon as they arrived, the group noticed the villagers' hair. It was all long and silky, with some even possessing naturally curly locks. Zhao Hao muttered anxiously that, under normal circumstances, the villagers' hair should have returned to its original state once the anomaly was eliminated. He looked around in a cold sweat and turned to Shen Lingsu behind him, fearfully admitting that the villagers were becoming increasingly unsettling to look at. The most effective way to deal with abnormalities is to eliminate every anomaly until normalcy returns. At that moment, they spotted the village chief strolling through the area. Fang Ziu approached him, but instead of inquiring about their lives or the harvest, he asked a peculiar question about how the chief kept his hair so dark. He remarked that the elder's hair looked better than a youth's. The chief laughed, saying it had been gray for a decade, prompting a knowing smile from Fang Ziu. He instantly drew his sharp blade, and before Shen Lingsu or Zhao Hao could even scream, wait, strangely, not a single drop of blood spilled. Shen Lingsu was filled with rage and confusion, but before she could voice her protest, she witnessed a horrifying sight from the severed head. A mass of bizarre hair strands began crawling out of the neck. She stammered in shock as everyone stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation. The chief's headless corpse suddenly ascended, hovering above them, as a crowd of people with jet-black hair emerged from the surroundings. Armed with hoes and sticks, they surrounded the group while the sound of gnashing teeth made the atmosphere even more terrifying. Lingsu felt a surge of panic as they closed in. She warned her team that the villagers were all ghost slaves, suggesting the anomaly was at least rank C+ or B, meaning the intel was flawed. She told everyone to be cautious. Zhao Hao tried to flee in terror, but the entities were already upon them as Fang Xiu fought them off and came to a realization. It was no surprise that Haishui village lacked other anomalies, as there were no living souls left for them to prey upon. At that moment, the entities noticed his weapon. If they weren't mistaken, the scalpel Fang Xiu held was actually a cursed artifact. Lingsu hastily cast a spell and assigned roles, stating she would use her flames to clear a path while he handled the ghost slaves. She told Liu Xue and Zhao how to stay close, as the area descended into chaos with the screaming entities in hot pursuit. Fang Xiu and Lingsu fought with all their might, yet Liu Xue was still ensnared by the spectral hair, which tightly coiled around the stout man. The hair even forced its way into his mouth. He was paralyzed with terror, his eyes rolling back as he desperately pleaded for someone to save him from death. Even Lingsu found herself restrained by the cursed hair, crying out in despair that her spiritual energy had finally run dry. Only Zhao Hao remained, but his hope was fading as he begged Fang Xiu for help, while the latter surveyed the dire situation with concern. He assessed the situation, realizing that while he held a trump card, he hadn't identified the mastermind yet. With only 5% spiritual energy left, it wasn't time to use it. Without his teammates' support, failure was inevitable, and their demise seemed certain based on his past encounters with these anomalies. The mystery was deepening, but he knew that if he ended his own life quickly enough, no anomaly could truly kill him. He then pulled out his phone to make a call. He told Su Kehen to instruct the nearby task force to purchase all available gasoline and diesel before returning to the investigation bureau. He glanced at his comrades, reminding himself that a detective's job is to find the truth, and anomalies simply need to be eradicated without hesitation. Liu Xue, Zhao Hao, and Shen Lingsu were stunned by the mention of fuel, asking him what he intended to do with it. Fang Xiu devised an unexpected plan to burn the entire village to the ground, while elsewhere, a girl's voice noted how difficult it was for her puppets to plant seeds within the special task force. Even a minor mistake could have caused chaos and killed those spirit masters, yet she never expected Fang Xiu to let them return so directly. She kicked the man kneeling before her, complaining that they would have to find another opening and expressing her frustration at being stuck in these remote mountains. "Come here and help me vent this anger," she commanded. The man instinctively approached, answering, "Yes, master," before she suddenly burst into laughter and posed a question. Why can't Fang Xiu and his group just die quietly? She wondered. Back with Fang Xiu, he had already sensed that every resident of Blackwater Village was a slave to the hair ghost, with no survivors left. Only by locating the source of the anomaly could they truly resolve the situation. But Ling Zhu worried that if he was right, this entity might be a rank 8 threat. She insisted they report to the investigation bureau and wait for reinforcements, but his sudden silence only heightened her anxiety as she asked what was wrong. He looked up and asked how many spirit masters the bureau actually had, and how many were just rookies, questioning how many the higher-ups could truly spare before asking if his abilities had ever been wrong. "We only have one life, and I won't take risks without certainty," he said, picking up a canister of oil with a cold expression, declaring that Blackwater Village should no longer exist as night fell. By 10 p.m., Zhao Hao nervously reported that they had finished pouring the gasoline, prompting Fang Xiu to tell Ling Zhu to ignite it, which she did with a wave of her hand. A massive blaze erupted, consuming the village and leaving Zhao Hao panicked, wondering if every villager truly was a ghost slave. "If we're wrong, we've committed a crime," he worried, while Fatty noted the eerie silence of the fire with no screams or escapees. Fang Xiu stood firm, watching the flames and waiting for the entity to reveal itself. Everyone looked up as a monstrous form materialized, screaming that they all deserved to die, while Fang Xiu laughed, noting that it had finally appeared. It resembled a hair ghost, but was different. She claimed she hadn't intended to kill them until they dared to burn down her home. Unleashing her power, she declared they would all die and sent a surging wave toward him. The the water and fire clashing in a violent explosion. Ling Zhu realized the enemy wasn't just an anomaly, but a rank 2 spirit master with water manipulation, though her hair seemed to be a parasitic entity. Realizing these ghost slaves were under her control, Fang Ziyu deduced that she was the one who had transported them to Blackwater Village the previous night. She had used the hair ghosts to manipulate the female corpses and immediately ordered her horde of slaves to charge at the group. Ling Zhu stood up in disbelief, questioning how they could possibly defeat a rank 2 spirit master and her army of slaves. "The victory lies with me," Fang Ziyu replied firmly, briefly considering if sacrificing her to call in heavy artillery was the best path before dismissing it as too boring. He realized he wanted to crush the anomaly at its peak, using its ghostly energy to temper his soul and sharpen his spiritual nature to grow stronger. Drawing his dagger, he declared this was the only way to make the world's anomalies feel true pain before suddenly slashing Fatty's arm. "What are you doing?" Fatty cried as Fang Ziyu tossed him a candle, telling them to handle the slaves while he found a way to reach the woman. He explained that the bronze candlestick, when lit with spiritual blood, could ward off anomalies, and since Fatty had plenty of blood, the task fell to him. Fatty grumbled about being treated like a blood bag, but Zhao Hao urged him on, and soon Fatty was impressed by the candlestick's effectiveness against the slaves. The three fought as one, but Fatty eventually grew exhausted, feeling as though his blood had been drained multiple times. Zhao Hao stepped in to shield them, encouraging Fatty to hold on just a little longer as they drew closer to their goal. Ling Zhu used her flames to clear a path, telling Fang Ziyu that she had done all she could and the rest was up to him. She poured all her strength into supporting her teammates against the wretched anomalies, but before she could strike again, she was doused with freezing water. Ling Zhu was knocked into the frigid lake, struggling to keep her head above the splashing water as she gasped for air. Despite her efforts, Ling Zhu could only barely maintain her balance because the ground beneath her, though appearing like water, was actually a massive swamp capable of swallowing anyone, while the female demon cursed her. The demon spat out bitter insults, calling her a wretched woman and asking if she thought she was invisible, as Ling Zhu desperately tried to use magic to propel herself upward. However, her strength was spent, and before she could finish calling the demon a foul creature, the woman manipulated the marsh to pull Ling Zhu under. The demon laughed triumphantly at her opponent's dire situation, feeling immense satisfaction as she watched Ling Zhu struggle with an air of arrogance. She mocked her, asking what right she had to act noble or play the part of a savior goddess, telling her to go rot in the mud while Liu Shuai and Zhao Hao watched. Though they only held a blue torch for safety and weren't fighting, they were terrified to the point of nausea, frantically calling out to Fang Ziyu, noting the overwhelming number of demon slaves. It was a heavy burden for him to fight the specters alone while protecting his comrades, especially since his blood eye only worked effectively at close range. His small scalpel was a formidable weapon that had taken down many villains, but as he debated whether to die and restart or use his trump card, a tall blonde man suddenly appeared behind him. Fang Ziyu turned around in shock as the man spoke, asking him to step aside for a moment. This immediately put Fang Ziyu on high alert, as the appearance of any stranger in this situation was cause for concern, making him wonder how someone had gotten behind him unnoticed. Fang Ziyu looked at the muscular man with sharp features, feeling a mix of curiosity and slight envy at his massive stature, and the fact that he called him Brother Ziyu. It was Zhao Hao, Fang Ziyu's teammate, who had once been weak and lacked combat prowess, but had now transformed into a tall, powerful man. Fang Ziyu realized this was indeed Zhao Hao, thinking his ability should be called Overlord Transformation, a fact that Zhao Hao confidently confirmed. He identified himself to Brother Ziyu and quickly approached, telling him that while he understood the surprise, there was no need to be so stunned. Zhao Hao's sudden appearance also shocked Liu Shuai, who, despite his pain, asked the man who he was. Zhao Hao stood tall and proudly announced his name, his confidence bolstered as a group of low-level specters launched a simultaneous attack. He looked at them with a calm gaze as if this wasn't his first brush with danger, cracking his knuckles in preparation for the fight. Declaring it was time, he charged in and struck them down one by one, defeating his opponents as easily as if they were mere mosquitoes. Fang Ziyu wondered why he hadn't used this power from the start to save trouble, noting that Zhao Hao needed no weapons or magic to defeat dozens of demons at once. He shouted for them all to die, hoisting a demon high before slamming it ruthlessly into the ground. Liu Shuai stood aside, marveling at Zhao Hao's incredible strength, while Fang Ziyu asked if he had witnessed the transformation. Liu Shuai nodded, confirming he had seen the weak, fearful man who had been hiding behind him turn into someone entirely different. While he was now confident and handsome, Fang Ziyu still had questions not about the power, but about Zhao Hao's strange hairstyle. Becoming tall and attractive was understandable, but he wondered if the power also styled his hair, until Liu Shuai explained it wasn't the ability at all. He had watched Zhao Hao spit on his hands and slick his hair back himself, but then Zhao Hao suddenly let out a high-pitched shriek that startled them both. Fang Ziyu could only stare at his teammate in confusion, noting that despite his masculine appearance, Zhao Hao's personality remained as childish as ever. Low-level specters continued to swarm like mushrooms, and though Zhao Hao could still fight, the situation was becoming worrisome. Suddenly, a hair demon with a tangled mane emerged from behind the horde, unleashing massive bolts of lightning that filled the sky. Its magic drew everyone's attention as its hair wove into a net to trap Zhao Hao, yet he remained as confident as ever. With a defiant look, Zhao Hao pulled the hair down, mocking the demon for thinking such a trick could restrain him when it clearly didn't understand the gap in their power. Gritting your teeth, you stood firm and channeled all your strength into your arms to pull them down, as power was something the demon certainly did not lack. Very quickly, the mass of hair slithered around and bound your hands tightly. It even cut him until he bled. Zhao Hao lost his footing and was hoisted into the air, dangling helplessly. Having just acted tough only to be humiliated immediately, it was truly pathetic. The ghost strangled him so hard that blood seeped from his mouth. His arrogant expression vanished, replaced by a desperate plea. "Brother Ziyu, save me." Sensing the urgency, Fang Ziyu charged in to rescue his comrade with his signature scalpel in hand. Fortunately, Zhao Hao managed to break free from the entanglement. "To think you could push me this far, you're far too conceited. However, this is your limit." With a haughty air, he lunged at the frenzied hair ghost. Yet the ghost was no pushover. With a mere glance, it evaded Zhao Hao's strike and launched a counterattack that sent him tumbling several meters away. Zhao Hao lay paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air as his limbs lost all strength to fight. The ghost stood arrogantly with its hands on its hips. It glared at Zhao Hao with disdain, calling him a troublesome cosplayer. Just when it seemed over, Fang Ziyu descended from above in a surprise assault. Wang Ernie's hair suddenly lengthened, glowing brilliantly in the night. It rapidly coiled around Fang Ziyu's hand, twisting through the air like a mystical rope. Fang Ziyu's entire body was hoisted high into the sky. Despite this, his expression remained composed. With his keen intuition, Fang Ziyu realized that Wang Ernie's platinum hair was far more powerful than ordinary black hair. Seeing her opponent bound, Wang Ernie flashed a cunning smile and asked if he was afraid. Suddenly, mysterious plumes of black energy began to emanate from Fang Ziyu's body. "Look into my eyes," he commanded coldly. One of his eyes gradually turned crimson, revealing a bizarre symbol within. Wang Ernie had no time to react. She was instantly invaded by the black energy and shrieked in agony. In an instant, her soul seemed to be devoured, and she collapsed onto her knees. Consequently, Fang Ziyu's hand was released. Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, he gripped his blade and prepared to strike from behind. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, forcing him to halt. He glanced back, revealing that this had all been his plan to lure the boss out into the open. Finally, the culprit revealed themselves. Just as he spoke, a sudden force surged toward him. Fortunately, Fang Ziyu reacted quickly, slicing the incoming projectile in half. A group of 4 emerged from the bushes, with 2 of them leveling their firearms at him. Wang Yanren, a woman with a provocative figure clad in a red dress, softly commanded, "Kill him." Moving like a bolt of lightning, Fang Ziyu ducked into a rocky crevice. He cautiously peered out to assess the situation. Before him stood a massive man carrying Wang Ernie on his shoulder. Wang Yanren watched with predatory amusement, ordering, "Hand her over to me." She brought her hand close to Wang Ernie's face as a sinister aura emanated and seeped into her body. Instantly, Wang Ernie's eyes snapped wide open. She was resurrected by a mysterious power, yet Wang Ernie was now nothing more than a puppet dancing on Wang Yanren's strings. "Wang Ernie greets her master," she stated in a frigid tone. Hearing those words, Wang Yanren's delight only intensified. "A rank 2 spirit master and a B-class anomaly are both mine. Upon my return, I shall be the master of the assembly. This time I will turn him into my lapdog." No longer wishing to hide, Fang Ziyu stepped out with a disdainful smirk. Upon seeing him, Wang Yanren began to mock him playfully. "You're Fang Ziyu, aren't you? Do you know me? Don't tell me you have a secret crush on me too," Actually, thanks to you all, I was able to seize control of Wang Ernie and the hair ghost, as a token of my gratitude. I shall grant you the ultimate honor, she bluntly commanded. Come here and kiss my feet, become my obedient puppet, and I might let you live. Fang Xiu's irritation was evident as he listened to her arrogance. I waited all this time just to hear such nonsense. Aren't you just acting out of fear? As expected, Wang Yanren grew quite incensed. Little senior brother, I thought you were someone who understood how the world works. I didn't realize you were so blind to the danger you're in. Suddenly, the massive man lunged forward. He roared as his clothes shredded, revealing a powerful, muscular physique. He then charged alongside Wang Ernie, but Fang Xiu merely looked on with contempt. Is that all? He muttered, reaching behind him as a dark aura began to manifest. The energy rapidly transformed into long tendrils that formed a protective barrier. He began to walk with a staggering gait, looking every bit like a cold-blooded killer. He laughed as he walked, the dark energy gradually seeping into his flesh. It transformed Fang Xiu from a man into a terrifying, malevolent entity that struck fear into the hearts of all. Is this all? How could I lose? Wang Yanren realized the situation was dire and quickly signaled her subordinates. He had already swallowed a massive, chaotic, and eerie power into his body. Was this a suicidal rhythm? This lunatic was truly insane. Hurry, kill him. Nevertheless, Fang Xiu remained a step ahead. It was too late to block his path. In the next moment, he flickered like a phantom, sending each opponent to their grave one by one. The surroundings were submerged in a sea of blood with corpses strewn everywhere. Then he stomped on the ground, launching stones into the air. Once they reached a certain height, Fang Xiu kicked them with all his might, sending 2 stones flying straight into the heads of 2 subordinates and knocking them backward. Another man attempted a sneak attack but failed miserably, ending up brutally mangled by Fang Xiu, who showed absolutely no mercy. He struck repeatedly with his weapon, a sight that made Wang Yanren flinch as she retreated with a contorted expression. The strong slave was a spirit master with a 15% spirituality awakening, possessing reinforced strength. Initially, Mingwei had to exert a great deal of effort just to control him. Yet Fang Xiu finished him with a mere wave of his hand. He continued to toy with his enemies, even as he was surrounded by countless strands of hair as sharp as steel. Still, he glided through them effortlessly. As the enemy drew near, Fang Xiu struck, activating his crimson eyes and calmly using his blade to slice through Wang Ernie's hair. Wang Yanren cried out in terror, unable to believe that a mere rank 1 spirit master could unleash such an immense explosion of eerie power. He should have mutated instantly, so why was nothing happening? Fang Xiu sneered, his hands moving like lightning as Wang Ernie's hair fell to the ground in clumps. He seemed to derive a twisted pleasure from tormenting his opponent, muttering incessantly about how they were too weak and couldn't provide him with more excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Ernie shrieked, transforming the water into a 100-meter-high vortex that surged toward Fang Xiu, but he simply stood his ground with a cold smile, waiting. Just as the water reached him, Fang Xiu vanished in an instant and leaped high into the air, weapon in hand, leaving Wang Ernie frozen in sheer terror. Watching this, Wang Yanren felt a dire premonition. If even the strong slave was finished with a single strike, a flesh-and-blood person like Wang Ernie stood no chance. If she died, she would be in grave danger herself. Returning to Fang Xiu, he was now surrounded by thin wires tipped with razor-sharp metal. Had he not jumped in time, those needles would have pierced him through. Fang Xiu looked up, his voice dripping with disdain as he asked if this was all a rank 2 spirit master was capable of. It seemed the 20-odd coins he spent to buy that man's life were a waste of money. He lunged forward while the metal wires continued their relentless pursuit. Sensing the right moment, Fang Xiu suddenly stopped and leaped into the air, the bright moonlight against the night sky accentuating his dangerous and twisted aura. Too slow, he remarked as Wang Yanren broke into a cold sweat. Her face was filled with dread as she screamed for him to stop, but Fang Xiu's hand was far too quick. A fatal blow ended Wang Ernie, sending her to the afterlife. Fang Xiu looked at her corpse and muttered about why she hadn't screamed in agony. Now, only Wang Yanren remained as his sole enemy. Fang Xiu approached, knife in hand, saying he knew all along she had turned the girl into a puppet, so now she would have to experience the suffering in her stead. Wang Yanren suddenly realized she had long since fallen into Fang Xiu's trap. He had been waiting for her to reveal herself so he could finish her off. She remained puzzled as to how he could absorb such powerful, eerie energy while maintaining his sanity without being corrupted. Fang Xiu was also surprised that Wang Yanren didn't try to flee, but she understood perfectly well that no matter where she hid, there was no escaping him. Fang Ziu would never leave her in peace, and with his speed, she knew escape was impossible. She decided to use her charms to distract him. Believing no man could resist the submissive vulnerability of a beautiful woman, she suddenly dropped to her knees, her eyes brimming with tears. "I beg of you, please don't kill me," she pleaded. "Even though I know you're not like other men I've met, could you find it in your heart to forgive me? I was only following orders. The president sent me. If I hadn't come, he would have." She hesitated, but Fang Ziu reassured her, telling her not to worry because he wasn't going to kill her. "I only want to instill suffering within you, that is all." The woman was startled. Suffering inside her body, wasn't that a new slang term from the internet? It seemed there was a game to be played. "As long as you don't kill me, you can do whatever you want." Fang Ziu looked at her with a devious glint in his eyes and replied, "You said it yourself." The female specter began to tremble before the gleaming blade as she whimpered and pleaded for mercy, admitting she never should have attacked him. She offered to become his slave and promised to provide him with unparalleled pleasures that would surely leave him satisfied. Her face suddenly flushed as she suggested he try her out first, telling him he could kill her at any time if he was not pleased. With enchanting, shimmering eyes, she claimed many men found them to be her most seductive feature and were unable to resist her. As she expressed her belief that he would be no different, the monster mimicking his wife asked if he truly believed her, but Fang Ziu remained silent. He lifted her chin and gazed into her eyes, noting their striking resemblance to someone else, while the specter continued her attempt to bewitch him. Fang Ziu calmly remarked that her eyes were identical to his wife's, prompting her to suggest he use her as a substitute. She claimed she could satisfy him even more than his wife could, but Fang Ziu merely smirked coldly and declared that was exactly why she had to die. Stunned by his reaction, she questioned why having his wife's eyes meant her death and asked why he could not let go of his hatred. Her gaze turned resentful as she cursed all men before collapsing and lying motionless upon the freezing floor. Fang Ziu smirked with satisfaction, indifferent to whatever tragic past she might have had, as he focused only on his role as her killer. He remarked that a killer would eventually be killed, and told her to feel the agony as he wiped his blade, finding the task of killing specters much cleaner. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from behind as a stream of spiritual energy, the true essence of the hair ghost, lunged toward him. Fang Ziu gave chase with incredible speed, his eyes cold like an Usura from hell as he roared, asking the creature if it truly thought it could escape. The cunning ghost moved rapidly and reached Shen Lingsu in an instant, attempting to possess her body just as Fang Ziu arrived. He watched alertly as Shen Lingsu's lifeless body began to move, her eyes snapping open and her arms rising as if she were a puppet. Her eyelids twitched unnervingly, and as her blood-red eyes fully opened, her vibrant golden hair transformed into an eerie, deathly white. Before she could adapt to the possession, Fang Ziu appeared behind her and delivered a crushing blow to her face, leaving a deep indentation. Shen Lingsu collapsed again in a worse state than before, and Fang Ziu calmly began trimming away the infected strands of her hair with a small knife. Within 2 minutes, he had given her a short buzz cut, but the severed, possessed hair refused to remain still. The hair tightly coiled around Fang Ziu's hand, but he only smiled dangerously and asked if the creature truly intended to parasitize him. He allowed the ghost to move to his head, and in an instant, the infection caused his own hair to turn completely white. His hair took on a glowing blue-white hue just like Shen Lingsu's had, as the ghost attempted to invade his consciousness. Fang Ziu mocked the creature's pathetic attempt to seize his mind, releasing a surge of mental energy that easily suppressed the spectral hair. Forced to retreat after failing to defeat him, the ghost fled his body, and Fang Ziu's hair returned to its original black color. As the ghost scrambled away, he snorted coldly and waited while strange, root-like red veins began to bulge across his face. Crimson threads of energy swirled around him and bound his body tightly, leaving him teetering on the verge of collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a single command echoed in his mind as he stood up with a strange sound, smiling as if he had anticipated this while suspended in midair. He was pulled back to a firm stance, surrounded by ghostly white hair as conflicting black and white energies tore at his psyche. The spectral power from the scalpel had grown too intense, invading his soul while the hair ghost struggled to maintain control against Fang Ziu's fierce resistance. Bringing the battle to a stalemate, Fang Ziu waved his hand and watched the ghostly hair swirling around him with a cold gaze as several plans formed in his mind. After reclaiming his power, he could clearly sense his non-combat abilities. Though his decision was correct, he looked down at his arm, which was suffering damage from the surgical knife's curse while being healed by the newly subdued ghost hair. He planned to reveal his trump card once Wang Yanren appeared, using the ghost hair to help him restrain enemies and recover his body while standing alone at the bottom of the lake. Fang Ziu felt a light breeze carrying the chilling breath of the corpses tightly wrapped in hair lying motionless on the ground, and he ordered the ghost hair to sweep the battlefield, which then crept toward the heavily made-up woman in the Cheongsam lying flat on the earth. It searched her and pulled out 4 silver needles along with other items, not overlooking anything as the swirling ghost hair also picked up a clean backpack from the ground. After placing the recovered items inside and bringing them to Fang Ziu, he put on the backpack and coldly declared the mission complete. He requested a team be sent to Blackwater Village to pick them up and called for medical staff, all while the ghost hair continued to coil around him as if trying to curry favor. Fang Ziu thought to himself that he needed to find the brat who had been kicked away earlier, guessing that he wasn't seriously injured as he scanned his surroundings. Given his physical constitution, even after transforming into the Black King, not even Shen Lingsu could defeat him, so he certainly had a chance to pass this trial level. Fang Ziu used his foot to push aside a large piece of wood with the help of the ghost hair, immediately revealing the person lying beneath just as Fang Ziu appeared. This caused Chen Hao to weep with joy, crying out that it was wonderful to see brother Ziu and that he knew he would come to the rescue because he loved him so much. However, Fang Ziu quickly stopped Chen Hao from continuing his confession, telling him to be quiet and to refrain from saying anything that didn't contribute to their unity. Seeing Fang Ziu's cold demeanor, Chen Hao couldn't help but wonder if the man who saved his life during the day was the same person as the one before him at night. Fang Ziu realized that Shen Lingsu had only fainted from the power of his sorrow and wouldn't die, so he bluntly delivered a strike to interrupt her state and wake her up. Next, Fang Ziu turned and slapped Liu Shuai, justifying it as a way to help him lose weight, and the painful blows immediately dragged the 2 unconscious people back to reality. Shen Lingsu, who had a fiery temper, woke up in a rage with blazing flames gathering in her hands as she shouted Fang Ziu's name. She asked if he could be any gentler while Chen Hao and Liu Shuai stood by watching her in silence, with Chen Hao whispering and Liu Shuai being more direct. When mentioned her hair, Shen Lingsu instinctively reached for her head and grumbled about what could be wrong with it, assuming it was just a bit of mud. But as she stroked her hair, the prickly sensation left her stunned. Realizing she was bald, she clutched her head in shock, unable to bear the sight. She screamed out for her missing hair, to which Fang Ziu calmly replied that a ghost had eaten it, leaving Shen Lingsu to sob and mourn her lost locks. Standing behind her, Liu Shuai felt the need to offer comfort and told Lingsu that she was still just as beautiful even without any hair. He added that people with plenty of hair weren't as pretty as she was now and gave a professional smile and a thumbs up, noting that being bald would save time on washing it. However, his consolation only infuriated Shen Lingsu further, and she suddenly screamed for him to shut up as she fired a blast of flames directly at Liu Shuai. It seemed as though she wanted to kill him instantly, but fortunately, Liu Shuai dodged just in time, grumbling about why she was attacking him when he was only trying to be nice. While the two were bickering, Fang Ziu remained focused on his question and asked the chubby boy how far he had managed to teleport. Startled by the sudden question while in the middle of the argument, Liu Shuai quickly answered like an elementary student that he had moved 1 meter. He reported that his spirituality lighting point had increased by 5%, noting that B-rank weirdness was very effective before asking how everyone else was doing. Fang Ziu muttered 5% to himself and calculated that with an additional 5%, his own spirituality had now been 10% lit. A smug smile appeared on his face as the heart in his chest beat powerfully, emitting a rich blue energy that he felt spreading through his body, realizing his potential was being further unlocked and his senses were sharpening. Though he was growing stronger, his joy did not last long as his eyes became pensive and filled with the gloom of his soul, forcing him to settle his mind. He focused on sensing the energy within his body, calculating that accumulating spiritual essence was vital for sustaining his abilities. Immersed in a pool of spiritual essence with his heart pounding, he suddenly remarked that he had reached the 5% mark before returning to his thoughts. Thanks to the contributions from Fatty's group and Zhao Hao, his spiritual essence increased by 7 points, though he had already exhausted the scalpel's cursed power. Having absorbed a B-rank hair ghost, His eyes narrowed with a chilling intent as he looked at his heart. Despite the others, he only gained 5%, making him feel even more dangerous. His soulless eyes glowed with an eerie red light as he realized the ghostly aura was eroding his mind, leaving him with only a fraction of the progress. Perhaps because he had faced death so many times, his spirit had surpassed that of ordinary men, and he recalled the silhouette of a curvaceous woman. A ghost loomed behind her, but he owed everything to his wife, who smiled sweetly and called out to him, though he knew the most beautiful things were often the deadliest. His wife was no exception. Having made his decision, he fell silent as his entire body began to radiate a mixture of blue and red light. He wondered if using supernatural power to fight the supernatural was viable, then pondered what would happen when his spiritual essence reached 100% as his left eye turned blood red. His pupils emitted a mystical glow as a surge of powerful energy enveloped him, causing his black hair to gradually turn white. He suddenly realized the answer to his lingering question. Could it be that the ultimate form of a spirit tamer is an aberration? Feeling both awe and pity for his own kind, he realized that if this was the truth behind spirit tamers, then humanity was surely doomed to despair. The right side of his body had completely transformed into a monstrous form with glowing red eyes and fangs, while the other half remained a mere reflection. He reminded himself that she was the first person he met after transmigrating, and his beautiful wife greeted him warmly, though his smile was now twisted. "Some things must be tested to be certain, right, dear?" he said, as his wife's smile widened unnaturally, asking if he could truly see her. In an instant, her beautiful face distorted to reveal razor-sharp fangs, transforming the lovely woman into a frenzied, monstrous entity. No longer a gentle spouse, but a target to be eliminated, he noted with grim interest that she was the first ghost to kill him as he took a combat stance. Shrouded in blue and black light, he gripped an iron bar and charged at her with a cold expression, declaring that she was the reason for his transformation. He struck her relentlessly with a manic grin, laughing as blood splattered his face, but his satisfaction turned to shock when he sensed something was wrong. Strange purple aura erupted, and he cried out in alarm as his wife's body dissolved into a cloud of smoke that threatened to consume him. "You wretched woman," he spat, caring not for the nature of ghosts, but only for who would survive the encounter between them. Having gained the power of resurrection through his transmigration, he knew he would never truly die, meaning she was the only one destined for destruction. Having returned to the past after his death, his wife appeared once more as a beautiful, seductive woman at the door, welcoming him home. He remained cold and expressionless, his soul hardened by the cycle of death and rebirth as he looked upon his beloved wife. As he ate and she watched him affectionately, he vowed that regardless of his fate as a spirit tamer, he would one day make her kneel and beg for mercy. The room was cold and sparse, featuring only a bed and a table near a barred window that overlooked a lonely, desolate cityscape. While the city appeared peaceful to ordinary eyes, he saw it as a wasteland overrun by wandering monsters. With a cold glint of determination in his eyes, he smiled, promising to make her experience the true horror and pain of this world. "Thank you all and farewell."